Now it's working. There it's going. Hit a couple wrong buttons. Sorry, here we go. Okay, so it's Tuesday afternoon. I believe it's still Tuesday afternoon. And early show, which caused me to hit the wrong buttons here because I'm not usually up this early to do shows. I'm up. But we've got a press conference, and usually Karoline Leavitt is kind of prompt in her ability to get these shows done on time. So I expect that she'll walk out on stage about 1:05. In the interim, welcome. Thank you guys for showing up. Got some information for you. Now, you've heard me say a number of times that I feel that we are already in a civil war. I've been telling you this probably for months, that we are in a civil war. No, we're not have no muskets being fired. Nothing's really happening in that regard yet. But we're definitely in a civil war. And now, thank you, the Democrats have finally openly admitted that's exactly what they want, and that's exactly what they're going to do to the American people at large. They've got no message. You've heard it over and over. They've got no strategy. They have no leader. All they have is their ability to create havoc and chaos. And they are going to be relying on that havoc and chaos. And I'm going to show you something right now that's going to prove to you, without any shadow of a doubt, what's coming. So you need to be prepared. Do whatever you got to do. Be prepared to protect your family, your loved ones, and your property, because they're coming. And I know people like to say, Barry, you're being overly dramatic. Am I? Listen to this.
I saw you on TV at NOAA. I saw you on TV at the Department of Education. What I'm saying is this. Somebody asked you what your red line was, and you said that the time is always right to go. Does that mean the red line has already been crossed? Because I think it has. If you ask us to show up, Congressman Tonko, we will show up. But it cannot be. We have to take the gloves off. We can't live for protocol. They're not playing by the rules. We have to take it through them. When I saw you at those places, I saw you next to Maxine Waters. Again, I was so proud that my representative was on the front line, right there. But I thought about Jimmy Carter, and I thought about John Lewis. And I know what John Lewis would have done. He would have gotten arrested that day. Make them outlaw you. We will stand behind you. We will be there with you. I will get arrested with you.
Make them outlaw you. Do what you need to do. We will get arrested with you. Anything you possibly can do, stop Trump. What you're going to hear over the next few minutes before Karoline Leavitt comes up is nothing but a call to arms. Barry, why do you continue to show this stuff? Because you need to know what's coming. It's not an if at this point. They are coming. They are rallying. They are begging people to, let's do this. Let's show these maggots that we're not going to take it. We are going to revolt. We are going to do whatever we can to stop Trump and MAGA. So when you have a legion of orcs that are being riled up, it's not going to take much. You know, I've watched so much of this stuff, and I could see that this is where it was heading. And it's building to a crescendo, where they're now taking to meetings saying, let's do it. Let's get arrested. We don't care. Whatever it takes. And some of them may be just talking about simple civil disobedience, laying down in the street, holding arms and things of that nature. But you can be rest assured, there's a few nuts in these crowds that are thinking about what else they can do. I've seen it on Twitter, X. I've seen them videos talking about what they want. Right now, as I've mentioned before, it's not the people who are talking and making videos that I'm concerned about. Those people are probably just doing it for clicks. They think it's cool to be the rebel out there. It's the people you don't see who all of a sudden show up and do something stupid. It's the people you don't see who are gathering in dark places and putting together little armories for what they decide they're going to do moving forward. The stuff you see in public are just the people who are riling everybody up. But as that city meeting showed, there was a whole lot of people there clapping and cheering, and there were some people probably who were just sitting, watching, and listening, and being indoctrinated in a really bad way. Those are the people you have to worry about. And who's conducting all this? The media and the Democrats. When you have nothing to lose, you have nothing to lose. When you realize at this point, all hope is gone. You don't have the House, you don't have the Senate, you don't have the presidency. His approval numbers are off the charts. The only thing left at this point is to fight. And so now they're admitting it's Civil War time.
We have to take the gloves off. Americans pushing Republicans really hard, particularly when they try to defend Trump, but Americans also really pushing their Democratic members of Congress to do more, to fight harder against this White House and what feels like a real crisis in Washington. And that's happening not just to Democratic members of Congress you're learning about for the first time here, because I'm showing you tape from their town hall. It's happening to all the Democrats, including the Democratic leader in Washington, Hakeem Jeffries, leader of the House. This was outside his office in Brooklyn, New York on Thursday. Hundreds of people calling on him to be more aggressive toward this White House, to stand up faster, to stand up more firmly, to fight harder against Trump and his top campaign donor. It happened to Leader Jeffries again the very next day in Oakland, California. This was outside an event where Congressman Jeffries was giving remarks. Hundreds of people gathered outside demanding that he do more. And I absolutely understand the sentiment, but what can he do? What does he believe is within his power? Joining us now is the man himself, Democratic leader in the House, Hakeem Jeffries. Leader Jeffries, it's a real honor to have you here tonight. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good evening. Great to be with you.
Now before he starts talking, and I haven't even looked over here at the chat, do not take what this man says for granted. Don't just brush it off as they're just being nuts. Rachel Maddow started this with saying, I agree with you. So everything they're going to do in the rest of this video you're going to see is about destroying Trump, destroying MAGA, destroying anyone who dares not do what the Democrats want. You're not going to hear anything positive about what they want to do for Americans. I mean, he'll talk somewhat about the same people he always talks. The poor peoples, the really poor peoples. Because that's the entirety of what they're trying to do. What you are seeing is a communist uprising. What you are seeing are Marxists who realize, you saw some of those people, what they look like, who realize the control they thought they had has slipped away. And they're not happy about it whatsoever, and they will do anything to get it back.
So every day now, I feel like we're getting more and more tape and dramatic reportage from congressional town halls all around the country, seeing Republican members of Congress pressed by their own constituents, even by their own Republican constituents about...
Yeah, about that. See, that's another narrative. Hey, the Republicans themselves, they're catching all kinds of hell because even their constituents don't like Trump. They're going into, various different town halls, and they are doing it to them as well. You believe that? Well, let me see if I can't show you something, because this was actually pretty interesting. Legacy media DOGE hoax has been debunked. Soros-funded left-wing activists organized to infiltrate Republican town halls. The activists disrupt town halls yelling anti-DOGE and anti-Elon slogans at Republican lawmakers so that the media can then report and say, it's the Republicans don't even like Trump anymore. And so, the polls are going to show he's collapsing. Because, even the people at the town halls don't want Trump. Legacy media runs week-long misinformation campaign using those viral clips, citing pushback and voters' remorse from red state voters. Meanwhile, recent polling shows that DOGE is wildly popular with Americans. Everything they say is a lie. And see if you can see it here. But it says, the groups, both of which have received generous funding from George Soros over the years. So it's Soros-based people who are going to Republican town halls and pretending to be Republicans who are angry. And then, of course, the media is there, and then they can report back that, hey, listen, at the Republican town hall, these people were screaming bloody murder, and even the Republicans have remorse about voting for Donald Trump. Nancy Pelosi aptly called this the wrap-up smear. Make something happen, get someone to report on it, and it is what it is. Hey, look they're all mad at the Republicans. Here's some pictures and video, and then the national media can take that and say, hey, we've seen reports of, as she just said, reportage, she said. Reportage of even people being pissed off at Republican events. It's AstroTurf. It's fake. Their audience is too stupid to understand
what Trump and Musk are doing that the public doesn't like. But we also see voters imploring Democrats and you specifically to fight harder, to not be nice, to break protocol, to get arrested if that's what it takes. How are you hearing those calls? What can you tell voters tonight who say you could be doing more than you're doing?
Well, I think we understand the passionate outcry that we are seeing all across the country as it relates to the flood of extremism that's being unleashed on the American people.
Rachel, a good journalist at this point would chime in and say, what extremism is that you're speaking of? He just said, the extremism that's being launched on the American people. Oh my God, can you fill out this email with 5 things you did last week? Oh my God, it's so extreme. It's like a Nazi. What's extreme? Hey, something everybody else does in America? They tell their bosses what they do. They fill out reports. Even a police officer has to go and fill out a report after he answers the call. And you're saying government should have zero accountability. That's extremism. Or, maybe telling newcomers they have to leave the country because they broke the law. That's extremism. You see, anything they don't like at this point, they are labeling that as being extreme. It counters Democrat messaging, ergo, it must be extreme.
By this administration, by this president, by his allies like Elon Musk. And of course, it's creating chaos and confusion and crisis, and there's corruption that's connected to it as well. And so we're going to continue to operate in an all-hands-on-deck way. That's what we've said from the beginning. It means that we've got to push back aggressively in the Congress, as we're doing, and certainly we'll have a budget fight that will be on the floor as early as tomorrow.
I just want to remind you, as you're listening to the Timu Obama talk here, just stop me, you can leave a chat, let me know when he talks about something positive with America. Because they have abdicated their duties. They are no longer here to make America's and Americans' lives better. Their sole duty at this point, nothing else, is to fight and disrupt President Trump. Nothing else. They're openly admitting it now. We don't care about anything else. We're just going to fight. We're going to lay down in the street. We're going to chain ourselves together. Who knows? We may see a couple Molotovs fly. I don't know. But in any event, we're not doing anything but disrupting. We're going to do whatever we have to do to what? Disrupt. Well, don't you want to try and make things work? Wouldn't you like to reach across the aisle, as they say? Hey, let's reach across the aisle and find some commonality. Let's reach across the aisle and promote unity. Gloves are off. We don't care. Let's burn it down.
Every single Democrat, I believe, is going to stand in firm opposition to this GOP tax scam, which is all about rewarding their billionaire donors and wealthy corporations and undermining working class Americans by sticking it to them and cutting Medicaid and things that are important to their health, their safety, and their economic well-being. It's all hands on deck.
I don't know. Rachel, you're not going to ask him about that? Rachel, you're not going to say, hey, Timo, can you expand on that? People, how they're Medicaid and Social Security, because you say it all the time. It's your catchphrase. And being that it's your catchphrase, it must be really easy for you to say because it's so prevalent. Please tell us all, enlighten us. We would love to know how, Medicaid, Medicare, food stamps, tell us how all these people are going to be negatively impacted, since that's what your stance is at this point.
Congress, it's all hands on deck in the courts, and it's certainly all hands on deck in communities across the country. And you are seeing that kind of mobilization take place as you've illustrated.
And I got to say, the mobilization is a bottom-up, very, very grassroots, very organic, coast-to-coast uprising. And what they are pushing...
Organic. These people ain't getting out of bed. You're paying them. Soros is paying them. Organic.
Against is what's happening in Washington, but what they are trying to push up and push forward is you and your colleagues to try to further empower you and further inspire you by...
She means incite, not inspire.
One way or another, to find new tactics, to find new avenues, to find new leverage. Let's take this budget thing. You're going to expect this vote potentially as early tomorrow in the House. The Republicans' margin in the House is razor thin. We know at least one Republican is planning on voting no on that budget. You say you think you'll have every Democrat voting no. You've also asked members of the Democratic caucus to meet tomorrow on the Capitol steps to try to make clear to the American people. Members of the House Democratic Caucus should join us on the East Capitol steps at 12 noon tomorrow to make clear to the American people the stakes of what's happening. What are you planning for that event? What should the American public expect around this budget fight, and how consequential it'll be?
Well, one of the things that's important is we have to tell the story of the everyday Americans who are at risk of dealing with the pain and the suffering that these extreme MAGA Republican proposals and cuts will unleash on them and the American people. If you just take, for instance, the proposal to cut as much as $1 trillion from Medicaid, if not more, in connection with the Republican budget resolution proposal.
He's lying. You see, it's extreme to save money. It's extreme to say, what do you do at your job, because we don't even know if you show up. There hasn't been one single Democrat, not one. There hasn't even been one single Democrat in the media who's embraced saving any money. So when you're talking about extreme things on the American people, tell me why, Mr. Baby Obama here, why I should be paying for condoms to Mozambique. Tell me why I should be paying $1 gazillion for this and that. We've all heard the litany of items. Can you just take one? Can you just take one and tell me how that's not extreme? Cutting that expense is extreme, but charging me for that expense isn't extreme. Make that make sense. We're going to charge you $50 million. We're going to charge you $1 billion, but that's not extreme. That's how we do it. That's the American way. But cutting that expense is extreme. To who? I'm pretty sure if we were able to pay less in taxes every single year, most of us would say that's not really extreme. That's wanted, desired. There's a policy Americans get behind. Paying less taxes? Absolutely. That's not extreme. You take it as extreme. Can you explain, Congressman, why that's an extreme thing? Nope, they won't.
It's going to hurt children, hurt everyday Americans with disabilities. It's going to hurt seniors. It's going to close hospitals, including in rural America. It's going to shut down nursing homes. It's going to hurt veterans and others who rely on Medicaid benefits. And so we've got to be able to tell that story, of course with urgency, of course on the floor of the House, certainly in committees, but we also have to take the case directly to the American people. And tomorrow at 12, that's exactly what we're going to do, having stories told through the voices of those Americans impacted the most. Listen, I represent...
In case you didn't realize it, this was last night, that speech they had today at 12. It happened. You probably didn't see it. Most people probably didn't see it. Most people are working. Most people don't care to hear you guys running around with signs and pontificating and saying stupid stuff. So it's falling on deaf ears, which is why they understand at this point, no, we got to do more.
Neighborhoods in central Brooklyn and beyond. I'm in those neighborhoods. I was there over the last few days, of course, and in other parts of the country. And so I understand that there's a lot of anxiety that has been caused. Communities that I represent in many ways have been dealing with trauma and anxiety for a long period of time. And this is a moment.
Communities that I represent, meaning, you know, he's a congressman. Communities that you represent have been dealing with this for a long period of time. So why haven't you fixed it? You know, since you've been in Congress all this time and they've been experiencing problems, anxiety, poverty, crime, drug addicts everywhere. If they've been experiencing it for quite some time, a long period of time, why haven't you fixed it? What are you waiting for? I can talk like him right now. I'd like to know why it is you haven't fixed the things that you are describing. Would you care to answer that? Why is it that Democrats every single 2 and 4 years talk about their need more money for education? And then they also talk about throwing granting off a cliff in Medicare and Medicaid and Social Security. Why do you say the same thing every 2 and 4 years? Why do you never fix it? You can't blame it on Trump. You just had 4 years of Obama and Kamala. Why didn't you fix those problems that are happening in your community for a long, long time? And God knows, why haven't the people in these communities realized you're a POS? You're a lying POS. How in the heck do they continue to vote for these people who say the same thing to them every 2 and 4 years? It's like a wife who gets beat by her husband and he keeps saying, next time I won't break your face. And then next time he breaks your face and he says again, I won't break your face. There has to be a time where these people in these areas divorce themselves from these politicians. They're lying to you. They continue to lie to you. And now they're trying to get you all aroused and say it's the Republicans' fault, even though I've been here for a long time and I've seen your problems for a long time and your problems have continued for a long time. This time, seriously, we're going to fix it.
That anxiety, of course, has been heightened across America. And so we're going to continue to rise to the occasion to meet the moment. The next 3 weeks will be critically important because we have the budget fight this week, and then, of course, Donald Trump will be on the Hill next week. And then after that, we'll have to figure out where we're going to land in advance of the March 14th funding deadline. 3 critical weeks to push back against the extremism and also to define ourselves as a party that actually wants to make life better for everyday Americans, drive down the high cost of living, solve problems for those hardworking American families who want us to give them a real shot at the American dream.
How stupid do you have to be to listen to that, realizing, yeah, a month ago and for 4 years before that, they had the opportunity to do exactly what he's saying right now. We want to make it better for the American families and so you can enjoy life. Do Democrat voters have like no memory? I mean, did they take the little pill thingy or the thingy from Men in Black and go and their minds, oh yeah, okay, that's right, Trump's here now. It's all Trump's fault. Do you not realize who was your president and vice president and him for the last 4 years? It must be. There must be. It must have just zapped everybody's mind. How do these people all of a sudden somehow think, Trump, who's been here a little over a month, is now the problem for the way their lives are? That takes some next level gaslighting. You have been in power for 4 years. You've done nothing but try to destroy America. And then you took the little mind-blasting, zappy thing and said, it's all Trump's fault. Oh, that's right. It's Trump and Elon Musk. Oh, my God. Trump and Elon Musk. Oh, my God. What are they doing? I don't even know. Oh, my God. Trump and Elon Musk. It's extreme. Maggots.
The case that you are making against Republican policies here is one that I hear and is cogent and that plays to a greater or lesser extent, I think, all across this country. The other thing that Americans are stressed out about, though, right now, is that policy doesn't feel like it's the main conversation right now. It feels like we are in the middle of a ketamine-fueled, middle-of-the-night, autocratic power grab that is rendering Congress irrelevant, that's rendering policy irrelevant, and that's rendering the rule of law an afterthought, if not a joke, to those who are planning on staying in power indefinitely without benefit of further elections. I mean, it is not about, it is about a bad budget. That's one of the things you have to contend with. But the fight here feels like it's on a different scale than the kinds of legislative counterpoint stuff that I think Democrats and Republicans are used to fighting over. And I think what Americans are sort of clamoring for is to hear from you personally, as the senior Democrat in Washington, in the House where the margins are so narrow, to hear from you that you understand the scale of the threat and you have ideas about how to interrupt what feels like something that we have not experienced since the Civil War in terms of the threat to our republic.
Okay. That's what they're saying. We are in a threat we have never experienced since the Civil War. Gloves are off. We're going to do whatever we can to destroy you, because at this point, it may be brother against brother. It may be family against family. Whatever it takes at this point, we as Democrats feel at this point that the maggots want a civil war. And so they're going to do everything they possibly can. I just hope you guys are ready, because they're ready. They're mobilizing. And the one thing positive I will say about Democrats, and I got to salute them. You have to salute them. You absolutely have to go, yeah, they're good with this, is they're confident. We're all in it. All members. We go one, we go all. They mean it. Every single Democrat will go in lockstep and do what they're told in the House. It won't be anybody looking to cross the aisle. Meanwhile, on the Republican side, we got people in office who are willing to, vote with the Democrats. It's unheard of with them. Even John Fetterman, he's in the Senate. I'm talking about the House right now. Even in the Senate, we got Murkowski, McConnell, and Collins, who are always ready to jump ship. We are in a civil war. I'm telling you right now, that's where we are. I'm watching the stage to make sure we don't miss anything. You haven't missed anything. But that's where we are. The sooner more people on our side realize it and stop playing footsie with these people and stop being pissed off and stop worrying about H-1B visas and whether or not one woman slept with Elon to make money. I don't care. I look at this stuff that some Republicans and conservatives talk about, and I'm like, shut up. I am in a foxhole. And I want other people in the foxhole who understand these people mean business. And I don't care who got Elon Musk pregnant. I don't care about H-1B visas and this and that and the other thing. It's insane. Focus. Because they are.
Well, it's certainly the case that we understand the scale of the threat. That can't be doubted. The CBC, which I'm a part of, definitively understands the scale of the threat. Our communities have been under siege, as you pointed out, since before.
Wait. So even that, I want to point out. The verbiage, the words, the vocabulary that this man is saying is not by accident. The threat we are experiencing. If you felt threatened, how would you act? You don't walk down the street, man, I feel threatened today. It's sunny out, it's fantastic, but I feel threatened. No, if you feel threatened, you get into a defensive posture and a defensive mindset, and you're ready to react according to that threat. They are telling people, you're under attack. So if people feel that they are under attack, what do you think they're going to react like?
The Civil War. I'm a direct descendant of those very communities, so we understand the struggle, the history, the strength of people like John Lewis, which we're going to channel. That's my experience. That's my personal experience. That's my family's experience. And so we understand that. And as a caucus, it's
he's talking about bringing it back all the way to slave days. My family, we have a personal experience. There are people that we have traced our DNA back to that came over on the Mayflower and the Santa Maria and the Pinto, whatever, and then they were slaves. So I'm equating what these extremists, these MAGAs, are doing, because it's just like slavery. If you're equating, they tried the whole Nazi route. So I guess slavery just the next flavor du jour.
The case that we understand it. Listen, we launched a rapid response task force and litigation working group. It's going to be led by Joe Neguse and, of course, a brilliant constitutional lawyer, Jamie Raskin, to be able to respond to and work with our allies like Tish James and others in part of what we are responding to. Listen, Elon Musk and Donald Trump, they're flooding the zone in part to create distress, to create a sense of invincibility and inevitability. But the reality is, there have been more than 75 different lawsuits that have been filed by democracy reform groups, civil rights.
There's a lie coming out. You may know it from yesterday.
Reform groups, by attorney generals like Tish James and others. And we're winning in court. They're losing.
Bingo. See, that's the lie they have to keep permeating. There hasn't been one lawsuit to date that either they have won or Trump has won. Not a single one. That's something you guys have to know. There have been no adjudicated lawsuits. The only thing that has made it to court are TRO applications, restraining orders and injunctions. Can we pause on this until this happens? That's all TRO is. It is not winning a lawsuit. There have been no lawsuits actually heard. Everything is about pausing, stopping, pumping the brakes so it can't move forward. But a lawsuit is not going to be adjudicated in, a week. These lawsuits will take years. They're just trying to pause everything, and they're considering a pause to be a win.
More than 35 different unconstitutional and unlawful executive orders and administrative actions have been challenged. And they're not winning those cases in terms of the Trump administration. They're losing over and over and over again. That's been a forceful pushback. And that, of course, will continue. The congressional battles will continue. And the mobilization in the communities will continue.
Does it help? Does it advance Democrats' ability to stand up against Trump and Musk and what's happening in Washington, to have people at these town halls, to have people protesting in various symbolic and important places, either that represent the government or that represent some of the forces that are at work right now within our government? Just people showing up and doing direct action, peaceful, nonviolent direct action, to try to put steel in your spine, among others, does it help, or is it more of a hindrance to you?
Well, listen, public sentiment is everything, as Abraham Lincoln once said. With it, nothing can fail. Without it, nothing can succeed. I don't think anyone needs additional steel put in their spine. Let's be clear about that. And I think, the House Democrats under the leadership of Nancy Pelosi during the prior Trump administration, continuing to where we are at this moment, are going to continue to push back forcefully, using every tool available. Now, I think it does help, for instance, that our House Republican colleagues are held accountable. Rachel, you appropriately mentioned, we've got the narrowest majority that any party has had in the Congress since before the Great Depression. Narrowest majority. 218 Republicans, 215 Democrats. The Democrats are holding together. We're holding together, for instance, on this reckless Republican budget, which is a betrayal of work.
He's true there. He's absolutely true. There's a slim margin, which means you need to have your people in your camp. He's got his people, and so their strategy at this point is just, let's pick off a few weak-ass Republicans. Get them to come and do our bidding for us. That's his strategy.
Working class Americans, and cuts to Medicaid, cuts to SNAP, cuts to veterans benefits. That's not theoretical. That hurts real people that I represent and that every single member of the House Democratic Caucus represents. That's not a theoretical fight. That's a real fight. But here's the thing. On any given issue like the budget, we only need 3. Not all 218 Republicans. We only need 3 to do the right thing for their constituents. And so the activity that we've seen over the last few days, over the last week or so, I think is going to let the Republicans know that no one is going to remove the spotlight from them. They shouldn't be able to escape accountability. And as Democrats, we're going to make sure that they don't.
So the one thing that I take from that, as they're getting ready on stage, I can see here, so I can pull this up as soon as it's ready, as they're getting ready at the lectern and podium and everything. The one thing that you can also take from this is that there is no media anymore. Rachel Maddow is not in the news media. You see, news should be, hey, it rained today. That is the news. She's not saying, hey, today there was an election. Today there was this. It was, we need to do this. We need to do this. We need to see this. She is a Democrat operative. Too many people don't understand that the opposition is really put in place to deceive. When they're actually, they're doing what they can to promote the Democrat Marxist communist ideology. And they will do anything, and he said anything, to make sure that happens. You need to do the same. And I'm not saying you need to go out in the street and lock arms with anybody or do anything like civil disobedience. You, as I've been saying, can do much more. You see, 100 people at one of these rallies means nothing. They can send cameras out. Oh, there's a couple of hundred people at Hakeem Jeffries' rally. A couple hundred. Well, I can take this thing here, yeah, and I can reach millions. I don't need to go out and stand in the cold and look like a moron carrying a sign and with 20 or 30 other idiots. I can mobilize with what we're doing right now. I can mobilize by making sure I'm putting out the content, sharing all this stuff, putting it there so everybody can see it, and so that you can begin seeing, sharing, and talking about what's in the news. I make it a point, as you know, those of you guys who have followed me and watched my videos, is to not pontificate to you, but to show you what you could be doing. You see, most people will sit, and I say most people, the news will sit and blah, 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 and they have no desire to get you into the game. They're trying to motivate you and do things, but at the same time, they're not doing anything. Rachel Maddow and her $25 million a year, who's obviously using fiscal responsibility in her own life, I guarantee you she's got investments in tax loopholes. Absolutely. That is a fundamental thing that you can always depend to know that these people are full of it. If you believe the crap that you're saying, you would be just giving your money to the government. But notice when they all wanted Trump's tax returns and they want Elon Musk's tax returns and they talk about the fair share, they never show you theirs. And if you did, you'd see, well, what's this? What's Schedule F? And what's this schedule? And that you're doing everything. All right, she just walked out, so let's jump on this right now. Volume would be nice, right? Volume is coming. My mouse is stuck. I'm getting it there, and we will have it shortly. Come on. Why is there no sound on number 58? Hold on 1 second.
For Karoline Leavitt.
Good. During his inaugural address, President Trump promised that America would be a manufacturing nation once again, and liberal pundits mocked him for it. But those critics were proven wrong once again. On the heels of President Trump's Oval Office meeting with Apple CEO Tim Cook last week, Apple just announced its largest ever commitment to American jobs and industry, with plans to spend and invest more than isn't limited to one specific region of our country. Apple teams and facilities will expand all over our country in Arizona, California, Iowa, Nevada, North Carolina, Michigan, Oregon, Texas, and Washington. With President Trump in charge, America is open for business. Apple CEO Tim Cook said it best in the company's announcement. We are bullish on the future of American innovation. On top of this incredible Apple announcement, President Trump already announced more than $1 trillion in pledged investments into the United States. And on another important note that the American people entrusted President Trump to fulfill, this administration's efforts to seal the border continue to prove extraordinarily successful. In President Trump's first month back in office alone, illegal border crossings hit lows not seen in decades, down 94% over the past year, while interior arrests are up 134%. And this past Saturday, this is a significant statistic that I wanted to share with all of you. There were only 220 illegal border crossings on Saturday. This is a 15-year low. Think about that in comparison to the amount of illegal border crossings we saw under the previous administration. Fox recently reported that a San Diego migrant shelter is closing its doors after saying they have not received new asylum-seeking families or individuals since January 20th. We all know what happened on January 20th, don't we? And yesterday, New York City Mayor Eric Adams announced that the massive Roosevelt Hotel migrant shelter in Manhattan will shut down in the next few months. We're also seeing a reverse migration effect. There are now verified reports from the Associated Press of migrants abandoning their journey to the United States and heading back home. This is the first time the Border Patrol has received these reports since 2020, during President Trump's first term. The returning migrants claimed in interviews that the new heavy security posture adopted by the Trump administration was a significant reason for their decision to return to the countries of their origin. Overall, the American people continue to overwhelmingly give President Trump very positive remarks. Nearly every one of President Trump's policy initiatives are receiving strong majority support, and I have noted that in every briefing since Inauguration Day. 81% of Americans support deporting illegal migrant criminals from our nation's interior. 76% of Americans support the DOGE-led efforts of a full-scale investigation to find and eliminate fraud and waste in government expenditures. Again, this is from a Harvard-Harris poll, a very legitimate pollster. 76% of Americans support closing the border. 69% of Americans support President Trump's common sense efforts to ban men from women's sports. As you all know, we celebrated that executive order at the White House a couple of weeks ago. 65% of Americans support the president's efforts to eliminate all preferences by race in the hiring and awarding of government contracts, which is another pledge that DOGE is working hard to fulfill. And 61% of Americans, vast majority, support the president's plan for reciprocal tariffs to ensure that other countries are treating us the way we have always been treated. Despite what many Democrats and media members want you to believe, the Trump agenda is not only necessary, but it is overwhelmingly popular. Why? Because it's driven by common sense. And finally, as you all saw yesterday, a federal judge denied the Associated Press's emergency motion for a temporary restraining order against myself, our Deputy Chief of Staff Taylor Budowich, and our Chief of Staff Susie Wiles for our decision to remove the Associated Press from the White House press pool for certain and special events. The judge's ruling upholding our decision to deny the Associated Press such privileged access reinforces the truth. And it reiterates what I said from this podium last week when that suit was filed. Asking the President of the United States questions in limited spaces such as the Oval Office and Air Force One is a privilege that unfortunately has only been granted to a few. It is not a legal right for all. The Trump administration has already proven to be the most transparent ever, and this president, the most accessible in history. This is evidenced by President Trump's daily press conferences in the Oval Office, where he takes many questions from the journalists who have the honor and privilege of standing before the beautiful Resolute desk. The president and this entire White House are committed to ensuring the American people continue to receive this same level of historic transparency, access, and visibility. In fact, we want to double down and give even greater access to the American people. We want more outlets and new outlets to have a chance to take part in the press pool, to cover this administration's unprecedented achievements up close, front and center. As you all know, for decades, a group of DC-based journalists, the White House Correspondents Association, has long dictated which journalists get to ask questions of the President of the United States in these most intimate spaces. Not anymore. I am proud to announce that we are going to give the power back to the people who read your papers, who watch your television shows, and who listen to your radio stations. Moving forward, the White House press pool will be determined by the White House press team. Legacy outlets who have participated in the press pool for decades will still be allowed to join, fear not, but we will also be offering the privilege to well-deserving outlets who have never been allowed to share in this awesome responsibility. Just like we added a new media seat in this briefing room, legacy media outlets who have been here for years will still participate in the pool, but new voices are going to be welcomed in as well. As part of these changes, we will continue the rotation amongst the 5 major television networks to ensure the president's remarks are heard far and wide around this world. We will add additional streaming services which reach different audiences than traditional cable and broadcast. This is the ever-changing landscape of the media in the United States today. We will continue to rotate a print pooler who has the great responsibility of quickly transcribing the president's remarks and disseminating them to the rest of the world. And we will add outlets to the print pool rotation who have long been denied the privilege to partake in this experience, but are committed to covering this White House beat. We will continue to rotate a radio pooler and add other radio hosts who have been denied access, especially local radio hosts who serve as the heartbeat of our country. And we will add additional outlets and reporters who are well suited to cover the news of the day and ask substantive questions of the President of the United States, depending on the news he is making on that given day. This administration is shaking up Washington in more ways than one. That's what we were elected to do. As I have said since the first day behind this podium, it's beyond time that the White House press operation reflects the media habits of the American people in 2025, not 1925. A select group of DC-based journalists should no longer have a monopoly over the privilege of press access at the White House. All journalists, outlets, and voices deserve a seat at this highly coveted table. So by deciding which outlets make up the limited press pool on a day-to-day basis, the White House will be restoring power back to the American people who President Trump was elected to serve. So in that note, in our new media seat today, we have Shelby Talcott, who is a White House reporter for Semaphore. In 2022, Semaphore launched as a global digital news platform with the aim of bringing meaningful innovations to the news industry. Today, they have nearly 1 million newsletter subscribers spanning 11 separate editions. With that, Shelby, I will take your questions.
Thanks, Caroline. I've got two for you. One on foreign policy. Over the weekend, the president's special missions envoy, Rick Grenell, was talking about Venezuela, and he said that the president isn't someone who wants regime change. Other administration officials have made clear that they don't see Maduro as the rightful leader. What is this administration's policy on a new government in Venezuela?
I think the president has made his position on Venezuela quite clear. He stands in opposition to the Maduro regime, and Secretary Rubio has spoken on this extensively as well.
And then on DOGE, last night Elon Musk said that a failure to respond a second time will result in termination. Will there be additional rounds of the "what did you do this week" email from DOGE to federal workers? And what's the guidance on the federal workers who've been instructed by their agencies not to reply?
So a couple of things on this. First of all, let's just take a step back and talk about this idea. The president sent out a truth last weekend to Elon Musk saying he loves everything Elon is doing and he wants him to be even more aggressive because DOGE thus far has proven incredibly successful in making our government more efficient. And so Elon and DOGE came up with this idea. Elon has implemented this at his private companies. It has proven successful. And it's a very simple idea when you think about it. All the Office of Personnel Management is asking, all this administration is asking, President Trump is asking, is for federal workers who live off of the American taxpayers' dime to send 5 bullet points of what they have done in the previous week. That is all we are asking for. And so the Office of Personnel and Management sent out additional guidance last night. Those responses should be directed to agency leadership, and the president defers to his cabinet secretaries, who he's obviously entrusted to pursue the guidance relative to their specific workforce. And for some of the agencies that you've seen who have said, please don't send these emails, it's in their best interest for that specific agency, and the president supports that. And let me be very clear, the president and Elon, his entire cabinet are working as one unified team. And they are implementing these very common sense solutions. You're welcome. Jackie.
Thank you. One follow-up on the question. So about the deadline, Alina Habba said that you have until tonight. Elon Musk said a failure to respond a second time would result in termination. So is that a real deadline? Should federal workers be looking to that guidance, or should they be looking to the agency heads? Like, what is the actual deadline?
So again, the agency heads will determine the best practices for their employees at their specific agencies. Again, this was an idea that Elon come up with. DOGE worked with OPM to actually implement the idea, and the secretaries are responsible for their specific workforce. And this is true of the hirings and the firings that have taken place. And we advise federal workers, unless your agency has dictated you not to respond to this email. In fact, I can announce that we've had more than 1 million workers who have chosen to participate in this very simple task of, again, sending 5 bullet points to your direct supervisor or manager, CCing OPM. I actually participated in myself. It took me about a minute and a half to think of 5 things I did last week. I do 5 things in about 10 minutes, and all federal workers should be working at the same pace that President Trump is working and moving. We have a country to save, and we want this federal government to be responsive to the needs of the American people who re-elected this president to have historic, massive reform, and that's what the intention of this idea is.
Can you clarify one thing, though? Because Elon Musk also said that a reason that they wanted this 5 things email was just to see if people are actually alive, citing that there are some federal workers who might not even be alive. So meantime, NBC is reporting that these responses are going to go into an AI generator to evaluate whether these jobs are necessary. So is it just to see if people are actually working, or is it an effort to maybe cut some of those jobs?
I have not seen that NBC News report, and I haven't heard that from DOGE or from Elon himself. Again, this is to ensure that federal workers are not ripping off American taxpayers, that they are showing up to the office, and that they are doing their jobs. That's what the American people expect, and it's a very simple task to complete. I did it myself, and I was more than happy to do it because I'm very grateful that I am serving the American people on the American taxpayers' dime.
Do you think DOGE should hire a spokesperson just so that Elon Musk doesn't put out tweets that then confuse federal workers?
Are my press briefings not good enough for you, Jackie? John.
Carolyn, thank you. In the ruling by Judge McFadden yesterday, who dismissed the lawsuit that AP brought against yourself and your team members here, President Trump, in there he said, why not just do away with the entire White House Correspondents Association along with it, because essentially they have no authority, they just usurped it. What is your reaction to that?
Well, first of all, John, it's great to see you. And you are one of those individuals who has you're on a streaming platform that hundreds of thousands of people tune into every day. So it's great to see you in the briefing room. I did address that actually in my opening remarks by announcing that the White House press team in this administration will determine who gets to enjoy the very privileged and limited access in spaces such as Air Force One and the Oval Office. There are, as you know, look at this room, hundreds of journalists who show up to this building every single day and are not granted that luxury of flying on Air Force One and asking the President of the United States questions. And so we want to ensure, again, everyone has a seat at that highly coveted table. But alas, the legacy media outlets who have been doing this for quite some time and have invested resources into covering the White House, their spots will remain, just like they have in this briefing room as well.
Sure.
Steve.
Could you give us an update on the negotiations around the Ukraine minerals deal, and when is President Zelensky going to come visit?
So the president talked at length about this yesterday, the critical minerals deal with President Macron, and in the more than hour-long press conference he gave all of you in the Oval Office himself. There hasn't been significant updates since the president's remarks last night, but I will just reiterate his position. It's critical that this deal is signed. He expects President Zelensky to sign a deal. This is to recoup American tax dollars that have been funding Ukraine's national defense, and it's also great for the Ukrainian people who have been put through hell because of this war, and it will create a lasting economic partnership as Ukraine will need to rebuild their country because of this brutal war.
And just to follow, is Steve Witkoff delayed his trip to the Middle East so he can concentrate on this minerals deal?
I don't want to comment on Mr. Witkoff's travel plans or read anything out just for obvious reasons, but he, remains very much working. That man is working around the clock to secure this deal with Russia and Ukraine alongside Secretary Rubio and Secretary Bessent, General Keith Kellogg. He's also working very hard to secure a peace deal in the Middle East as well. So God bless him, and he's working alongside the president every single day. Sure.
Thanks, Caroline. The president's executive order creating DOGE called for the naming of a DOGE administrator. Who is the DOGE administrator?
So the president tasked Elon Musk to oversee the DOGE effort. There are career officials and there are political appointees who are helping run DOGE on a day-to-day basis. There are also individuals who have onboarded as political appointees at every agency across the board to work alongside President Trump's cabinet to find and identify waste, fraud, and abuse, and they are working on that effort every day.
So is Elon
Reagan.
Musk the administrator?
Reagan.
Thanks, Caroline. I have two for you today, one on the border wall and one on the DHS investigation.
Sure.
First on the border wall. Border wall construction has restarted in Texas and California under contracts awarded under Trump's first term. Is the president looking to secure new contracts, and how is he defining success in terms of border wall construction this administration?
The border wall is a signature promise of President Trump's campaign. He talked about it way back in 2015 and 2016, and people laughed at him for bringing up this idea. It's proven to be not only an idea that he delivered on in his first term and continues to deliver on in his second term, but it's also proven to be highly effective. In fact, we know where there were parts of President Trump's border wall built and standing under the previous administration, illegal border crossings dropped 87%. Where before there was a border wall. So the wall is an incredible deterrent factor for illegal migrant caravans. The president is committed to the continuation of the construction of the wall. And, you know, the previous administration actually sold off the resources that the Trump administration secured to build the wall. And that's an egregious misuse of the American taxpayers' money. They just let those resources rot on the southern border. They actually sold them for pennies on the dollar. So this administration, DHS and ICE and Customs and Border Patrol and Tom Homan and all of the great people you know who are working on this effort are committed to continuing the construction of President Trump's border wall.
DHS investigation into people who might be leaking within the administration. Will the White House release the names of the individuals that DHS Secretary Noem said were caught leaking details of the ICE raid? And can you share how many leakers have been caught so far and what agency they were a part of?
I would defer you to DHS on the leakers that they have identified, but I know the president and this White House commend Secretary Noem for launching an internal investigation to identify those leakers because it's unacceptable for career bureaucrats who are standing in the way of the will of the American people and enacting President Trump's agenda. If they don't want to adhere to the will of the 77 million Americans who reelected President Trump, then they should go find another job. And if they continue to leak information, especially information that is critical to protecting Border Patrol agents and ICE agents who are out there doing jobs that not many people are willing to do, putting their lives on the line to protect our national security, then those individuals absolutely should be fired. And this administration is committed to finding them. Sure.
Caroline, two questions for you. One related to Guantanamo Bay, the other to the White House Correspondents' Dinner. I wanted to get your response to some Washington Post reporting of the migrants who stayed over at Guantanamo Bay for the last 2 weeks. They told the Post they were rarely let outside. They were shackled and placed in what they described as cages and alleged that they were not treated as human beings. Does the White House have any response to those conditions?
At Guantanamo Bay? It's a promise the president campaigned on, that if you invade our nation's borders, if you break our country's laws, and if then you further commit heinous, brutal crimes in the interior of our country, like raping and murdering innocent, law-abiding women and girls, and committing heinous acts of violence, then you are going to be deported from this country, and you may be held at Guantanamo Bay. These are criminals we are talking about. Don't forget that. Sure.
So U.S. consumer confidence fell this month the most since August of 2021. What is your message for Americans who are concerned about the impact of things such as tariffs on prices?
Yeah, sure. Well, thank you for that question. It's obviously an important one. The president campaigned on reigniting the Trump economy and fixing the mess that was created by the previous administration. We know they created an economic and an inflation nightmare for the American people, and I'm not going to stand up here and lie to you like my predecessor did about the state of our economy. We understand there are people that are hurting, and this administration is wholeheartedly committed to ensuring that those individuals see relief and price reductions and tax cuts and in less regulations that are burdensome on their household and their businesses. And the president and this entire administration are focused on that every day. I can go through the very long list of economic actions this president has taken. I know you work for Bloomberg, so I'm sure you're well aware of them. But I can assure the American people that the president is very much focused on bringing down the cost of living crisis in this country that was created by the previous administration.
Just have a quick follow-up. Is the president planning on whipping any votes for support for the House budget vote? And if so, to whom is he making calls?
I'm not aware of any calls that he has made. I did talk to the president about his position on this just before coming down here, and he said that he's made it very clear to the Hill what his priorities for a budget are. He's said it to the Speaker of the House. He said it to Leader Thune. The Senate and the House know what President Trump wants and know what the American people want. And so he expects Congress to get it done. He's looking at the proposal from the House. He will also be looking at the proposal that I believe the Senate is drafting up as well. Sure.
Thank you, Caroline. I have two questions. Does the United States, I'm sorry, I could read it.
Well, why don't you identify your question and I'll come back to you. Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. So, what guarantee that Israel will withdraw from Lebanon soil after 2 weeks, as the ceasefire terms indicates?
I'm not sure about the guarantee that you're referring to. I can tell you that this administration remains very much engaged. We know the deadline for the Phase 1 ceasefire is imminent. So Steve Witkoff, whom I mentioned earlier, and the president's administration and his team and the president himself remain very much engaged. We want to see the ceasefire continue, and the president has made it very clear he wants to see all of the hostages who have been held in captivity in Gaza returned home. Jeff.
Karoline, I was wondering if is Elon Musk going to attend the president's first cabinet meeting tomorrow?
He is, as a matter of fact. I spoke to the president about that before coming down here as well. And Elon, considering he is working alongside the president and our cabinet secretaries, this entire administration will be in attendance tomorrow just to talk about DOGE's efforts and how all of the cabinet secretaries are identifying waste, fraud, and abuse at their respective agencies. We look forward to the meeting tomorrow, and I think you'll be hearing from the president and his cabinet where they're on campus tomorrow. I hope you guys are excited.
So some of those cabinet members were caught off guard by the email from
Nobody
Saturday.
was caught off guard.
A few departments said they were caught off guard. The FBI was, the DOJ was.
Did anonymous sources say that, or did the cabinet secretary say that?
The cabinet secretaries and others have said that they were not aware that this was happening. So I'm wondering, will there be a give and take tomorrow at the cabinet meeting? Is Elon Musk or the president open to any type of dialogue about who is actually in charge of the chain of command of these workers?
I would reject the premise of your question, Jeff. The cabinet secretaries have not said that. I know anonymous sources, probably career bureaucrats, have leaked that to many of you in this room. But as I said at the beginning of this press conference, everybody is working as one team, and the president respects the decisions of his cabinet secretaries to tell their staff, not to respond to that email because they did so out of interests of national security, and they don't want to obviously risk confidential information. It's pretty common sense. Dasha.
Musk has obviously been doing a lot of work. He's been working every day and a lot of the time weekends. He is designated as a special government employee, which means that he can only work 130 days per year. Is the White House expecting him to limit his work to 130 days, or are you going to work around those rules? Do you want to see him extend beyond the 130
So
days?
today is February 25th, so I think we've been here about 35 days, roughly. So ask me in another 100 days. Daniel.
Karoline, thank you. You opened up with a major announcement from Apple, $500 billion, 20,000 jobs, doubling its advanced manufacturing fund.
Yeah.
What does that signal that such a global brand would make what it called its largest ever spend commitment just a month into President Trump's second term? What does that signal about his economic vision for the country?
President Trump is a deal maker, and he has restored confidence in business leaders around this entire world. Apple is one of the largest companies on the face of the planet. They employ hundreds of thousands of Americans, but the president wants to see more Americans employed, more investments here in the United States of America. And this is another fulfillment of the president's campaign promises. I recall President Trump at his rallies on the campaign telling the world that if and when I am elected, America is going to be back, and we want your investments to be driven onshore. We want you to hire American workers, and you will have the lowest regulatory burden, the lowest tax cuts, and the president has already proven he's committed to slashing regulation. He's counting on Congress to implement those tax cuts. And so people are encouraged by the president's, again, as Tim Cook called it, they're bullish about American innovation because of the leadership of this president. And it's a stark contrast to the leadership of the previous administration, Joe Biden, who I don't think spent any time trying to recruit any investments or jobs here at home. Mary.
We're hearing from some Republicans who are voicing concerns about how these cuts are being carried out. Congressman McCormick, a Republican from Georgia, tells us he's worried it's too rapid for real people to adapt to. And he says he's concerned that it could come off as discompassionate, in his words, that it could risk undercutting the strong message that he feels you're trying to send about the need to cut government waste.
Well, I think that was one comment from one senator. And I think, as I cited in my opening remarks in the poll, the most important people are the American people, and 77% of Americans at home support a full investigation into the waste, fraud, and abuse that the federal government has been spending their tax dollars on. So that's the the people the president cares about most. And that's why we're fulfilling this pledge. And again, it should come as no secret to anybody. The president campaigned on doing this.
The president yesterday said if you don't respond to this email, you will be fired or semi-fired. What does he mean by that?
Again, I've been asked to answer this question 3 times now. It is
semi-fired.
But it's in the memo. The president again has entrusted his cabinet secretaries to oversee their workforce. That's why he nominated them to be cabinet secretaries, and so federal workers can be directed to their agency leadership.
Great, thanks, Caroline. I wanted to ask about a federal judge yesterday was saying that they didn't know who the DOGE administrator was and was asking the lawyer for the administration who it was, and the lawyer responded, "I don't know the answer to that. Can you tell us who the administrator of DOGE is?"
Again, I've been asked and answered this question. Elon Musk is overseeing DOGE. No, Elon Musk is a special government employee, which I've also been asked and have answered that question as well. There are career officials at DOGE. There are political appointees at DOGE. I'm not going to reveal the name of that individual from this podium. I'm happy to follow up and provide that to you. But we've been incredibly transparent about the way that DOGE is working. John.
The Republican budget.
Thanks a lot, Caroline. Since your last briefing, there have been some personnel moves that have been announced by the president, and I wanted to ask you about them. One was the president replacing the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General C.Q. Brown Jr. What was the reason for the president naming a replacement for General Brown? And then I'll follow up with another personnel announcement that's been made over the last few days.
He thinks he's doing a bad job, and it's time for a shakeup at the Pentagon. They failed 7 audits in a row. The trust in our United States military amongst the war fighters is low. The president is shaking up the Pentagon and the Department of Defense, of course, with Secretary Hegseth leading, and he has the right to do that. It's actually quite common from administration to administration to do such a thing.
The president, when he swore him in as the Chief of Staff for the Air Force, called him a great man and a great gentleman. Does he distance himself from the remarks that he made back in August of 2020?
I think replacing him speaks for itself.
James. There's one other one, if I'm sorry. Thank you. On the FBI, the president also announced a new deputy director of the FBI, Dan Bongino. From what has been reported, and maybe this is not accurate reporting, you can tell me, the FBI director, Kash Patel, informed Republican senators that it would be an individual named as the deputy who was a special agent currently at the FBI, and of course Mr. Bongino is not. Well, what was the reason for naming Mr. Bongino to this position, and was Mr. Patel not correct in making that assurance to those senators?
I'm not sure if anybody in this room has listened to Mr. Bongino when he talks about the past corruption at the FBI, when he talks about his experience serving for the United States Secret Service. This is a man who loves his country and who has honorably served our country in ways that many people have not. He understands the depth of the corruption at these institutions, which the American people reelected President Trump to shake up. And I think it's quite despicable to see many networks in this room who have had chyrons on their television screens labeling Mr. Bongino as a far-right podcaster. He is not. He is a former law enforcement agent. He is a former Secret Service agent who put his life on the line to protect this country, and that is why the President of the United States has entrusted him for this important role. He's also an outsider to this Washington swamp, and we often see that when outsiders are appointed to such coveted positions, a lot of people in this city get very, very nervous, and they should be, because Dan Bongino and Kash Patel and Attorney General Bondi are focused on rooting out the corruption at these agencies and ending the weaponization of government once and for all. I'd like to end with something. As you all know, you know what, James? I'm feeling generous. Go ahead.
I will take it. Thank you, Caroline.
Sure.
I wanted to ask.
Don't make me regret this.
I wanted to ask about the Macron visit and the Russia-Ukraine talks in general.
Sure.
It's pretty clear to my eye that President Macron was performing a kind of delicate dance, lavishing praise on the president while seeking in his own remarks to try to bind President Trump to positions and even specific language that the president has not committed to heretofore. One of the most bracing comments from President Macron was when he said that the deal that President Trump is negotiating with the Russians must not be, quote, a surrender for Ukraine. All of the public points that we have heard from President Trump, from Secretary Hegseth, and from other administration officials talking about these negotiations have averred to, quite openly, to concessions from the Ukrainians that will have to be made. The minerals deal, the abandonment of their NATO ambitions, and other elements. So far, we have not heard any administration official suggest a single concession that the Russians should be prepared to make. And so I wonder if you could assure us, at a minimum, that this negotiation process will not be as one-sided as the Europeans seem to think it is, that in fact, President Putin will also be made to engage in some concessions to reach this deal.
Well, I think the president knows how to make a deal better than anyone who has ever assumed the office of the American presidency. And in order to make a deal, you have to bring both sides to the table. And typically, when you make a good deal, both sides leave that table a little bit unhappy. I'm not going to outline the concessions that the president and his team are engaged in discussing. These are obviously ongoing negotiations, and it would be unwise of me to impede them from this podium. But the president has made significant improvements in ending this conflict. He is committed to seeing an end to the war. He wants to see the bloodshed and the killing stopped. He wants to stop seeing young men being killed and slaughtered. This has been going on for far too long. The president inherited this mess because of the incompetence of the previous administration, and he's committed to fixing it. And he's made, some of those concessions clear, but I'm not going to get ahead of him on additional ones. But he is wholeheartedly committed to striking a peace deal in Russia and Ukraine, also in the Middle East. Thank you very much, guys. Good to see you. We'll see you later.
All right, so she talked relatively shortly. Like, I think she got on at about 105, 110 or so. She went to 148. Kind of a short, to-the-point press conference. She's not doing many of them. Trump's doing his own stuff. But the news that came out of this, and those of you who just got done watching it, you saw they're terrified of Elon Musk. Absolutely terrified of Elon Musk. And obviously somebody has drilled down into the legalese of things to find out who's the administrator of DOGE, because the administrator should be they're nitpicking. They got nothing. And I'm so happy, not even for myself, because I don't know if I'll ever get the call. You'll know as soon as I get one. But I'm so happy that she is now putting these people in their place. You are not privileged. You're not that important. There are many, 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 many news outlets out there. There's many people who have blogs and podcasts and videos. And there's many people out there. You are no longer the golden calves. We don't need you. And I know that must offend. You'll hear it. You'll hear it on, well, hopefully you won't, but I'll hear it because I watch so many of those shows. They will be screaming bloody murder because they no longer are, the entitled, the privileged. What do you mean? Oh, ew. Where are you from? The Daily Caller. Ew. They look down their nose at people. And the WHCA, the White House Correspondents Association, has built them up to be as though, they are the end-all and be-all. And now she's emboldened because she got that ruling from the court yesterday, which was, again, a temporary restraining order or an injunction. They booted out the AP. So right now, every single one of those people, if you notice the different tone today, they now know that she has the power to say, you're not coming back. You see, I want to make sure that distinction is known. The WHCA has controlled access to the press briefing. And in controlling that, they would control who gets in, who gets out, who sits where, seniority, you get to sit here, you get to sit there. And now, with the backing of that order yesterday, she's like, I control this, or rather, the White House does. You no longer have the privilege of determining that Caitlyn gets to sit up front, or this person gets to sit up front. I am going to choose. We're going to remodel this at this point. We're now going to let people in that you hate. I can't wait for the day. I mean, I would have to just film it and cut it and everything else because I can't even imagine when Alex Jones is sitting in there. That will be news in itself. They probably won't do it anytime soon because that would be news, a story of itself. Alex Jones takes over the White House Correspondents' Room. They'd lose it. They would absolutely go ballistic. It's coming. Just so you know, it's coming. It's obviously coming. By the way, check this out.
West Airlines plane narrowly avoiding colliding with another plane Tuesday morning at Chicago's Midway International Airport. Southwest plane flight 2504 landing safely after having to perform a, quote, precautionary go-around to avoid a possible conflict with another aircraft that entered the runway.
What in the hell is going on? How do you just cross the highway?
Quote, nothing is more important to Southwest than the safety of our customers and employees. A spokesperson for the Federal Aviation Administration said the incident happened around 8:15 in the morning local time. The other aircraft, a business jet, entered the runway without authorization, according to what the FAA.
What is going on in our airports? My gosh. So back what we were saying, because that's the scariest thing I've seen in a while. You got a big jet landed, and this guy or girl, whoever was piloting that plane, was so good, they pulled it back up. I've only seen that on television. They landed and went, oh, oops, we need to get back up in the air. So they still had enough speed to get back up, and then probably... that maneuver right there, I wonder how often they practice that in like simulators and everything. Come on, touchdown, and go right back up. Here, look, check this out. Watch the prowess here.
How the NTSB, the FAA, they are working to make sure that all passengers and crew members on these flights stay safe.
The wheels touch.
And this is just the latest incident there.
Boom.
Happening at Chicago's
right
Midway International Airport on Tuesday morning.
Wow. I know Tommy and a couple of you guys are pilots, but man, that is simply incredible. It mesmerizes me. I'm talking in the camera, and I've got one of my monitors here, and I see that, and I go, oh my goodness. The plane comes in and just bounces off the runway and goes back up. You imagine being on that plane? Imagine being on the other plane and looking out and going, hey dude, there's a plane coming. Scary stuff. Oh, absolutely scary stuff. All right, so back to what we were saying. The White House Correspondents Association now knows that she's got a lot more power in that room than she had yesterday. The AP got thrown out, and they thought they would sue their way back in, which was really stupid. Now you're on the outs. Now, kiss off. If you had played nice and said, Karoline, I'm sorry. We shouldn't have done this, or we shouldn't have done that. Make nice. But no, you decided to sue her, and as you heard, she was sued personally. They named her personally in the lawsuit. Now, and I'm sure Trump said, do what you got to do. Get him out. I don't care. Which tells you what's going to happen. More and more and more crappy, really crappy stories are going to come out about the White House because their only way of fighting back at this point is completely pooping on everything Trump does. So Donald Trump is supposed to come out hold on. Let me rewind. Donald Trump is expected to sign executive orders at 3 o'clock. As you have seen lately, what they've been doing at the executive order signings is they've been taping it and then sometime thereafter releasing it to the public. So I'm not going to keep you here till 3:30, another 2 hours. What I'm going to do is finish up this show. I'm going to go off, and then I'm going to schedule an executive order show at 3 o'clock. And with the executive order show, which to entice you to come back, we've got 2 interviews today. Not one, but 2 interviews today. Ashley has set up. Let me just tell you who's coming today. Let me tell you who these people are, and then we can continue. We have today Representative Scott Franklin and Senator Steve Drazkowski. Both of those 2 will be on at 4 and 5. So I'm going to end this show in a little while, and then come back at 3. about 3 o'clock, and then we'll watch the executive orders. I'll have some news, then we'll have the 2 interviews, and then we'll do a third show, if I'm up to it. Third show at 8 o'clock. But let's finish what we were talking about. We were talking about how the Democrats, and if you guys haven't seen this, you may want to rewind to the beginning, how we are in a civil war. If you don't know it, acknowledge it. We are in a civil war, and it's only going to get worse. Remember I told you, I don't know, maybe a week ago, and I've said it a couple times, and as I talked about these different things, I said, these orders are coming out, and they're these temporary injunctions, and they're telling Trump, you got to do this, you can't do that. And I said to you, who do you think is going to compel, who is going to force President Trump to do this? If he in the White House said, we're not listening to you, we're not going to pay any attention to this insanity. Remember me saying that? I said, who's going to enforce this? Well, as a federal court, your only option is to call the U.S. Marshals and tell the U.S. Marshals that so-and-so is in contempt of court, and I could issue a bench warrant to go pick that person up. Unlikely it'd be the president, but you would then be able to pick somebody up because you have a bench warrant that was given to the U.S. Marshals. And I said to you, these idiots don't realize it yet, but they have no one to call. You guys remember? I actually said that. And I said, when you decide to call the U.S. Marshals to enforce the contempt order because the White House didn't follow the order, who is it you're going to call? You're going to call the U.S. Marshals. Who's the boss of the U.S. Marshals? Oh, that's the Department of Justice. Who runs the Department of Justice? Pam Bondi. You're wasting your breath. Now, it seems some people in the Democrat Party are starting to realize, hey, he's got us, doesn't he? Yeah, he does. Listen to this.
If a president willfully failed or refused to comply with a court ruling, they could be held in contempt of court theoretically, but it would be up to the U.S. Marshals Service, which is a part of the Justice Department, to be the enforcement arm for the federal courts. Is that correct?
Your hypothetical would have to play itself out.
It would be the U.S. Marshals who fall under the Department of Justice who would have to carry out the contempt order. And so what would happen if the U.S. Marshals Service, under the command of the Justice Department at the direction of the president, refused to carry out a court order of contempt? What would then be the state of our democracy?
Again, I'm here on behalf of the Judicial Conference to talk about the shortage of judges that we have, and I would comment on those needs in particular.
I could answer you. I can give you the answer to that. Your contempt order would be equivalent to Charmin. You could go ahead, walk down the Congressional Hall, and bring your contempt order in the stall with you and wipe your butt. See, now they realize there's no way for us to stop him. No, that's what I said. If he ignores the orders and tells his people, just keep going, just keep doing what you're doing, you ain't got to worry about it. I got you. And the Democrats, someone has told them, hey, now we need to let people know this. Get it out in public because, OMG, he really doesn't have to listen to us. He can just go forward and do whatever he needs to do. And oh my goodness, we can't stop him, can we? And they've talked to their lawyers, and their lawyers have said, not really. So understand what position that puts Trump in. He knows this. He knew it before he went in. As soon as Pam Bondi got approved, that's when everything really started. Because all of the enforcement of anything that they don't like what he's doing, any contempt order issued by any of these nutty judges, would have to go through the U.S. Marshals, who is run by Pam Bondi. Which is why during the confirmation hearings, some of these people who were attorneys said, you wouldn't follow any unlawful orders, would you? Our concern is that the president would give you direction and you would follow unlawful orders. So what's the answer to that? How does Pam Bondi not get herself in trouble? Well, because if they come to her with a contempt order and say that the U.S. Marshals are here to enforce this other court order, the same thing they asked her is the same reason she can give. I'm not enforcing it because, no, it's not an unlawful order from the president. You notice they didn't say the other half of that. It's an unlawful order from the court. So you're going to have to go fight it out in court because I, as the Attorney General, I feel this is an unlawful order. Like you asked me, I told you I wouldn't follow unlawful orders, right? You asked me that. Oh, you go ahead and back and read the transcript. Hey, Miss Bondi, if you received an unconstitutional, unlawful order, would you follow it? What was the answer? No, I won't. I will not follow an unlawful order. It's in the record. So the order that would come to her office at that point, her stance would be, I am not going to execute an unlawful order. We're going to have to go to court and determine the lawfulness of this order. See you in 2 years. The Democrats have dug themselves a hole they can't get out of, which is why they want to take it to the streets and why they want people to start screaming and people to start doing their dirty work for them, because at this point they know full well that they are absolutely screwed. So earlier in the show, I was telling you about, or actually I showed you that Hakeem Jeffries said that the nuts were going to go down in front of the Congress and scream bloody murder today. So right now, that's indeed what they're doing.
That's what I thought. Thank you. Thank you, Liz. Up next, we have AFSCME Secretary Treasurer Alyssa McBride.
Union family, let me hear you if you are ready to take a stand for our communities, for our co-workers, and for our country. I'm the Secretary Treasurer at AFSCME, and we are proud to be 1.4 million members strong. Thousands of them in hospitals and universities and veterans' homes. We show up for our communities with care.
All right, that active protest continues.
It's so bad they cut away from it. That's how cringe it is, and like, we can't cover that. But John Thune is talking. Let's see what John's got to say.
The cost of transportation, fuel, impacts and increases the cost of heating and fueling our homes, increases the cost of groceries. Energy is a factor in literally everything that we do and contributes in a big way to the inflationary impact the American people have experienced over the past 4 years. Republicans here in the Senate are very interested in making sure that we have an all-of-the-above energy strategy that puts the focus on making America energy dominant. And what the Democrats, on the other hand, do, if they don't like something, they tax and regulate it to death. And if they do like something, they force a mandate on the American people, like they did with electric vehicles. Well, this week, we're going to be focusing on trying to drive down the cost of energy in this country, which, by the way, in the last 4 years under the Biden administration, energy increased 30%. 30%. Think about that. And the impact that has on the American people's pocketbooks. They understand and get this issue. They agree with us. And so this week, we're going to be moving a couple of continuing Congressional Review Act resolutions of disapproval across the floor. One with Senator Kennedy, one with Senator Hoeven, both of which get at this issue of making energy in this country more available and more affordable to the American people. That is a very different model than what you got for the last 4 years from the Democrats. But Republicans in the Senate and in the House of Representatives, working with President Trump, who has made American energy dominance a key issue of his administration, we're going to be doing everything we can to open up energy production in this country and make it easier, not harder, and less expensive, not more expensive, to create energy dominance for the American people and thereby lower the cost that they pay literally on almost everything that they buy. Starting with...
All right, so what's going to be happening as you see people going to their neutral corners here and putting on the gloves and getting the gloves tight because, you know, I got to take this guy. This is John Kennedy.
Since 1938, we have drilled over 6,000 oil and gas wells in the Gulf of America and built thousands of miles of pipeline. To do that, the oil and gas industry has had to spend billions of dollars to survey every square inch of the seabed in the Gulf. Every square inch has been surveyed and x-rayed. We found 4,000 shipwrecks. In the waning days of the Biden administration, BOEM promulgated a new rule that says if you want to drill a well or build a pipeline, you got to survey it again. This, of course, increases the cost of drilling, which, of course, increases the cost of energy because the extra cost is passed on to the consumer, which, of course, hurts us in our fight to lower prices. This regulation is just one example of why we're experiencing inflation in America today. My resolution would rescind this rule. I'm not saying that the guy who came up with this idea of this rule is the dumbest person in the world, but I am saying that the guy who came up with this idea for this rule better hope that the dumbest person in the world doesn't die. And we're going to kill it.
Anytime that man speaks, I just love to listen. So anyway, what you're seeing, people are gearing up for a fight, a big fight. In addition to the Democrat Civil War, is March 14th, the government shuts down once again. Somehow, I believe, by March 13th at about 11:55, we got a deal. We averted the shutdown. As every single time it seems they do. Except for the problem they have at this point is they have Donald Trump, who may just say, shut it down. I don't care. I'm not signing this. I'm not agreeing to it. Shut it down. And so just so you know, over the next 14, 16 days, you're going to see stuff that you're not expecting. You're going to see screaming, screeching, lying, manipulation, gaslighting. Put it all together in one big bowl of dysfunctional government. Because this fight right now is the fight that the Democrats, they literally will die on this hill. They do not want money cut from this budget. And right now the Republicans are proposing something like $1.5 trillion to be cut. And so everybody at this point realizes this is going to be won or lost in the streets. And you heard what, what's his name? Hakeem Jeffries said, hey, we're going to fight. Whereas the Republicans want to lay it out so that people with brains can actually see. So starting tomorrow, it's going to be very interesting. The DOGE subcommittee at 11, I'm going to cover this, and they're going to talk about how foreign aid undermined the United States' interest around the world. And there's a link if you'd like to go ahead and join from home, or you can join me. But hundreds of billions of your tax dollars are gone, not only wasted, but used to actively undermine U.S. national interests. So what they're planning on doing tomorrow is laying it all out. I mean, we've seen it here and there from DOGE and different things, but they are going to lay it all out and how the Democrats wasted/stole all your money. And how they're continuing to fight to steal your money. That little cut with the people screaming outside, that was from the AFT, American Federation of Teachers. They're out there. Again, why would you be politically aligned with a party. Now they're taking the masks off. Yes, we are communists. We are Democrats. We just want to take as much money as possible and continue to do it because we have found this mechanism in the Department of Education that funnels money to us, the union and the teachers, and the poor kids, well, if they don't read, they don't read. We don't care. And we're going to make sure that Johnny can play same sport as Jill, and Jill better just deal with it. And just keep paying us because this is who we are. That's their fight, and they're going to fight it every single way. As you can see, some of these people don't look like they hadn't taken showers in quite some time. But that's who they are. They are ideological Marxist / socialist / communist. And they don't care how things go. So just while we've been talking, a lot of news has transpired, which I want to bring to you. This one's the funniest one of them all. Andrew Wang, who ran as an independent against the Democrats in the last election, but he's back to being a Democrat, put up this poll last night at 9:56. And it says, how are you feeling about the Trump admin thus far? Well, let's go ahead and take a vote in his poll and see how it's going. Ooh, 224,000 votes, nearly 224, and 75% of the people who voted said they feel great about President Trump's presidency thus far. Ouch, that has to hurt, because now that made news. They were hoping to get one objective, and they got the wrong one, which tells you something else, because I'm not stupid. I know what happened there. I know that conservatives flooded it and made sure it was high. Reason I show that is to let you know you are not alone when you're passing information and you're showing people how stupid the Democrats are. The conservatives at this point have overwhelmed X, and you've got strength in numbers. So get out there and continue to let people know. Now, as DOGE and other entities are beginning to dig, we're finding all kinds of grift, which I knew was going to come on both sides. So here's the latest one. Senator Sheldon Whitehouse faces accusations of self-enrichment by backing bills that sent millions to Ocean Conservancy, where his wife Sandra earned $2.6 million. Interesting. The nonprofit got $14.2 million in federal grants since 2008, including $5 million from NOAA in 2024. The watchdogs are calling for DOGE to investigate and a Senate ethics probe to be opened into his conflict of interest in self-dealing. $19 million to something called the Ocean Conservancy that his wife seems to be quite involved in. These people are dirty. These people are really, really dirty. And they all been getting paid. All of them have been dipping their beak in this stuff. It's just incredible as you start going on. Now, you've heard people talking about the Epstein and Diddy list, and these things may be getting released soon. And you're going to start seeing media people, we've talked about this as well, media entertainers start calling it a day, getting out of the limelight. Well, one of the biggest ones, you may not know her, but she is huge in the movie business, is Kathleen Kennedy. And Kathleen Kennedy has decided that she's walking away from Lucasfilms and Star Wars by the end of 2025. Mark Mitchell, who we have on, I think, Thursday, at a certain people, you have to wonder if all the news media people resigning or being fired were assets or wrapped up in that guy's list. Going to see a lot more of that. But something I covered last night that really, 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 really made some of you feel quite uncomfortable And it was this whole thing with the NSA and the CIA and a couple other 3-digit and 3-letter alphabet agencies and what they were doing with this backdoor chat. And the light is being shone on these people. And it's getting really bad. NSA, DNI, and Spacecom officials smeared Tulsi in secret chat. And you can see the word, and Russian agent. So they're saying she's anti, basically, those people. NSA, DNI, and Spacecom officials were caught in a secret chat room calling Tulsi a Russian agent and fervently anti-you-know-what and part of a MAGA cult. These are government employees, not activists. At least one, them involved in the discussion. They openly discussed undermining Tulsi from within. This isn't national security. It's ideological warfare inside intelligence agencies. Again, we are in a civil war. No muskets being filled and shot, but we are most assuredly in a civil war. And one of the things that will help you understand that in terms of looking at where things are in this civil war, Elon Musk talks about it. Remember I told you guys yesterday about Christopher Rufo. Start looking at some of the stuff he's uncovering. He goes, I wonder how long this has been going on. These are individuals with the ability to spy on any American at will. And this is what Christopher Rufo put out this morning in addition to the stuff last night. NSA, DIA, Navy Intel's blast libs of TikTok as a monster and argue that Ben Shapiro should be expelled from the tribe for constantly spouting hate speech. They also slur Italian Americans as terrible people. This is getting personal. So now you've got people in our government, deeply embedded in our agencies, our spy agencies, that are, in addition to having these secret booty chats, because I can say that, are doing all kinds of crazy stuff behind the scenes. And it just keeps getting darker. Leaked NSA and CIA officials expressed their desire to have, in order to advance the ideology. And that type of birth would be a great opportunity to raise a kid as non-binary and let them choose later. These are the people who run the surveillance state. These are the people, and I can't even read this stuff. You can go to Christopher Rufo's thing and begin looking this stuff up yourself. This is getting bad, people. This is getting really, really bad. We have, you know how we always, well, many of us were saying that there's a behind the scenes group of people who are, you know, they wear Speedos. And now we're finding out, oh, that's actually true. Turn your stomach yet? Yeah, I bet it is. And they will fight tooth and nail not to have that exposed. Like Sheldon Whitehouse. Okay, you want to know what the big scam is? And how these people are getting rich? Well, just like with Sheldon Whitehouse's wife and the Ocean Conservancy getting $19 million. $19 million! DOGE says Nancy Pelosi's vineyard, her vineyard, she grows wine, received $14 million from USAID for experimental farming. Let that sink in. That's what they've found so far. Her vineyard got $14 million of your money for experimental farming. This is an example of how a $174,000 salary turns into a $240,000 net worth. That's just one. $14 million for experimental farming to Nancy Pelosi. And you have no idea how many years it's been going on. We have been robbed. But see, what Nancy did... isn't even it isn't even as bad as what I'm about to show you. At least Nancy had an actual vineyard, a producing vineyard that who knows how she funded, but she actually had a vineyard to get the 14 million. But 14 million is small potatoes. Let me introduce you to somebody.
Meet Latricia Adams. She was an advisor to the Biden White House. How she got that job, I have no idea. The Free Beacon reports that while she was working as a White House advisor, our friend Latricia applied for a contract. And not just any contract, a $20 million contract. This $20 million contract was for environmental justice. And right before Biden leaves office, he gives this $20 million contract to Latricia. Her group, Young, Gifted, and Green, got the $20 million, more like Young, Grifted, and Green. Does Latricia have any background in environmental science? No, not really. 10 years ago, Latricia was a high school Spanish teacher. She has a bachelor's in Spanish. She's based in Memphis, Tennessee, not the greenest city. And you know what Biden does? Biden audits Pete Hegseth. This lady, Latricia, screaming for an audit. We used to prosecute graft at the Department of Justice. I guess we don't anymore. Latricia can just walk out of the White House with $20 million. What did Latricia do with the $20 million? Well, we went to their website. The only thing they did last year was the Black Maternal and Environmental Health Day. They started a holiday. It's April 4th. These people look really legit.
You know, Hakeem Jeffries, if you guys really want to show Americans you care, you would dig into this stuff. Because regular Americans like me and like you look at this and say, give me my money. 20 million. There is no way anybody can substantiate that. There's no way you can say it was worth it. $20 million of your money gone for environmental justice to make sure the trees didn't interact badly with each other. I don't know. I don't know. 20 million with no experience, no knowledge, no doctorate, nothing. $20 million. And you're not supposed to know. The only reason you know is because of DOGE, which they are pissed off of because they told you what's going on. And nothing will happen to these people. I hope so. I hope something happens. I don't know how anyone can even take her seriously. You're the only one saying civil war. Really? Did you not listen to what Rachel Maddow said earlier? Did you not? You see, a civil war, I'll humor you for a second. See, you're thinking war in terms of fill up the muskets. You're thinking in terms of war as I'm going to be taking shots at you, you're going to be taking shots at me. No, it's not that kind of war. You know, there are many different kind of wars besides people who fill up muskets and shoot at each other. There are, fiscal wars. There are ideological wars. And this civil war is not about doing things in that regards yet. But when you absolutely decide you want to attack, and that's the word, attack my way of life, and attack many other people's way of life. We're maggots. Everything that we stand for is wrong. We need to take to the streets. We need to fight, fight, fight. See, you're thinking of airplanes and bombs. And no. We're under attack. You may not think so because you don't believe there's even a civil war. But where I come from, I'm allowed to pray anytime I want. Where I come from, my daughter, my wife, and my grandkids didn't have to play against boys. Where I come from, My taxes were representative of what the government needed to fund things. Where I come from, my media wasn't lying openly to my face and propagandizing. Where I come from, we had opportunity, not restriction. Where I come from, I grew up in a Democrat household where a president said, ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. Every single thing I just mentioned to you is under attack. If you are too naive to see that, I can't help you, and I don't have any desire to reach you. But for those of you who understand your ideological way of life, your faith, everything that you hold dear is under attack. Your Second Amendment rights, your First Amendment rights. You don't think they're under attack? Oh no, they're in abeyance right now because President Trump won. If President Trump didn't win, if November 5th went a different way, what do you think would be happening right about now? So do you think they just gave up? Okay, he won. Let's just let it go. No, it is a continual fight. I grew up where people who came from other countries came through the front door. See, I could probably do that for a day and just keep rattling off to you. I came from an ideology where merit determined how you were going to get along in life. Right now, no, they wanted DEI and equity and inclusion and all this crap. Where I come from, hard work wasn't a bad word. So tell me, if you think I'm the only one who's saying it and it's hyperbolic, tell me how I'm wrong. Tell me how each one of the things I just said as an individual is wrong. That it's not under attack. Where I come from, they didn't force you to take a jab. So tell me, how is my way of life not under attack? You see, that's what happens when, trolls come in and Democrats say things, is because they can't answer those questions. I should be able, and you should be able, to live the life you want to within the laws of society. I don't subscribe to two people who are men getting married, but if you do it, it's on you. You can't force me to look at a parade and do everything else, and you better acknowledge it, and you better accept it, and you better love it, and oh, by the way, where I come from, we didn't have drag shows in libraries for kids. So, don't get me started, because I will tell you we're in a war, and then I'll show you the examples, because we're living through it right flipping now. And I'm fighting back because I don't want that to happen if for some reason in 2026 and 2028, it all changes. You see, you who think we're not in a war are taking things for granted. You believe that it's just, hey, we're fine, everybody's fine, nobody's telling me what to do. People tell you what to do every single day of your life, you just don't know it. You leave your house. Once you leave that house, especially if once you get in that car, you've already given approval to the government. You got to put on your seatbelt. You got to stop at the traffic lights. Those are good things. I'm not saying those are bad. That's not the war part. But I'm saying don't tell me that the government hasn't infringed on your life, because I'll make you look stupid. I didn't take the fake thing because I chose to let my system. Yeah, God put me in my body fight off. Yeah, that's right, Barry. I mean, I don't know how old some of those people are, but man, I know for a fact things are not as they were, and these people have not stopped. And I think you'd be foolish to think at this point that Point of order.
Congress needs to hear you. So my advice is get loud. I will be using my voice and my vote to make sure kids can see a doctor, to make sure that kids do not go hungry. I'll be voting no to give billionaires more tax cuts while kicking kids off their health care.
Senator Baldwin.
5,373. That is exactly how many phone calls my office received just in the past week from Wisconsinites who don't want President Trump slashing Medicaid, who don't want the world's richest man to rig government so that he can profit even more, who don't want veterans' benefits or services being cut, and who don't want hardworking public servants fired for no reason at all. These are the people who recognize that this is just the tip of the iceberg regarding how Republicans are going to pay for their tax breaks for billionaires. Because at the very center of all these unpopular policies, what binds them all together is Republicans' North Star, a massive tax break for the wealthy and the biggest corporations on the backs of our constituents. Look, we have seen this movie before. Last go around, the Republicans gave tax breaks to the very wealthy. And in my state, one taxpayer, one single company got a bigger tax break than all Wisconsinites combined in the first year of that plan. That company was ExxonMobil. Just think about that. One taxpayer got a bigger tax break than every Wisconsinite put together. This time, the tax break will be bigger. And it will be paid for by taking food from hungry kids, shutting nursing home doors, and ripping health care away from kids and disabled Americans. Their number one target is, of course, Medicaid. No matter what my colleagues use as a policy cover, the end result will be the same.
You notice when they're talking, and I want to keep pointing it out because you don't see me doing it. If you believe what you're talking about, if you believe what you're saying, I don't have to read it. Because somebody's told her to read this. Somebody has written this up and said, here, read this. This is what we want you to say. If you're a Wisconsin senator and you believe what you're saying, you shouldn't need any notes. There's no authenticity in these people. They're completely full of crap. And they still won't address the spending. And so what do? Right back to, Medicaid, Medicare, and the poor kids. Well, how much would the poor kids have if Nancy Pelosi didn't get $14 million for her vineyard? I don't think Nancy's a poor black kid. I'm pretty sure she's doing okay. Why did she need $14 million? Senator, what the hell did Latricia do? I mean, she's not paying money for the bows in her hair. So why did we give her $20 million of taxpayer money for environmental justice? Nothing? The poor kids couldn't have used that money? I just want our people to be honest. And honesty is far beyond what they're doing. And now we're finding out that our government, in addition to everything else, here comes this idiot, in addition to everything else, has fake employees.
The war in Ukraine. What do you think is the path forward for the U.S. vis-a-vis the war in Ukraine? Does it make sense to try to negotiate a peace deal with Putin and Zelensky?
Look, the Ukrainian people have fought long and hard. We know who started this war, Putin, who's a bully. The Ukrainian people are fighting very hard. We should not abandon Ukraine or force a decision down their throats that they don't like.
Leadership.
Will Democrats support a clean continuing resolution if that's what it takes to come together?
Look, we're negotiating right now, and I'm not going to get into the private details of negotiation.
And would you support a bill, though, that does not require Trump to use appropriated funds?
As I said, Patty's negotiating very well. We're not going to get into the details right now. Yes.
Lori Chavez, the Reamer, has her committee vote this week. She could need Democratic support to save her nomination. Have you talked to Democrats on the committee about whether or not to intervene to help her out there?
Let's see what happens in committee. Wait, I promised I'd call. No women have raised their hands. I only don't like to call on men, so you get the last one.
Are there any ideas that Democrats could pursue at some point this Congress that deals with waste, fraud, and abuse?
There's lots of them, and we want to get rid of waste, fraud, and abuse, definitely. But you don't use a blowtorch. You don't use a meat axe and cut all the good things as well as things that are waste, fraud, and abuse. No smart businessman would do that. And I think...
Really? No smart business person would come in and just start chopping waste? Hey, Chucky, what businesses do you have? Because I know firsthand stuff I have done. I have walked in, and I'm pretty sure Elon has, well, we all saw what he did with Twitter. I don't need you. See, a prudent business person can walk in, look at the balance sheet, and see what's going on and go, don't need it, don't need it, don't need it. It's very simple. And yes, it is an axe. I don't need it. There is no emotion. It's money. It's business. Choppity chop, chop, chop. Everyone complained when Elon bought Twitter. Everybody saw, hey, listen, he cut 90% of the people that work there. Guess what? It's prospering. It's doing well. Everybody always highlights the fact that Donald Trump went bankrupt in a casino. Actually, his company went bankrupt in a casino. Didn't stop him. He continued working. See, failure isn't something that stops somebody who wants to be successful. If you lose a football game, you don't say, you know what, let's call the whole season off. Forget it. We can't win. No, you lost. We all lost. And then you change and you win. Democrats don't understand that. So when people say, like that guy said, we're not in a civil war, yeah, we are. Civil. Look it up and understand what that means. Civil. When you look at that and to its core, it makes you understand exactly where we are. As you just heard, at the ideology, right there and there. They're cutting too much. You just don't take an axe. Well, I believe, where I come from, that's what you do. If you have something that needs to get rid of, you take care of it. You don't just make it go slowly. What is the purpose of making it go slowly? See, that's a question that they should have asked. Because I can tell you what their answer would be. Their answer would be emotion. If I know these 1,000 employees are just simply waste, they're a blight on my balance sheet. You're saying just fire 10 today and then 10 next week and then 10 the week after that? Why? If I have the opportunity to change it right now, why wouldn't I change it right now and say, you 1,000 people, thank you very much for being here, don't need you? Because you'll listen to the answer, it'll be because it's not fair. It hurts. Well, guess what? Trump's not stopping. Ain't stopping. Don't want him to stop. Breaking news at 11 o'clock this morning, the Department of VA, Veteran Affairs, just fired another 1,400 people. They've now fired close to 2,400 people in the last 2 weeks. The job cuts will allow more than $100 million each year to be redirected towards veterans' health care benefits and services. Oh, I thought they were cutting the services. Silly me. I thought the Democrats kept talking about services being cut. You know, that people wouldn't be able to get their money and their medication. No, we're just cutting employees, which has nothing to do with this part here. 2,400 people. Goodbye. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry anymore. I owe it to the people who are paying them. Civil War? I remember when I didn't have to pay taxes that weren't needed. Civil War? I'm sorry these people got the axe, but I'm not sorry because I'm the one paying for them. If you feel that bad for them, you subsidize them. You send these people checks. A conservative is just that. I want to conserve. I want to conserve my rights. I want to conserve my money. I want to conserve the American way of life. Just saying. Doesn't make me a bad person. And that's why I keep saying we're in a civil war, because I can see what the Civil War means. All right, let's take a look here. I got a couple things I got to take care of. Patriot Addict, one of my favorites here, is giving away Trump's second term gold bars absolutely free. No hidden fees, no subscriptions, just cover shipping, which depends upon the weight of the bar. I've heard it's 13, 14, 15 bucks for shipping. If you support President Trump, this is a no-brainer. Scan the QR code over here. It really is that simple. You scan that to claim yours. Each bar is 24-karat gold-plated. A collector's must have and a symbol of Trump's America. Whether you keep it, gift it, or add it to your collection, this is something every patriot should own. But don't wait. They are moving fast, and I can attest to that. They are indeed moving fast, and when they're gone for good. Scan the QR code right now and claim your free Trump second term gold bar while you still can. Go ahead again and scan that code before it's gone. Boom, now it's not on the screen anymore. Talk to you in 1 second. As you know, President Trump has assembled the Avengers to make America great again. And of course, we're all excited and ready to see them get to work. But with everything we're seeing right now, don't take your eye off the ball. Things could get much worse before they get better. With the possibility of World War III still looming, and with the Democrats doing everything they can to impede Trump, you still need to keep your guard up and your money protected. Oh, and our national debt is still massively increasing. Don't get me wrong, I have high hopes for Trump's America, but I also have a family to look out for. You see, Trump and the Avengers have quite the uphill battle ahead. That's why I'm making sure I'm protected, and I'm recommending that you do the same. One way to be protected is by diversifying your portfolio. That's why on this channel I've been happy to partner with Lear Capital. As you know, I've been involved in real estate for quite some time, and although I dabbled in gold and silver, Kevin and his staff at Lear have helped to educate me even further, especially in regards to silver. Give Lear a call today and they'll show you how easy it is to move some of your savings or your retirement account into gold and silver. Gold and silver have been proven to hold value and protect wealth for the long term. Call Lear today at 800-601-5430 or go to learberry.com to get your free gold and silver wealth protection guides. There's no obligation, just free information. Many of you have seen my interviews with Lear founder Kevin Demerit, and I can tell you this company is solid and likes to educate their customers. Just so you know, Lear has over 27 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and over $3 billion in trusted transactions, and is the only company with a 24-hour risk-free purchase. You don't pay unless you're 100% satisfied. So call 800-601-5430 or go to learberry.com. And when you call, don't forget to ask how you can get up to $15,000 in bonus gold or silver with a qualifying purchase. So if you'd like to take advantage of this opportunity, please call my friends at Lear Capital at 800-601-5430 and tell them Barry sent you.
Breaking news into the Fanfare news feed.
Huge news. Huge, as President Trump would say, huge news. Huge. What is it? Wait a minute. What has it been? He got inaugurated on the 20th. Today is the 25th, so little over 32 days. Big news. They said it couldn't be done. Zelensky has agreed and signed a mineral deal with the United States, giving 50% of all future mineral revenue to a joint fund and receiving no security guarantee. Trump is getting our money back. Zelensky is heading to the White House this week to officially sign off. Boom! Ho-ho! This is absolutely huge. Huge, as Donald Trump would say. Huge. Now, well, let's just get to see if he ends up getting here safely. That is massive. Absolutely massive. Donald Trump, in little over a month, has secured a deal to get all of our money back from Ukraine. It is a dark day in Democrat circles. It is a dark day for the deep state. And now, with everything that's going on, I was going to go ahead and, close up and then come back on later. And now we're looking at President Trump is about to make some remarks. So he's probably going to do the remarks, and he's going to talk about this development relatively soon. So I'm just going to have to stay on, waiting for him to come out. But as I just said, Zelensky has agreed to the mineral deal with the United States. Thank you, God. Which means the end of the war is imminent. And I mean like imminent. Further information. What many deemed impossible, a deal that allows America to recoup military aid to Ukraine while justifying a U.S. security guarantee, has become reality. Zelensky has agreed to Trump's mineral deal, though Zelensky has wavered throughout negotiations. This time, he appears committed. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Ukraine agrees to mineral deal with Trump administration. Ukraine has agreed to President Trump's mineral agreement deal after the U.S. administration dropped its toughest demands. Following prolonged negotiations over repayment terms, President Zelensky announced that Ukraine is ready to sign the agreement. The deal is crucial to the broader peace agreement as it established the foundation for a U.S. security guarantee, which they're not going to be giving the U.S. Security guarantee. Just so you know, Ukraine holds approximately 5% of global critical mineral reserves, including lithium, 500,000 tons, titanium, 7% of global reserves, cobalt, nickel, and rare earth metals vital for green energy, defense, tech, semiconductors. Reports indicate President Trump secured a deal. Where is that? Reports indicate President Trump secured a deal requiring $500 billion worth of these minerals as repayment to the United States. Oh, boom! $500 million comes back to us. Leveraging Ukraine's vast deposits to reduce American reliance on China, which controls 85 to 90% of rare earth processing. The agreement positions Ukraine as a strategic supplier for Western industries while offsetting taxpayer costs. Though 15% of its active mineral deposits remain in Russia-occupied territories, with global demand for lithium projected to surge to 90% by 2030. This deal aligns with broader U.S.-EU efforts to bypass authoritarian regimes like China and Russia in critical supply chains. Meaning you can do business with the United States instead of doing it with China and Russia. Zelensky's acceptance signals desperation for security guarantees amid stalled counteroffensive, but U.S. interests gain long-term access to resources essential for electric vehicles, microchips, advanced weaponry, a textbook Trump play, transactional diplomacy that prioritizes American industrial needs while exposing Europe's dependency on Ukrainian steel. This man is good, man. I ain't never seen nothing like this. 30 days. 30 days. When I've been saying the Democrats are done, this is why they're done. Everybody right now must look at this and go, well, why didn't Biden do this? Why didn't they think of this? Is that what it took? We're going to get paid back now? $500 billion? Where's that guy that was talking about a civil war because he said we weren't in one? Oh, I love this. Lindsey Graham is red tomato angry. No more money. Oh, money cash. It's not official until I hear the clip, Barry. Yeah, you're right. It's not official. Now, I'm sure that they'll send people over to protect him to make sure that he gets here to sign the deal. He's got a couple days before Friday, so we're in for a huge week. We own half of Ukraine. Oh my goodness. How did he do it? I can't wait to hear. They said soon. That's what it says on television. Soon. Whew, man. This is incredible. Biden was too busy stealing from us. Absolutely. Pray for your enemies. Man, this is just crazy. Yeah, crazy. I mean,
we're going to win so much, you may even get tired of winning. And you'll say, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more.
And somebody, Robert says this, we were almost to World War III, and 30 days later, peace is breaking out. It's so true. Oh, my goodness. These people have nothing. And all they can do is, quote, fight. Wait till the world hears this. Wait till the rest of the country finds out. Wait a minute. This dude just came in the door and we're getting $500 billion back? How do you go against that? How do you go against that? Oh my God. Yeah, but Biden got overdraft fees waived. Oh my goodness. I love this clip. More. Yeah, we're going to see it a lot. We're going to see that a lot. So, we're waiting. We're waiting. Now we're just waiting to get him here to sign it, which is going to be it's going to happen. So they said President Trump would be coming out very shortly to talk about it. So, of course, we'll take it, and looks like I'm going to be here a while. Yeah, and Putin also committed to, was it 2 million something tons of aluminum to Trump. Trump wins on both sides. He's getting it from both ends. All right, give it to me, guys. It's amazing. President Trump pulled up the nose of this plane, didn't he? I don't understand how people can be against this at this point. It makes no sense how you can fight this. This is just something that most of us have never seen in our lifetime, and it's actually happening. Wow. Wow. You guys just saw the press conference with Karoline Leavitt. I just wanted to touch on this because I wanted to underscore what she said and to really outline it. A group of D.C.-based journalists at WHCA has long dictated who gets to ask questions in the White House. Not anymore. Today, I was proud to announce that we are giving the power back to the people. Moving forward, the White House press pool will be determined by the White House press team. I always wondered, if it's your show, shouldn't you be the one saying who gets to play? How did power of the press ever get abdicated to a third party who sits out there and then tells you and belittles you with stupid questions? Shouldn't you, as the press secretary, get determined who gets to sit in front of you? Yeah, I love it. Legacy outlets who have participated for decades, you still can come, but we'll also be offering a privilege to well-deserving outlets who have never been allowed to share in this awesome responsibility. The news just keeps coming. It just keeps coming over and over and over. It's just too much. All right, so before he gets on, let me just make sure I cover this in the next 5 minutes. You know how you've been hearing them scream bloody murder about Elon Musk having access to Social Security numbers and your private tax data? What would we ever do if there was a breach of any sort? Unbelievable. The House Judiciary Committee, breaking, new disclosure reveals that Biden IRS leaked, not just hacked, leaked taxpayer information of over 405,000 Americans, including President Trump's. The IRS's admission confirms the committee's suspicion, and recent reports that show the scope of the leak was much broader than what Biden IRS initially led the public to believe. In May of 2024, an IRS spokesman stated that more than 70,000 taxpayers were affected, when essentially it was 405,000. This is a massive scandal. 405,000 taxpayers had their data released. And like Charlie Kirk says, unbelievable. All the outrage and hysterics about Elon Musk and DOGE accessing sensitive information, while the IRS, all on its own, gets caught red-handed leaking taxpayer info of 400,000 Americans, all without Elon's help, by the way. They screwed up all on their own. 400,000. I'm interested to find out how the media is going to portray this deal with Zelensky. Because I don't know how it's bad that America gets money back. I don't see how it's bad that the war gets stopped. Good luck. I don't know how you're going to do that. But before Trump gets on, I got a really feel-good story for you. Many of you know Nicole Shanahan. Nicole Shanahan was a Jewish woman. Not anymore. Nicole Shanahan has taken the plunge. I am so proud. And she wrote an exhaustive story here, which no way I could take the time and read it here, but she wrote her baptism story, which I encourage you all to read. It's an amazing story. She poured it all out in this article, how she got baptized. We're not talking a long time ago. I mean, it happened right there. It was a quiet January night, just a few days before the presidential inauguration. I was lying in bed in the middle of the night with my 6-year-old, Echo, gently calming her after a night terror had awakened her. As she finally drifted back to sleep, I felt a heaviness settle over me, thick and suffocating like the air before a storm. It pressed against my chest, not like a weight, but like pressure, something unseen yet undeniable. At that moment, I could only think to bow my head, close my eyes, and offer a silent prayer to God. And that was it. And then the rest of the article tells you about how she went from basically inauguration day to where she took the plunge. She gave her life to the Lord. And it happened that quickly. Just that quickly. She was holding her child, and she just felt something that she hadn't felt with before that was kind of bad. And she says, I could only think to bow my head, close my eyes, and offer a silent prayer to God. So if you're in that situation, and I'm no pastor, but I'm telling you, everything you see going on, all the nastiness in politics and everything else, there is a way to just relax. Just the calming feel that comes from accepting the Lord is just, a lot of people will tell you in the chat, makes you feel so much better. And her story here, like I said, it's a long story. I mean, like, really long. I mean, like, really, really, really long. I mean, she poured her heart out, telling you everything. I mean, look how long this story goes. I read it. I read every single word. I was riveted. I could not believe how she put it all out there. And I bless her for that. You guys, if her handle, in case you want to see her handle, in case you're not following her, is Nicole Shanahan, just like it's spelled, Nicole Shanahan, at Nicole Shanahan, and go ahead and follow her. And I know you, as a Christian, will go ahead and let her know she's blessed. I mean, she knows now herself, but she gave her life to the Lord. That's an amazing thing. All right, so we're waiting for President Trump to come out. Let me take some comments. Pray, God's here. Absolutely. Chills. Definitely spiritual. Remember the walk she has taken. She was a Democrat funder. And she went, obviously she was Bobby Kennedy's running mate. And she completely transformed her life. And interesting, who she was talking to was Russell Brand. And Russell Brand has I don't mean this in a bad way, but Russell Brand has shamed me because I'm like, man, I remember watching this dude in movies and things he was doing, and now he's so into the Bible, and he's digging so deep, so immersive into everything he's reading about the Bible, and he's been a sponge, and now he's out there telling everybody with his huge platform. I just remember listening to his comedy routines and seeing him in movies, and I'm like, some of his movies were, I think he was married or he was with Katy Perry and everything, and now he's like a different dude. And he sat down at Mar-a-Lago for dinner. I mean, it's awesome. I gotta ask Ashley something, because I do have something I may have to announce. So play amongst yourselves for a second. Let me see if I can get a hold of her real quick, because if I can announce this, I have a huge guess, and hold on. I want to see if it was confirmed or not. But we've got Nancy Mace coming up. We've got a couple senators and people she's got lined up. But we have somebody huge lined up. I'm waiting to hear if she's got that. Yes, he was actually married to Katy Perry. Okay, great. Russell was hilarious. I mean, he's yeah. All right. So Ashley says I can announce it. Ashley, do you know what day it is? What day is it? Is it next week? What day is it? All right. So I'm gonna go out on a limb here. All right. So she's just waiting for the time. But where's my drum roll thing? Because I think you guys are gonna love this. Ready? We have booked General Michael Flynn for an interview. Ashley, I mean, I got to give it up. Ashley is out there kicking butt and taking names, and I am just so happy and delighted. So we're going to have General Michael Flynn. We'll do a big announcement on that one, probably like a few days in advance, so you guys can all make your plans accordingly. But I am excited. I know a lot of you guys, you've seen him, you've followed him, you've heard so much from him. I remember everyone was talking about how he and Donald Trump were on the outs, and then he shows up at Mar-a-Lago, and he's back in or never left the Trump camp. And we're going to have General Michael Flynn in an interview so you guys can... You guys are going to love it. You guys are absolutely going to love it. Ashley, thank you very much for everything you do. That's going to be huge. I can't wait. I can't wait. I'll be like a fanboy. I won't be able to ask any questions. I have to keep like a really stern exterior. So, do my David Muir look because I can't wait to talk to him. That would be awesome. Let's get John Kennedy would be funny too. But with John Kennedy, you'd end up having me laughing. I would be laughing all the way through everything he'd be saying. But it would be too funny. Actually, Mike Mindell would be good too. Yeah, he would. Absolutely. So I can't wait for that interview. Today we have two. One's a senator and one's a congressman. Let me just make sure I introduce them correctly. See, what I was going to do was good, and I may have to go off. Well, actually, I can do some stuff while President Trump is talking here in the background. To get ready for them. It's Representative Scott Franklin and Senator Steve Drakowski. Both of those guys are today. So one of them's let me just make sure Trump's not interrupting him. Ashley, you got him at 4:15, so we have to wait and see what President Trump does. So hopefully we should be okay with the time on that. They're having a hearing on birthright citizenship. Let me put this on while we're waiting for President Trump so I can do some stuff here in the background.
14th Amendment and our lax surrogacy foreign nationals use a surrogate in or transported to the United States, and the surrogate may be an American woman who then gestates a child for a fee, allowing foreign nationals to essentially rent a room or buy a baby. Mr. O'Brien, under the current wrongful interpretation of the 14th Amendment, this child would gain U.S. citizenship, wouldn't they?
Yes, they would, and because the Immigration and Nationality Act has become a muddle under the weight of misinterpretations about various effects of provisions of the Act, that places the United States in a position where people with no connection to the United States who simply want to be here because they either don't like the political or economic conditions in their home country can then use the citizenship of an adopted child or a surrogate child to try and access the United States and then eventually get lawful permanent residence and become citizens themselves.
So this form of birth tourism actually exacerbates the crisis we have with birth citizenship, requiring direct and exclusive allegiance, which should require direct and exclusive allegiance to the United States. Don't you agree?
Yes, it does. It exacerbates it significantly.
Well, what's very interesting is China banned international surrogacy, yet the international industry is disproportionately fueled by Chinese nationals who make up 41.7% of this surrogacy industry. Should this raise national security concerns that China is aggressively participating in a practice that it has banned in its own country?
Yes, China has an established pattern through an organization called the People's Work Bureau of approaching people who have a familial connection to China, regardless of their citizenship, and then pressuring them based on connections to Chinese family members who are still within the PRC to provide intelligence information, whether that be national security information or economic espionage information.
Well, and what's interesting is that these children who are receiving American citizenship, they receive that even if the parents intend to raise them abroad. What are the benefits of having a child with American citizenship?
Well, the benefits of having a child with U.S. citizenship is that child can later sponsor you for lawful permanent residence. It also makes the child eligible for all sorts of things that come along with U.S. citizenship, which is entering and leaving the United States. The implications of that from a national security or criminal perspective are enormous. So this is truly frightening. And it's shocking to me that there is so much debate about this. I think if we're arguing about this, we've sort of lost the concept of what citizenship is and what it means.
Amen. I think you make a very good point. I ask unanimous consent to put into the record an article from July 15, 2024, entitled "The New Face of Birth Tourism, Chinese Nationals, American Surrogates, and Birthright Citizenship." And with that, I yield.
Without objection. Also without objection, Mr. Biggs.
All right, everyone, we are watching this hearing happening right now on Capitol Hill. What we'll do is we'll take a 2-minute break on Live Now from Fox. We are still awaiting, of course, President Trump remarks from inside of the Oval Office. He's expected to sign some executive orders. As soon as we get that tape playback, we will bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox, and we will be back.
All right, so we're waiting for President Trump. Everybody's waiting. Wondering if I should cut and then come back, because who knows, he may be an hour. We may be waiting, and I have these 2 interviews. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to shut down, grab something to eat, but I mean, he's not even, well, we're past 3 o'clock. He was supposed to go into the Oval Office at 3 o'clock, trying to see like what time if he's signing it, if he's going to make the remarks about Zelensky. Because I'm waiting for him to come out here. What do you guys want me to do? Want me to come up with some different stories to talk about? Because I didn't plan on I've got 2 interviews coming up at 3 o'clock. I don't know what time President Trump is coming out. So I do want to show you this. This is funny. Monica Page. And actually, I'd love to get Monica on so we could talk about this. She goes, I can confirm that upon this announcement, there were quiet yet audible cheers around the room from journalists who don't have a seat and never got a chance to have the same access as those in the WHCA. I don't know if you've been following Monica, but she had a little bit of a dust up the other day, and her dust up was with some guy in, I think, I forget which newspaper it was. Let me see if I can find it. And he was accusing her of all kinds of different things. Hold on, let me see who it was. Robert Mackey from, where's he from here? The Intercept, a left-wing paper, was all over her, trying to give her a hard time. But I want to show you this. The WHCA responded with a okay, what's it say here? They wrote a picture instead of. These people do this crazy stuff. You won't be able to see this picture correctly. Maybe if I do it this way, or do it this way. No. Anyway, okay. Let's just do it the way we usually do it. It says above that, it says this move tears at the independence of a free press in the United States. It suggests the government will choose the journalists who cover the president. In a free country, leaders must not be able to choose their own press corps. All right. Now you can see all of it. For generations, the working journalists elected to lead the WHCA have consistently expanded the WHCA's membership and its pool rotations to facilitate the inclusion of new and emerging outlets. Since its founding in 1914, the WHCA has sought to ensure that the reporters, photographers, producers, and technicians who actually do the work 365 days of every year decide amongst themselves how these rotations are operated. And whiny. To be clear, the White House did not give the WHCA board a heads up or have any discussions about blah, 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 but the HCA will never stop advocating. Wait until they get to the part with lawsuit or something. We'll never stop advocating for full transparency and the right of the American public to read and blah, 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 just scream, cry, blah, blah, blah. It's over. It's not going to be like it has been. Y'all got to deal with it. Or not. We don't care. At this point, you're not calling the shots anymore. And they refuse to keep... I don't get it. I don't get why they continue to act as though things are the same with the Biden administration as they are now, when they obviously are not. It's too bad. Too bad. You're done. You're absolutely done. And now, because they decided basically to rip the Band-Aid off at this point, they're upset because they're not able to ask the stupid questions that they've been asking. I'm looking for something here. Hold on. Let's see if I have this J.D. Vance thing I want to do. Is this it? Hold on. All right, so I don't know when President Trump is coming on, and I don't want to just sit here and just meander. I hate that. We've been on for almost 3 hours right now. So what I'm going to do, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put on the after party or just some background music, and then I'll come back on when he comes on, because it would be better than me just trying to make stuff up, because I'm not into that. I'm just not into making stuff up. If I don't have additional information, I didn't know he was going to come on or sign a deal with Zelensky, but he's done it. He's done it. So what I can do to make it easier, I'll leave that news on, and I'll grab something because they do have this hearing going on, and it'll give me a little bit of time. So I'm going to put this on, and in the background here, I'm going to get ready for my interviews. I won't cut off. I'll keep everything on.
Every one of them is occupied by a mom-to-be who has illegally crossed our border, usually through the Cocopa Reservation, and right where they come, and they go in, and they have a baby, and then they both depart to go back south across the border. And I guess my question for each one of you is this. Under the original meaning, because I'm trying to establish, you've all made it clear, I want to make it clear. Under the original meaning of the 14th Amendment, Ms. Frost, is that child a citizen of the United States of America?
Yes, of course, because the Reconstruction Congress wanted simple and clear
Thank you,
language.
appreciate that. Oh, and now, Mr. Cooper?
No, Congressman, not under the citizenship clause of the 14th Amendment.
Mr. McCarter?
I agree with Mr. Cooper, that's correct.
Mr. O'Brien?
No, because she's not lawfully present in the United States, the mother.
So let's consider, we have a very, very disparate interpretation of Wong Kim Ark. We've got Ms. Frost, whose position, and I don't want to misstate it, but that the original allegiance or the jurisdiction thereof displaced the allegiance requirement, right? So there's no more allegiance requirement. Is that fair? Is that a fair description of what you're saying, at least on that portion?
I'm not sure what you're referring to by the original allegiance requirement. There was never an allegiance requirement. There was the Dred Scott decision.
Okay, so that's what I'm getting at. You believe there was never a jurisdiction thereof never required allegiance to the sovereign. And so now I want to clarify that. When you get to that, Mr. McCarter, why is it that in Wong Kim Ark, the court said that the plaintiff or the appellant in that case was actually a citizen of the United States?
The Supreme Court's rationale is a little hard to follow in Wong Kim Ark, to be honest, but it does say that the parents there were lawfully present with the consent of the sovereign, which is the United States, the equivalent of our modern day LPR, lawful permanent resident.
So if because that's the way I read Wong Kim Ark. They're talking about there's lawful presence, and there's an intention de domicile, which has a legal term of art, meaning you're intending to live there, stay there, and be part of that community. That's really what that gets at. So I'm baffled by the notion then that if you cross through the Cocopah Reservation and you go into the regional hospital in Yuma and you have a baby and your intention is to immediately leave and go back home, you're not legally present in the United States, nor do you have an intention to be here. Why then does that baby entitled to birthright citizenship, Mr. Cooper?
Sorry, Congressman, that baby is not entitled to birthright citizenship. And I think Wong Kim Ark does not in any way support the claim that it's entitled to birthright citizenship. As I mentioned previously, the issue in that case was very clearly limited to aliens who had established a permanent and lawful domicile in this country. So whether you think that's sufficient or not, it clearly doesn't sweep within it people who have come into this country illegally. And I would also point out, Wong Kim Ark itself said there are some certain irresistible conclusions to be drawn from the citizenship clause, including that the 14th Amendment affirms the ancient and fundamental rule of citizenship by birth within the territory in the allegiance and under the protection of the country. And the reason they concluded there.
And I have to go there because I want to go real quick because it actually segues from that nicely. And that is one of the things, and actually Ms. Frost she indicated this. In the Indian tribe case, when we look at that, is because there was respect for a tribal Indian having an allegiance to that tribe. That's very different than someone who crosses over, has a baby, and returns to their native country. Isn't that true? Mr. O'Brien, I'll go to Mr. O'Brien.
Yes, that's true. And in Wong Kim Ark, what the court did was they inferred that long-term residence was an intention by someone who was working towards citizenship and wanted to be a long-term member of the community in the United States. So the court was at pains to point out that there were two qualifications. One, that the individual attempting to transmit citizenship had to be lawfully present in the United States with the permission of the government. And number two, that that person was within the allegiance of the United States, meaning that that individual had more than a simple obligation to obey the laws while present.
Thank the gentleman from Arizona. I thank the witness, and I will now recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. O'Brien, I want to go back to where you were right there. And I think Mr. McCotter said this as well. Your interpretation is to be lawfully present in the United States with consent of the sovereign. Mr. McCotter said that's the equivalent of a lawful permanent resident. Is that correct, Mr. McCotter?
That's correct, yes.
And you agree, Mr. O'Brien?
Yes, I do.
Why is a visa holder not lawfully present in the United States with consent of the sovereign?
Well, first of all, a visa holder is a person who has a permit to board a common carrier and come to the United States and request admission. A person who has been admitted to the United States by the appropriate authorities following inspection by an immigration officer is lawfully present.
So someone with a visa, a work visa that could go on for years and years, you're saying is not lawfully present?
No, that's not what I said at all. I said a person who has been admitted in a visa classification, like H-1B, F-1, so on and so forth, is lawfully present while they're in compliance with the terms of the immigration laws.
Okay, so I agree, but you're trying to restrict this to green cards. And the problem that I'm addressing here is this executive order is not restricted to green cards. It prohibits birthright citizenship if neither parent is either a lawful permanent resident or a United States citizen. Do you agree with that, Mr. O'Brien?
Yes, I do. The court in Wong Kim Ark.
So in Wong Kim Ark, exactly, in Wong Kim Ark, they use the definition you just said, which would include visa holders, and yet the executive order expressly excludes visa holders. So let's move to the second point, allegiance. This is what the subject of the jurisdiction thereof that you all three of you have talked about relates to allegiance. I'd love to see a clear and definitive definition of allegiance, but let's just talk about what you all were saying. Allegiance means assimilated. Is that correct, Mr. Cooper? That's one of the things that you said?
I think that only a person, or at least an Indian, under the view of the framers of the Citizenship Clause, who had been assimilated and had left the reservation and therefore had essentially abandoned that person's allegiance to the tribe and had shifted their allegiance to the United States, just like others could have a child.
So if you move off of a tribal reservation and you move across the street at the time, where you're talking about, originalism here, and you move across the street, then all of a sudden your allegiance has changed from the Indian tribe, the Native American tribe, to the United States. That's what you're saying. Do you disagree with that?
I do disagree with that. I think the notion.
Is there a time requirement? You must live off of the reservation for 1 year, 2 years, 5 years?
No,
there's not. So this is the problem, is you start talking about allegiance and you're excluding green card holders. Now, green card holders, of course, are also citizens of other countries. And yet somehow in this definition of allegiance, that a green card holder has more allegiance to the United States than that person would to, by necessity, by definition, than that person would to a foreign country. That seems like a pretty bold statement to be asking the Supreme Court to say. And what scares me about it as an American Jew, when Jews are often accused of dual loyalty with Israel, is you're now getting into a situation where the government has to determine which country any individual has more allegiance to. The country that they have immigrated to, and even if they're a lawful permanent resident, or the country of their citizenship. And it baffles me that The Republican Party, the party of small government, the party of federalism and states' rights, would sit here and say, yes, it is the government's job to create a definition of allegiance which somehow is required in order for birthright citizenship. Now look, Mr. Biggs, and you may not like the example, birthright tourism you call it, of someone coming into the United States, having a baby, and then leaving. If you don't agree with that, that's fine. Pass a constitutional amendment, because this is clear, and this definition that you're providing is unbelievably vague and very, very careless, and I look forward to the courts rejecting it. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, gentleman from New York. As individuals who recite the Pledge of Allegiance down on the floor of the House of Representatives, every time we open the House, I think those of us understand what allegiance is, particularly the gentleman from Texas who wore the uniform of our armed forces. I think he's fully aware of what allegiance is. And I would also note that one of the very few responsibilities our federal government has is actually making those determinations as to who should be citizens and who should be in our country.
Correct.
I would now recognize the gentleman.
All right. As this hearing does continue on birthright citizenship, I do want to just go away for it for a moment. Let's go on the House floor right now, where we have Representative Jeffries speaking on the President Trump's proposed budget. Let's listen in on Live Now from Fox.
$1.5 trillion deficit, cuts it by $1 trillion, despite the fact that he also inherited from Republicans the Great Recession and had to turn things around. So he cuts the deficit by $1 trillion, from $1.5 trillion to $500 billion. You asked about numbers? Here are the numbers. And then that gets handed over to President Trump in his first term, who proceeds, of course, to follow the same Republican playbook. Has nothing to do with fiscal responsibility and everything to do with massive tax cuts for the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected. And so Republicans passed the GOP tax scam. 83% of the benefits set aside for the wealthiest 1%. And in connection with the GOP tax scam, explode the debt by another $2 trillion that you force working families, middle-class folks, and everyday Americans to pay for. Republicans are not the party of fiscal responsibility. Stop trying to convince the American people otherwise. Same playbook. In fact, during the administration of Donald Trump, during his first 4 years, the debt exploded to such a degree that 25% or so of our nation's debt came from just the first term of President Donald Trump. 25%. We've been around for over 248 years. The party of fiscal responsibility. And then, of course, President Biden inherits significant deficit, overwhelming debt, and his 2 years, first 2 years, gets a lot done and cuts the deficit by $1.7 trillion. There's still a lot of work for all of us to do. But do not pretend that any of this, that this budget resolution has anything to do with fiscal responsibility or keeping your promises to the American people. You promised to lower the high cost of living, have done nothing about it. And so here we are again. There you go again with this GOP tax scam. Same exact playbook. $4.5 trillion worth of cuts for the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected disproportionately to benefit billionaire donors and well-connected corporations. To make matters worse, you would actually cut programs, cut the social safety net, cut the things that matter to working class Americans, middle class Americans, young people, seniors, and others, including up to, if not more, $880 billion of cuts to Medicaid? That's the largest cut to Medicaid in American history. That doesn't help working class Americans, doesn't help middle class Americans, doesn't help children, doesn't help older Americans. It will devastate them. Devastate children, devastate people with disabilities, devastate seniors, devastate pregnant.
I can't listen to these idiots. I can't listen to these idiots when we have breaking news. All right, so you may have been around, long time ago, like last week, when there was this, I don't know what nationality, I'm not going to impugn the nationality, but this Obama-Biden judge that said that Trump couldn't stop the USAID payments. Well, he just made another ruling. Judge Amir Ali, a crooked Biden appointee, just ordered President Trump to release billions in foreign aid within the next 48 hours or else. All right, here we go. Here we go. I'm pretty sure President Trump is going to take the or else. This is the ruling that this administration must ignore. Republican Congress members should be drafting articles of impeachment like yesterday, last week when he started. So this judge has now determined that you either do what I tell you or else. I'm looking to see if I can find the actual ruling so I could show it to you. But this judge has now said, has told him or else. And I'm looking so if I can see if anybody has posted it. Yeah, I have the actual, let me see here. Wait a second. Trying to find this article, which I have found. Wait a second. I didn't know I was using this. 1 second. Oh, okay. I got it now. Hold on. I've got to... Hold on, let me put this back on while I do this.
In restoring American deterrence, prioritizing lethality, and ensuring peace through strength. It will help defend the DOD's mission at the border because border security is national security. It will help improve the quality of life of our service members and their families. It will help us start to revitalize our defense industrial base and restore readiness accounts to ensure we can fight tonight. It will also help us start to expand U.S. shipbuilding capacity and enhance our missile deterrence. It will also help begin restocking our nation's arsenal of critical munitions. And it will help us position our military to outcompete and out-innovate China. Achieving the president's goal of peace through strength will ultimately require us to get defense spending back above 4% of GDP. But none of that can happen unless we pass this budget resolution today. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this resolution. I yield back the balance of my time.
All right, everyone, you are watching live now from Fox. We'll keep an eye on the House floor there as they continue to debate the budget resolution. We'll bring it to you more here on Live Now from Fox coming up in just a little bit. Do want to show you the...
All right, we're still waiting for President Trump to come out, which he has not as of yet. As soon as he does, we will go ahead and cut to him. I have a ad blocker on this site, and I want to show it to you. Hold on. Okay, here we go. Got it here. Got it. Actually, I'm going to go to a different website because it's not letting me on okay, this one here, ABC News. We'll go this one. This judge is just beyond the pale at this point. Let's go ahead and take a look at this article. Federal judge rules Trump administration has to pay millions in foreign aid to nonprofits. So he's going to make Trump and the administration pay up even though it's got to go to 4 nonprofits. A federal judge is ordering the Trump administration to dole out millions of dollars to multiple nonprofits group, determining the Trump administration violated the terms of the TRO. All right, so let's go back. I told you before, these are not lawsuits that have been won per se. These are lawsuits that have had temporary restraining orders / injunctions put against it. Well, Trump last week said, I'm not going to do it. You're not going to make me give out American dollars. You cannot force the United States government to go ahead and give out money. But the judge said, yeah, I can force you to do that, and I'm telling you. And so he told the Trump administration it had violated the TRO he issued 2 weeks ago regarding freezing foreign aid. Judge Amir Ali, a Biden-era appointee, excoriated Trump's attorneys during a lengthy hearing today over its failure to pay the groups for work they conducted prior to the January 20th executive order, which froze all foreign aid for 90 days. Ali also signed an order to enforce the TRO he signed on February 13th, ruling the groups must be paid by midnight, actually 11:59 on Wednesday. Okay, so he signed an order to enforce. Okay, here we go. The plaintiffs submitted evidence that the defendants have not lifted the suspension or the freeze of funds as a temporary order required. Defendants have not rebutted that evidence, and when asked today, defendants were not able to provide any specific examples of unfreezing the funds pursuant to his previous order. All right, so this is something I'm going to talk to the congressman about at 4:15. Lawyers with the Department of Justice acknowledged that the Trump administration ignored the temporary restraining order, which prohibited them from freezing foreign aids. Instead, they argue that they should not be required to pay back the money because of sovereign immunity. During an extended exchange with Ali, a DOJ lawyer struggled to answer basic questions about the Trump administration compliance with his order. I'm not sure why I can't get a straight answer from you. Are you aware of an unfreezing of the disbursement of funds for those contracts that were frozen before February 13th? Are you aware of steps taken to actually release these funds? So this guy is pushing. You're going to give these people this money. I'm not in a position to answer that, said the attorney. We're 12 days in and you're representing the government and you can't answer me whether any funds that you kind of acknowledge or covered by the court's order have been unfrozen. All I can do really is say that the preparations are underway for a joint status report of our compliance. At one portion of the lengthy hearing, Sir attempted to offer a legal justification for the Trump administration's noncompliance, prompting a stern response from the judge's order, term which are we clear as day. The purpose of this hearing is to understand and to hear arguments on the motion to enforce the TRO. It is not an opportunity to relitigate it. So this judge is taking a tough stance with the Department of Justice, saying, I don't want to hear your excuses. We're talking about enforcement now. You already lost the argument on whether or not I'm going to put an injunction on it. A lawyer representing the nonprofits who brought the case argued that the lack of a response from Trump amounts to defiance of the court order, which it is. What the court's colloquy with the government has revealed is that the government has done nothing to make the flow of payments happen. As far as we are aware, there's been zero directives from the agency with respect to unfreezing of the funds. So, they wanted a constitutional crisis. They got one. Trump ignored the previous TRO, and now he's at the point where he wants to enforce the TRO, and good luck. Because at this point, the only way he can enforce it would be to absolutely, go to the marshals, U.S. Marshals, and say, what? Get in there and hit the buttons and give them 20, 30, 40, 50 million dollars of American money. I don't care. So at this point, Reuters is replying that United States, the Department of Justice has until midnight Wednesday to pay the foreign funds. I'm looking to see what the or else part of this is, and nobody is reporting that. Okay, it says here, plaintiffs, if they are not paid soon, they are alleged that the administration has violated the foreign agent, nobody is saying what the big what if is. That's where things are right now. So you got a judge, a rogue judge, a lower court judge saying, pay this money to these foreign nonprofits or else. You have a judge in a district court who has decided they are going to, lack of pun or lack of other words, trump the Trump. I'm telling you, you're going to have to give this money. So now I've got something else to talk to the congressman about is, okay, now we're in the ultimate game of chicken. I've got the money. I am the U.S. government. I am not paying these people. What are you going to do about it? And I'm pretty sure everyone who's watching right now would say the same thing to me. These idiots are really brain dead. They are really going to force this. It is so important to them to make sure this American money lands on these other shores that they're willing to take on the President of the United States and do what? I don't know where it ends. We've never been in this situation. We have never been in a position where the judge has said, do this or else. And I've looked at 2 or 3 sites. I've been looking for some other sites to tell me, what's the or else? That's where we are. You got to do it. I ain't going to do nothing. Well, if you don't do it, I'm going to hold you in contempt. So, what happens next? Besides gnashing of the teeth and screaming. I can't tell you the answer to that. This Democrat judge trying to dictate to Trump. We either have a presidency or we don't. Right now, we are at the crux. We are right there at that fork in the road with everything we've seen in the last 2 weeks. We either have a presidency or we don't. Tell us, figure it out and tell us that no, the president is basically a figurehead. He's like the King of England. You mean nothing. You get to wear the hat, you get to stay in the house, but you mean nothing. You don't hold, the prime minister is a person who runs all in parliament. The king is figurehead. Is that where we're going to go now? Are we going to say that the president of the United States is basically like the King of England? You don't get to do anything. You get to ride around in Air Force One and give speeches. Because that's where we are. So if the earlier guy who said, Barry, I was being, hyperbolic by saying we're at a civil war, you define this right now. If you're willing to tell the president of the United States that you have no power, we are stripping you of power, and I'm ordering you to give away this money. Or else. I am ordering you to give this money to these people. I am telling the President of the United States what he has to do. So you are the de facto president then. If you are in a position where somebody can come to you, a lower court judge, and you can determine what the president can and can't do, then why do we have a president? Because at this point, it seems to me all the Democrats have to do is just keep coming to you. Hey, Your Honor, this idiot living in Pennsylvania Avenue, he thinks he's got something. He thinks he's the man. Can you show him? Tell him, we need this done. I'm going to tune into this part right here because I need some comedic relief after hearing that crap. But oh, and it's comedic relief.
By $230 billion. Republicans are defunding the police by stripping funding from the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. And the CFPB is the only federal cop on the block to hold Wall Street banks and big tech payment apps accountable when they cheat Americans. It is shameful that while families suffer from high prices, Musk is firing thousands of federal workers and stealing sensitive data from his competitors. Although this ripoff cuts $2 trillion in vital programs. And what do Republicans plan to do with this money? Oh, they're going to give it. They're going to give it to the billionaires in this country $4.5 trillion in tax cuts. If that math doesn't compute, it's because they expect Americans to buy the next mega yacht for Jeff Bezos. Well, I tell you, we're not going to do that, and we want to tell you today, we're no. Democrats are no on this budget. It is outrageous that you all have the audacity to come here with this budget that harms so many Americans and ask us to support billionaires and think we're going to buy it? You think we're going to support it? Well, you got another thought coming. We ain't doing it.
Guess she told us. I guess she told us what it's all about. You know, personally, go ahead and shut it down, Maxine. I don't care. I don't care if the government doesn't open up for 6 flipping months. Shut it down. It would be the best thing possible. Those of you who don't realize what a government shutdown is, understand all necessary services, Medicare, SNAP, everything that has to happen happens. It's the periphery that gets shut down. But I did find an article that is talking about the rest of this order, this egregious, insane order that this judge decided he was going to put out. And it is apparent that he does believe or think that he is the de facto president at this point. So here's the actual article. Let me just set my monitor so I can see if President Trump comes out. 1 second. Okay, I'm all set to go. All right. I want to bring you to all the way down to the bottom here, and this is where it gets good. The judge ordered the State Department to pay all aid contractors who completed work before his order by midnight Wednesday. So midnight Wednesday, you got to pay, which is tonight, right? He also demanded that the government file with the court any directive or guidance issued about his order or about the suspension or termination of aid agreements. All right, so what that is a big old trap. What he's saying right now, because he wants someone's signature, is if there's been any directive or guidance about you paying or not paying, I want to see this document that someone told you not to pay it. Whose name is on that? And I want those documents by noon tomorrow, the judge said. The judge also has the power to order Rubio or other officials to appear in his courtroom or hold them in contempt of court. Ali stopped short of any such move Tuesday, but he reiterated that both sides must provide him by Wednesday with the names of the officials with relevant knowledge of any ongoing disputes about compliance with the court's order. Ali's ruling is yet another clash between the fledgling Trump administration and the federal courts, which have slowed or halted more than a dozen key policy initiatives. So this guy, I want names. I want names of anyone involved. And of course, one of those names would probably be President Trump. This thing is headed to a place where we've never been before. He wants a name. Give me the people who said don't pay this. This dude's swinging way above his weight class. Way above his weight class. And I'm telling you right now again, there is no place for him to go here. There is nobody he can pick up the phone and call who won't tell him to go pound sand. Can't call the FBI. Can't call the U.S. Marshals. Who are you going to call and say, bring Rubio in here? We are at the precipice of someplace we never want to be as a country. We have one judge who, in his own right, in his own voice, is telling the President of the United States and everybody associated with the administration, do what I say or I'm mad. If you don't do what I'm telling you, you don't want to see my bad side. I want names. I want to know everybody associated with this. To which I know the lawyers were being, proper decorum, but what you gonna do? Are you really think you're gonna arrest Marco Rubio, or you're gonna arrest anybody associated with this and put them in jail because they didn't spend hundreds of millions of Americans' dollars to some foreign NGO? Are you really gonna do that? Do you think that's where we're headed as a country? Hey, dude who was commenting earlier, this isn't hyperbole. I remember living in a country where the president was the head of the country, not some judge. This is becoming insane, and I'm looking at these meetings with Maxine Waters and all these different politicians, and they're talking. And what's this? Oh, J.D. Vance is coming out. This is live too, so I'm not sure what J.D. Vance is going to do here, but we'll take it. He's swearing in somebody. That's what I don't know who he's swearing in, but let's take this.
Great. Everybody, please be seated. So we're going to do a little swearing in here to make this official. And I thought, so sometimes when you do these swearings in, you actually do them formally beforehand, and then you actually do the one on camera, just in case you screw something up in front of the cameras, it still counts. We have not done that with Dan. So number one, that puts him under a lot of pressure. He actually has to say the words correctly. And number two, that gives me an opportunity, Dan. This is the last minute here. Anything, anything you can promise me to ensure that we swear you in properly, because the Senate's done its job, and now it's time for me to do mine. But let me just say a couple of words here. First of all, of course, I want to thank the President for nominating a very, very great Army veteran, a family servant, a guy whose grandfather, father, and now himself has served in the United States Army to be our Secretary of the Army. If you look at our recruiting numbers just in the last month, you see a massive increase in the number of people who decided to volunteer, enlist, and sign up for the United States Army, because I think that under the Trump administration, under Secretary Hegseth, and now under Secretary Driscoll, we have people proud to join the United States military again. Thank God for that, because we need good people in our armed forces. We need great people in the United States Army. We have a lot of great people, but of course the future really matters, and I'm proud that under President Trump's leadership, we have turned what was a recruiting shortfall into, I think, a recruiting boon, because people are proud to serve the United States military as they should be. I want to say something about Dan and his wonderful family. So Dan has been a dear friend of mine for a long time. His beautiful wife, Cassie, who's also an incredible physician, and two beautiful kids who are I think the most well-behaved kids I've ever seen of a secretary nominee. You guys do a really good job. You actually listen to your parents, which is amazing. And I think it speaks well. If Dan can get, how old are you? Daniel, you're 8? Okay. Lila, how old are you? You're 6. If you can get an 8 and a 6-year-old to listen to you, then I think you can sure as hell be the Secretary of the Army, because these guys are a lot tougher than a lot of the soldiers that Dan will now lead. But we're proud of him. He's a man of integrity. He's a man of character. He's a man of great leadership. And I think that he will bring the Army to a place where we can be proud of it, where we can have meritorious service rewarded and commended in the United States Army, and where we make sure that we're promoting the best and brightest, we're enlisting the best and brightest, and when, God forbid, we have to send the best and brightest to America's wars, we do it with competence, with effectiveness, we do the job, and then we bring everybody home safely. That is what we need to do in the United States Army. I want to thank Senator Budd, we have a lot of senators here, Senator Britt, Senator McCormick, and of course, Senator Ernst, for their great leadership in helping shepherd Dan's confirmation through. We've had some tough confirmations. We've had some easier confirmations, and Dan has been on the easier side. And I think that is a great testament both to his character and leadership, but also to the United States Senate and what they're able to do. So with that, I will turn our secretary designate into a secretary by administering the oath of office. So Dan, if you would please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Daniel Driscoll, do solemnly swear.
I, Daniel Driscoll, do solemnly swear.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation.
Without any mental reservation.
Or purpose of evasion.
Or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully.
That I will well and faithfully.
Discharge the duties of the office on which I am about to enter.
discharge the duties of the office on which I'm about to enter.
So help you God?
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you. They gave us 5 minutes total for all of this, so this is going to be very fast. It is a privilege to stand before you today as the 26th Secretary of the United States Army. I first want to thank the President of the United States for his confidence and his trust. Next, I am forever grateful to the Vice President and Second Lady. This friendship has been the adventure of a lifetime. I cannot imagine where it goes from here. To Cassie, Daniel, Lila, both sets of our parents, my brother, thank you for everything. Couldn't have done it without you. To everyone I met on the campaign trail, it is incredible how quickly we went from strangers to friends. Arthur, thank you for pushing so hard to get this through. And then just the last thing, my commitment to this role, as the Vice President mentioned, is rooted in my family's long lineage of military history. We are a family that is grateful to have had the privilege of wearing the United States Army uniform, and we're going to fight hard for it. As Secretary, I will honor the Army's 250th year legacy of service and sacrifice, and I will stay focused on my mission and shoulder my share of the task, as I know our soldiers will do. Thank you for being here today. I'm grateful for all of you.
Great. Thank you, Dan.
All right, Dan Driscoll's.
That's Dan Driscoll, who is now Army Secretary. So he got sworn in. So I didn't know there's how many more people there are left to be sworn in. Pretty sure we're getting close to the end at this point in terms of where we are with the cabinet and some of the outlying positions. Good for Dan Bongino is that the deputy director of the FBI is not required to be go through nomination. Doesn't have to do any of that. So he's going to be right to work. He's probably at work in the next day or so. So we're talking about this judge. This is insane what we're seeing. Put the judge's sorry butt in jail cell. I can't wait to. I mean, hopefully we're not going to run into a conflict here. Actually, if we run into a conflict, because President Trump still has not come out yet, and Congressman Franklin is due up at 4:15, so I'll have to take that interview, and then if President Trump comes out, we're gonna have to cut to him. Tuna Mike goes, Barry, did you eat yet? While I was running that one of those guys talking at the hearing, I grabbed something in here so I can nibble on something in between, but I cannot believe what I'm seeing. I cannot believe that these, as Howling Wolf says here, these crazy communist judges think they can control the president. Right now, the rubber is meeting the proverbial road. And we're going to find out really soon, probably by tomorrow midnight, what is going to happen. President Trump and his people are out there negotiating world-shaking deals with people like Zelensky, and you've got judges here trying to gum up the works. I cannot believe how anybody would see what's happening and not see that we are indeed in a civil war. If you're taking on our president, if you are absolutely taking on our president at this point, I don't see how you can look at this as any other way, because you're absolutely at this point threatening the president of the United States, or at least his administration. You're openly threatening him. We haven't been here as a country. There is no other way for us to see it, because we can see what the Democrats are doing, because they tell us. They're making no bones about it. We are going to fight. We're going to do everything we possibly can. And so right now, I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow at midnight or tonight at midnight, whatever it is, we're going to find out very quickly where we stand. either President Trump and the administration are going to say, okay, we'll do what you say. Or President Trump is going to tell this guy, go pound sand. There's no negotiating because the judge even said it. I'm not here to negotiate it. I'm here to enforce it. So you need to pay this money to this people in some other country who we don't even know. And that's it. No, I don't even want to discuss. We're not relitigating this. We're not rehearing this thing. I've already made my decision. You clear? He actually said that. Are we clear? Okay, you're clear. Talking down to somebody in that manner. We clear? Oh, okay. I don't think so. I mean, he'd have thrown me out of court or put my butt in jail because I'd have been like, I don't think we're that clear. I'm pretty sure, no, we're not clear. As far as I'm concerned, this isn't the White House. And you don't have a presidential seal. So no, we're a long way away from clear. We got a problem, Your Honor. We got a serious problem. You can put me in jail. I'm not him. You can lock me up and throw away the key and tell me I'm being in contempt. But there's about 78 million of us who are like, what are you going to do? What's up? Seriously. If he says no, there's 78 million of us or so, they're going to go, okay, President said no. Now what, Ali? Tell us. What, you're going to try and arrest him? You think January 6th was bad? I shouldn't say it. I shouldn't say it. But y'all thinking it, right? At this point, you guys want to push this part. The Democrats want to push this. This is the hill you want to die on. You couldn't get the boys playing with girls. You couldn't get this. So now you're at a point where you're going to force the President of the United States of America to give away taxpayer dollars to some other country. They are in full panic mode with absolutely no way to cover it up. None. I mean, it is full panic, and it's coming to a head very soon. In fact, I hope this Judge Ali has not even so much as had a parking ticket, because there's probably some people digging up, they're all through his back pocket. Want to find out what he's done. It's absurd. I want to know. I mean, I've never been involved in politics, and this interview with this congressman may not go the way he's planning. I mean, because I got some hard questions. This ain't no fluffy, hi, how you doing? No, man, we're at war. Yeah, we are at war. What in the hell are you going to do about this? See, I had questions all prepared, and Ashley had some things and topics now. I don't know if he's listening. Maybe he'll call Ashley and cancel. But now I got some questions. We are at a situation. We are at DEFCON 1. We have a judge threatening the administration who wants names so he can enforce giving away our money. All they care about is spending our money. I can't tell you what to do. I really can't tell you what to do, but April 15th might be a problem. I mean, I know a lot of people who have their taxes taken out of their paycheck and they have absolutely no say in what happens. But there's a lot of other people who have to pay their taxes on April 15th. And you're pissing a lot of people off. A lot of people. I don't understand if you guys you in Congress realize what you're up against. You think there's a deficit now? What if a bunch of Americans said, you know what? I've had it. You ain't getting anything. Sorry. There's no way we can continue this. I cannot reward this bad behavior. You're about to shut down the government on, it's another question. You're about to shut down the government on March 4th, who knows how, and then you're going to tell me around April 15th, hey, pay up. How you feeling about that? from everything you've seen, and no Democrat wants to talk about that, is what happens on April 15th? What do you expect's going to happen? I mean, seriously. We could put a poll up, and I'm pretty sure everybody is going to be law-abiding. And I'm pretty sure everybody wants to do the right thing. But when you see this kind of lawless going on, I bet you there's a lot of people with some alternative thoughts right now saying, my government is not representing me. I mean, with what we're seeing right now on screen. That guy earlier who was telling me about I'm being hyperbolic. Let me show you what's hyperbolic, okay?
Testimony about the U.S. being some kind of out.
We are having a hearing on birthright citizenship. If you don't see without any doubt at this point,
He is familiar with
that things have completely changed. This isn't the country we used to live in. That you people are actually fighting tooth and nail to do anything possible to keep newcomers here, even if they came in illegally. No, this isn't America anymore. We're fighting for America's survival. What are these taxes on April 15th you keep talking about, Barry? It's just another day on the calendar to me. And birthright citizenship wasn't meant for the newcomers. Yeah, and he did not. Oh, I don't know. I would never get in a position to tell somebody and give them legal advice. But I'm just seeing many, many, many people at this point who can all see what I'm seeing. There's nobody, I'm not seeing anything you're not seeing. And you're seeing all the waste that we're finding. Everything that we keep seeing. And then you're going to turn around in 2 months and say, give me your money. So we can keep doing what we've been doing. And we're going to force Trump to keep doing what we've been doing. It's a different kind of tea party, but nonetheless still a tea party, isn't it? It's getting so bad. I mean, you click refresh on and you see some of the stuff that's happening, and it can be discouraging. I have to tell you, there are some days when I see news and I'm like, man, what is going on? Why are we up against this stuff? Oh, I want to hear this. I want to hear Chip Roy.
Quotes from her service as chair of a commission regarding immigration in the 1990s, in which she makes very clear her position that the enforcement of borders security is important. The importance of having immigration policy that works is important. That we should not have amnesty. That we should immigration should not be a path to public benefits. She was very clear in her language about that. And numerous other quotes from the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jordan. And without objection, I'll insert that in the record. And I will now recognize the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Onder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the witnesses for being here today. My colleague from Pennsylvania mentioned the term white nationalism, and I would remind everyone of the context of the 14th Amendment, that the original white nationalists, Southern Democrats, fought a civil war to deny blacks their constitutional rights, to deny their very humanity, and then in the wake of that civil war, sought to deny them of the rights of citizenship as well. And in that context, the 14th Amendment was enacted to make sure that white nationalist Southern Democrats not deny black slaves, former slaves, of their rights, and therefore made it clear they were citizens. But Mr. McCotter, one of the authors of the 14th Amendment, Senator John Bingham, said that the Citizenship Clause conferred citizenship to every human being born within the jurisdiction of the United States of parents not owing allegiance to any foreign sovereignty. Another author of the 14th Amendment, Senator Lyman Trumbull, stated that subject to the jurisdiction of the United States in the Citizenship Clause meant not owing allegiance to anybody else. Do aliens, and particularly illegal aliens, owe allegiance exclusively to the United States, or do they still bear allegiance to their home country?
They would still bear at least partial allegiance to their home country.
And therefore, in part, foreign ambassadors, diplomats do not have, children of foreign ambassadors and diplomats do not have birthright citizenship.
That's correct. And this came up earlier in some prior questioning about how LPRs, lawful permanent residents, could somehow be included within the birthright citizenship clause. And I think the response to that is that Wong Kim Ark itself recognized that those individuals do have sufficient allegiance, but that's because they're here permanently with the consent of the United States.
Okay. And, an example of, sort of the absurdity of all-out birthright citizenship, El Chapo's wife, Emma Coronel, traveled to California to give birth and then immediately returned to Mexico. Under Biden's policy, the children of a drug lord were then American citizens who had every right to American bank accounts, and indeed they obtained American bank accounts. Did El Chapo's children, did they own full allegiance to the United States?
They would not, no. Their children would have been at least partially allegiant to their parents' home country.
And so it is that, and I think in your testimony, it's very clear that this idea of full allegiance is pivotal here.
It was the widely understood understanding of the jurisdiction clause at the time it was ratified, yes.
Okay.
And if I may just briefly respond to the claim that some of the arguments in this area are inherently racist in some way, I'd point out in Wong Kim Ark, Justice John Harlan, the sole...
I told you when I hit refresh, I keep seeing things. And some of these things I see, I'm going to go back to the guy I was talking to earlier when I said we are in a civil war. And he's like, no, Barry, you're being hyperbolic. Well, we just got another one. Just in, federal judge in Seattle of all places, because they're running around and they're shopping this stuff, has blocked President Donald Trump's executive order halting the admission of refugees into the United States. The ruling from U.S. District Court Judge Jamal Whitehead, a Biden appointee, is the first one to block Trump's order indefinitely suspending U.S. refugee admissions program. As far as I'm concerned, and as much as I know, that the people coming into this country is the explicit control of the president. Not now. Whitehead claimed that the executive order likely crossed the line. Likely. Absurdly, the judge's order says Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, Trump's subordinate, should recommend with 90 days whether the refugee program should resume. Trump's executive order stranded thousands of migrants expecting to come into the country under Biden's open border policies. The White House has also suspended funding for resettlement agencies, leading to layoffs and furloughs. This is getting really bad. We have no choice but see this come to a head. There's no choice but to see this come to a fruition. These Democrats have put these judges in position. They have stuck them there like sleeper cells. You don't need a sleeper cell of terrorists, because you got a sleeper cell of terrorist judges who are inserting themselves into the government of the United States and letting all of us know that they believe they are more powerful than the president. I mean, that's 2.5 hours. The American people are not going to stand for this. There is no possible way this can continue. Like, nope, let them in. Nope, pay them their money. So you're telling us in no uncertain terms that the President of the United States has absolutely no power. Nothing. So yeah, I can see where we're headed. If you don't see where we're headed, you're really not paying attention. People who think this is hyperbole, that it's just dramatic, you're not paying attention. These judges are boxing in the President of the United States. They're trying to do everything they can to cut him off at the knees. And in doing so, what they're trying to do is cut America down. By them saying that the president can't even determine who can or can't come into the country, which is the most essential job of a president, is to handle immigration. And they're like, nope. Gotta let him in. Here we go. Here we go. On top of everything else, we got people in the CIA and the FBI shredding documents because they don't want things to happen. You got people, oh, I don't know if you heard this story. You'll love this one. You have people in the CIA who said if they don't get their way, they're going to sell state secrets. They are openly advocating treason to stop Trump at this point. And they actually went on the record and said, if we don't get what we want, we are going to sell secrets. Somebody had put in the chat earlier, and like, I'm tired of hearing bad news. Well, there's good news. Zelensky has agreed to a deal. But here, let me show this to you in case you hadn't heard it. CNN says that top leadership, we're not even talking rank and file people, top leadership at the CIA are worried about anti-Trump personnel may be motivated to sell out America to a foreign power. In other words, the people who created the Russia hoax might now sell America's secrets to Russia, and then CNN will be there to blame Trump. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. So I've got Congressman Scott Frank all ready to come in. This is who we'll be talking to right now. Congressman Scott Franklin from Florida's 18th Congressional District up there in Lakeland outside of Orlando. Congressman Franklin, can you hear me? I don't have any sound from you. You got to turn your microphone on if you can hear me. Hit the button. There you are.
Got it?
Okay, I got you now.
Okay.
Yep, I got you. Sounds fine. Let me just move it up there. How are you today?
I'm good. Let me get this thing situated right here.
Yeah, please take your time. Do whatever you need to do. So you guys got a busy day or week coming up with March 14th happening. I was just talking to everybody who's here this afternoon. And we may have to, and of course you would understand, I'm waiting. President Trump's supposed to come out and talk about executive orders and the deal with Zelensky. So I'm going to get right to the point with you. In the last hour or so, and I'm sorry, I had a bunch of questions already, but some things have come up. In the last hour or so, we've seen not one, but two district judges decide that they're going to usurp the power of the presidency and dictate and mandate to President Trump what he should be doing. The first one was Judge Ali, who says that, I don't know if you've even seen this, but he didn't want to relitigate the TRO. He wanted to actually talk about enforcement, wants to name names, and he wants to force President Trump and the administration to pay the money to the foreign NGOs by midnight tomorrow. And now we just had another judge who is invalidating the immigration and says he has to let refugees in. So my question to you as a member of Congress and everything that's going on, what is the next step? Because how are they going to enforce these, and what would you guys be doing in Congress to make sure that they're not just usurping the power of the presidency and taking over, because in essence, they're considering themselves president.
Well, clearly they are, and that's why everybody needs to understand how critical these judicial appointments are. You know, that's probably of all the things the president does with the most lasting impact, it's these choices that he makes to fill these judicial roles. It's so critical. So, you know, executive orders are the fastest thing to take some action with a stroke of a pen. He can make things happen. The next key is for us as Congress to try to codify these things into law. But for the long-term impact, the long-term ramifications, it's these judge positions.
So what Judge Ali said was that the Trump administration ignored the first TRO, and now he wants to move into enforcement, which basically they're at that fork in the road, and they're playing a game of chicken. What happens next? If President Trump and Marco Rubio do not adhere to what that judge says, what's going to happen?
It goes to the courts, and they're going to try to shut it down. And I guess we just appeal up the line and get the Supreme Court to make a decision. But thankfully, again, that's where having a conservative-leaning court finally is going to help us out.
Now, can they send or try to send U.S. Marshals in to take somebody out and hold them in contempt?
That I don't know.
Okay, so now the next thing, all this stuff that's going on with DOGE and the subcommittee, and you guys have got to get to a budget by March 14th. Where do you see that going?
Well, we got a number of different steps going on. One is, you know, we're still operating under a continuing resolution from October 1st that expires in the middle of March. So we've got to get our appropriations done for fiscal year 25 or do a continuing resolution out through the rest of the year. That's one whole can of issues. And then the other is the reconciliation process that's really going to make good on President Trump's promises. All the things that he promised on the campaign trail that America bought into, that overwhelmingly elected him, those have to happen through reconciliation. And that starts with getting a budget resolution done today. Hopefully we're going to have a vote later this evening. There's a lot of dissension even among our ranks on the Republican side as to what that should look like. We have some who feel that it's not strong enough in its spending cuts. Others in more moderate districts don't want to see those levels of cuts. But, you know, with our razor thin margin and the Democrats promising they're not going to assist at all, we've got to literally have, I think we can afford to lose one vote total on the Republican side. But we can't even start to do the deliberations on this reconciliation unless we do this budget budget resolution first. So we have to get that passed so we can get this ball in motion.
Now, what's the likelihood of something passing well, let me back up. What would happen on March 14th? We keep hearing about government's going to shut down. What does a government shutdown entail?
Well, it's a lot of aspects across the government will shut down, including a lot of folks not getting paid. For me, as a former military guy, one of my greatest concerns is our troops don't get paid. Mm-hmm. There are a lot of essential functions that will continue. It definitely looks better under a Republican administration than the Democrat one because, you know, the agencies have some latitude to decide exactly what gets closed down. But, you know, the reality is things shut down and the government doesn't reopen again until we get 60 votes in the Senate to reopen it. And the challenge we face with that is we're not, you know, we've only got 53, if you call it 53, mm-hmm. you know, usually 51 reliable votes, but we don't have anywhere near the 60 without reopening on Democrat terms. And that's going to be the danger if we do a shutdown, is we're going to end up swallowing a lot of stuff we don't want in order to get it reopened again. And obviously at some point we got to reopen the government.
So the reconciliation, you don't need 60?
No, and that's the beauty of reconciliation and it has to fit those very specific guidelines. It's mandatory spending, has to follow all these procedures under what they call the Byrd Rule. But as long as it does that and the parliamentarian says grace over it and is in agreement with what we're trying to do, it only takes the 51 votes. So and that's how.
Go ahead.
That's how Biden was able to jam so much through early in his term, was using reconciliation. So that's where it's incumbent upon us. We've got to make it work as Republicans because this is our big chance to reform government.
So I was watching earlier, and I showed everybody a clip of Hakeem Jeffries, and they always claim that you're going to take money from babies and grandmas, and it's the same old thing every single time they do this. The cuts that are being put on the table, I believe it's like 1.5 trillion. Where are those cuts happening?
Well, they're happening across all the different agencies. We found there is so much waste, fraud, and abuse across all the different agencies of the government that, in my view, our $200 billion a year, taken out over 10 years, a couple of $1 trillion of cuts, should be very easy to find. And I know there are people who squeal about that, but there is so much waste and inefficiency. Elon Musk and the DOGE group have already pointed to a lot of those. We're aware of them. We just need to take advantage of this opportunity to make those cuts.
So if those cuts happen, because you know how they're going to run to the microphones and television cameras, and they're going to continually say babies and poor people and everything else. Can you say to people watching, it's not Medicaid, it's not Social Security, it's not SNAP benefits, all that stuff will be taken care of in its current form?
Yeah, it will be the waste that's in the system. We don't have to get into the benefits. We found, for example, there's stories, and I haven't seen that firsthand, but it will be coming out that we have $50 billion, or actually $2 billion a week, over $100 billion a year in Social Security payments that are going out to people that don't have Social Security numbers.
Right.
Who are those people? All the folks I know that are on Social Security have Social Security numbers. So, there's that. There's just a staggering amount of fraud in the system, and this is what we're going to expose. But the first step is to do this budget motion that we've got this evening, and once we get that passed, we can start the hard process of the negotiations to make it happen.
What time is that? Will it come to the floor today?
Well, we're hoping to have a vote at 6 o'clock this
wow.
evening. We've already passed the rule for it, but there's talk. They're still whipping the votes to make sure we've got them all. Candidly, I think we've been talking about this for far too long. We got people who threaten they're going to vote against it. I say it's put up or shut up time. Yeah. It's time to get us on the clock and let somebody have a no by their name up on the big board. Yeah. And we'll see how long it takes before they get a call from 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue to start telling them they need to get in line.
I'm looking at my monitor right now, and Hakeem Jeffries are out in front of the Capitol. Probably not too far from where you're sitting. You probably look out the window, and the big sign on his podium goes, "Save Medicaid," because that's all they keep saying. Why don't the Republicans have a strong messenger who can get out there and say, "Listen, they're lying to you. That's not what's on the table"? What, in order to fight fire with fire, is there somebody who can, or who is even willing to get out there and let people know they're lying to you? Literally call them out.
Well, we do, and it's through platforms like yours that we get the message out to people that want to hear the truth. The challenge we have is the mainstream media is absolutely aligned against us. They look for the lies, they perpetuate them. Just the lady running Face the Nation the other day, CBS, she got called out specifically with Marco Rubio for lying.
Right.
And what we need is people like the Secretary of State to be bold enough to call her a liar to her face right there on the spot and say, we're not going to allow you to get away with these lies any longer.
So there are 218 Republicans, correct? So is it the same 51% as it is in the Senate? So you only need 216 or 17 to actually get it passed tonight?
Yeah, we're not at full strength. I'm not sure exactly what the number is. And that assumes, too, that every Democrat is here as well. Okay. That's the challenge, is everybody has to show up. But, assuming all players are here with the current numbers, we can only afford to lose one person. And we've had at least two who have said their firm no's on it. And if that happens, then this is just going to be playing right into the Democrats' hands.
And are you at liberty to say who those two people are?
Well, it's out in the press. There are a couple of folks who've been pretty adamant that they were a no. One of those is Thomas Massey of Kentucky.
Really?
And from his perspective, this isn't going far enough. It doesn't cut enough. I agree. I would love to see us cutting a lot more. Right. But I want to make sure we're not left holding an empty bag and get nothing done. Because if we don't get this thing passed, we get nothing. And another who has said that she would be opposed to it is Victoria Sparks. Both feeling that there's not strong enough cuts. But the problem we're going to run into is the House, whatever we end up with, so we're going to pass hopefully in time, our House budget. The Senate's going to pass their version, and then we have to reconcile the two of those. The House is a much more conservative bunch than the Senate. Mm-hmm. So if we default on our responsibilities on the House side, we're going to get jammed by the Senate. And what ends up coming down the line is not going to look nearly as conservative as what we would do. And then we're stuck having to take something we don't like, or we get nothing.
Now, doesn't Thomas Massie know that? I mean, it seems pretty simple what you're saying. Is it a protest per se, and at the end he'll come through? Because everything you just said makes complete common sense. Hey, listen, if we don't do this, and if we go ahead and get this thing closed on March 14th, now we need to go from just a simple majority to a 60%, 60 vote, or 60% rather. Doesn't he know that? It's basically do or die at this point. Get what you can, and then work elsewhere. Why? It just doesn't make sense to me, and doesn't make sense to a lot of people why you would even risk that. It's like going all in on with a pair of twos.
Well, I can't confess to know exactly, what all runs in Thomas's mind, but I will say, to his credit, mm-hmm. He holds the line. He is extremely staunch in his views and I do share this view that the greatest threat to our nation is our debt. But where he and I probably differ is I do think that at the end of the day, I'll fight every day for the absolute most conservative thing we can get passed into law, mm-hmm. but we got to win. We got to take a win. Even if it's, I'd rather have a blowout victory. I'll take a 1-point victory over a loss all day, but then I can come back and win again tomorrow.
Right.
Exactly. You look, a Super Bowl winning team at the end of the season doesn't win every week for 16 weeks in a blowout. You win a lot of games by a last second field goal, but you put yourself in a position to win the prize. And that's what we've got to do. We've got to put ourselves in a position to win. We didn't get in these problems overnight. This has really been something that's been building over the last 50 years. It's really been since, mid 60s. This has been going on. So it's going to take time to turn the aircraft carrier here, and we got to start with the first step.
You being from Florida as I am, that perfect season only happened here in Florida. That's right. In 1972 with the Miami Dolphins. So with everything that DOGE is doing, I understand that more people today, 1,400 more people got fired from the VA, and the good news is that over 1 million government employees actually responded to the email, despite so many people complaining about having to fill out a simple 5 steps. Hey, what did you do last week? Where everybody in America who works a job understands you're accountable to somebody for what you do, whether good or bad. It didn't say tell me something good. Tell me what you did. Hey, listen, I tried this and it messed up. Why is there such an aversion for people actually having accountability with their employer?
Well, because the government's not accustomed to having that level of accountability. But I'll say, touching on what you mentioned before with the VA, mm-hmm. I met with the incoming VA secretary just today, and he assured me that the types of cuts that they're making are not going to affect patient care. Our veterans will continue to get the quality of care they've gotten, and even better, because that's another system. A lot of people don't know the VA is second only to the Department of Defense in size as far as the government bureaucracy, and he's got a tremendous amount of just bureaucratic waste and fat in there that he's trying to sift through. And I think it's a great change at the helm.
Well, it's 4:30. I don't want to hold you too much because I know you've got to get down there and get into the fight down there. But I have another question for you. It's a little off of politics. You flew fighter jets. Is that what your experience is? Is that what you flew, or you're a commercial pilot?
No. I flew the Navy. I was always flying off of carriers, so I flew carrier jets all through the 80s and 90s and early 2000s.
What the heck is happening in the air today? I mean, I don't know if you saw, but we all watched it. I had it live and I clicked on it. I don't know if you've seen it, but a Southwest airline flight was coming in, and somebody with a smaller jet was cutting in front of him on the runway. The guy did a touch and go, which I mean, how hard is that to do as a pilot? And more importantly, how is this stuff happening so often?
Well, I did see that. That was a near runway collision there. I forget, it was Chicago Midway, I believe, a Southwest jet. We have been blessed with an incredibly strong safety record here in America over the last 20 years or so, to the point that people forget that flying, just like driving an automobile, is not a perfect thing. But once we have a situation like we had here at DCA a few weeks ago with that midair, there's a lot of scrutiny being placed on aviation. Sadly, there are mishaps out in the aviation world all the time that don't involve our commercial airliners. Last week, just the midair collision out somewhere out in the Southwest, I believe. Those types of accidents do happen over the course of the year. But now it's to a point where if anything happens on any flight anywhere in the world, everyone's looking at a broken down system. That said, the skies continue to get busier. There's more air traffic. We've got archaic computer systems that the FAA has. It's not for a lack of money. We have sent a lot of money to the FAA that I'd be curious to see the money trail on where that's gone. But we need to be upgrading those systems, and we need quality air traffic controllers. Having been a career aviator, you're literally putting your lives in the hands of those air traffic controllers, and it's a job where perfection is the only standard.
How hard of a maneuver was that for that Southwest pilot to do, the touchdown and take back off? Is that something you guys, I know obviously landing on an aircraft carrier, you probably had to practice it often. That just looked amazing to me. Maybe it was just me and my fantastic look at it and going, oh my God, he landed and took right back off. How hard is that?
Well, it all depends on when that happens. Now, unlike the aircraft I flew, those commercial airliners are much heavier. And so a lot's going to depend on how much time that pilot has to go to full power, get the thrust back up again, and get the altitude to climb away. So I haven't heard the tapes yet, the transcript of the recordings, whether the pilot saw that and took his own initiative to do the go-around, or if he was called to make the go-around and then took it. But that was very close to being a huge disaster.
Unbelievable. Last question, and I'll let you go. You're here in Florida, so it's a little intrinsic question just for us down here. Is Byron Donalds going to be our next governor, do you think?
That's a tough question. I think I would never bet against anyone who has the support of Donald Trump. So, having the president come out in support of Byron recently, I think that's strong. There's a lot that can happen in politics in between now and then. If anything, all the dialogue around this just speaks to the blessing of we're so blessed with a rich talent pool of strong conservatives in Florida. I would stack our top 5 in Florida up against just about any other state out there, and that's why our state of Florida really sets a standard for so much of the rest of the country.
I saw Ron DeSantis came out a couple of days ago, and now he wants to get rid of property tax, which would be a home run down here. I mean, you in Lakeland, real estate would just go off the charts if we were able to get rid of property tax as well. I said last question, but now talking about Ron, I have another one. Is he going to look to run against JD in 2028, or what do you think is in store for Ron DeSantis?
I don't know. That's more than an eternity away, but I hope he stays engaged. I think he's been a fantastic governor, and I know he's got a lot more to offer folks. So wherever that is, I'm looking forward to seeing where he lands next.
All right, Scott, Mr. Congressman Franklin, thank you very much for your time. Go ahead and roll up your sleeves, take off the jacket, and get down there and get in the fight. We got to get this done.
Right. All right. Thank you. Good being with you.
Thank you very much. All right, everybody. That was Congressman Scott Franklin from Lakeland, Florida. Here's how you get a hold of him. It's right there. At Rep Franklin is his handle on X. And with that, I'm going to jump to a quick commercial with Lear Capital. As you know, President Trump has assembled the Avengers to make America great again. And of course, we're all excited and ready to see them get to work. But with everything we're seeing right now, don't take your eye off the ball. Things could get much worse before they get better. With the possibility of World War III still looming, and with the Democrats doing everything they can to impede Trump, you still need to keep your guard up and your money protected. Oh, and our national debt is still massively increasing. Don't get me wrong, I have high hopes for Trump's America, but I also have a family to look out for. You see, Trump and the Avengers have quite the uphill battle ahead. That's why I'm making sure I'm protected, and I'm recommending that you do the same. One way to be protected is by diversifying your portfolio. That's why on this channel I've been happy to partner with Lear Capital. As you know, I've been involved in real estate for quite some time, and although I dabbled in gold and silver, Kevin and his staff at Lear have helped to educate me even further, especially in regards to silver. Give Lear a call today and they'll show you how easy it is to move some of your savings or your retirement account into gold and silver. Gold and silver have been proven to hold value and protect wealth for the long term. Call Lear today at 800-601-5430 or go to learberry.com to get your free gold and silver wealth protection guides. There's no obligation, just free information. Many of you have seen my interviews with Lear founder Kevin Demerit, and I can tell you this company is solid and likes to educate their customers. Just so you know, Lear has over 27 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and over $3 billion in trusted transactions, and is the only company with a 24-hour risk-free purchase. You don't pay unless you're 100% satisfied. So call 800-601-5430 or go to learberry.com. And when you call, don't forget to ask how you can get up to $15,000 in bonus gold or silver with a qualifying purchase. So if you'd like to take advantage of this opportunity, please call my friends at Lear Capital at 800-601-5430 and tell them Barry sent you. All right, so that
We're
was...
at a pivotal moment.
Excuse me.
I said at the beginning...
That was Congressman Scott Franklin. We've got Senator coming up at 5:15, but we're still waiting for President Trump. I could have went off and come back on. He's not even arrived as of yet. It's supposed to come up at 3 o'clock, and we have nothing yet. So we're still watching and waiting for President Trump to come out. Let's take a listen to some of this debate, because now it's actually the Republicans talking.
Cuts in American history to Medicaid. Why is that important? 72 million Americans rely on Medicaid. Another 20 million rely and get their health care through the Affordable Care Act. They are also at risk. We have heard further that while those are the biggest cuts, there are even more, hundreds of billions of dollars in cuts to nutrition assistance, school lunch programs, Pell Grants, Head Starts, and the list goes on and on. And why? All to deliver $4.5 trillion of tax cuts to the richest 1% of Americans. And let's not forget the fact that in order to cover the rest of the cost of those tax cuts, they are increasing the debt limit by $4 trillion. They like to talk about debt and how horrible it is, but this piece of legislation will make our debt situation far worse. This is the Republican betrayal of the middle class. Day after day, in my home state of Pennsylvania, you had candidates from both sides talking about how the number one priority should be to lower costs for Americans. The president made that promise. He said he would do it on day one. Well, here we are, more than a month in, not one executive order, not one bill to lower costs for the American people. Instead, we have this bill to take money from the middle class and give it to those who need it the least. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to lead the opposition to this Republican betrayal of the middle class. I urge every member of this House to vote no. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make my closing remarks consume as much time as we have on the clock here, but let me also pay respects to my ranking member. He is a great guy. He has been a really good partner. We've done some really important things together on a bipartisan basis. In fact, we've passed more bipartisan legislation to fix the broken budget process, which doesn't serve either party in this institution well. And I give him equal credit, if not more credit, because when you're in the minority, there's tremendous pressure not to work with the majority. But he's an American first. And we may disagree, but I know where his heart is. Now, let me answer the question of the ranking member. The $5 trillion is a CBO score. That's a 10-year budget window score, just like the $2 trillion that we have as a goal to reduce reckless, wasteful, and fraudulent spending. Now, Mr. Chairman, the reconciliation process is generally to reconcile the House and Senate budgets, but more than a process for matching up revenues and outlays, this exercise, more importantly, is reconciling the difference between the American people's interest, expectations, and values, and a federal government that has totally lost its way, forgotten who it serves, and too often has failed to faithfully and fairly and efficiently execute the laws of the land. And if we learned anything from the November election, it's that the American people want a strong country. They want a competent leader, common sense policies, and they want all of us to put America first. And that's what this budget resolution does. I'd like to think of this budget resolution as a promissory note to our children to preserve the land of liberty and opportunity by safeguarding it from an unwieldy government and with unbridled spending, taxing, and regulating that threatens to destroy it. Mr. Chairman, I said this in the Budget Committee, and I'm going to say it now to close. The era of wasteful, woke, and weaponized government is over, and this budget resolution will be its tombstone. Here lies one of the darkest chapters in American history: open borders, record crime, lawlessness, feckless foreign policies, cost of living crises. Enough. It's time to reverse the curse. It's time to reverse the reckless spending, the failed policies, do the first and most important job of the federal government: keep the American people safe. That's exactly what we intend to do, and that's exactly what we've delivered with this framework. So, Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on House Concurrent Resolution 14, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
All right, so I got some huge breaking news. Let me bring this up. I think Benny just the first one to come up with this. The FBI has opened an investigation into James Comey's honeypot operation to attack Trump's campaign. Comey sent I'll tell you what this was. Comey sent 2 female undercover agents to target campaign figures in a secret and unlogged operation. One agent now holds a senior FBI role. The other joined the CIA to avoid questioning. So, if you've seen this, you know that James Comey has gone on, I don't know if it's 60 Minutes or Dateline, whatever. He has actually gone out there and said, yeah, we knew, the Trump administration was new and they may not know the lay of the land, so we're going to send some people in to infiltrate, which were honeypots. And now it seems as if they're opening an investigation into it, which is probably directly from, I don't know, Kash Patel and Kash Patel and Dan Bongino. That's absolutely huge. Absolutely huge. Just to let you know, President Trump should be showing the video. I'm seeing video on X where he has actually signed the orders. And as Monica Page has told us, they don't do it live for security reasons, for some reason. I don't know how there could be a security issue in the White House, but they don't do it live, but then they post the tape in a little while. So 20 minutes ago, he signed the orders, and there's little pieces of it beginning to show, and then we'll see. In addition, George is posting this. George Behezy says the federal judge just ruled that True Social and Rumble do not have to follow any censorship orders from Brazil's Supreme Court Judge Alexandre de Moraes, looking like Voldemort over here. Judge Mary Scriven accused Moraes of censoring right-wing voices on social media in the United States. Voldemort, he called him Voldemort too. Voldemort loses again. He lost his hair long ago, and now he's losing his censorship cartel in court. Moraes allegedly has property in the United States. It would be a shame if it was confiscated. Oh yeah, do that. So we should be seeing more from President Trump imminently in terms of the actual signing ceremony. I've got two different monitors open, and both the monitors have different things on it that they're waiting as well. Everybody is waiting. Everybody waits on this man. So the interview with Congressman Franklin. I understand that some of you are a bit disappointed, and some of you think maybe he was just a rhino, but let's give him some leeway. Let me tell you why. They're about to get involved in some serious hand-to-hand combat behind closed doors. Everything we're seeing, I mean, if I show you this hearing right now, hold on, let me just put over
we
here.
have a hand.
As we're seeing this stuff being talked about and what they're trying to do in the budget resolution and all this stuff, all of that is for show. None of it really means anything. It's what happens behind closed doors where all this stuff is happening. And yes, they monitor what these people are saying. They will go back and say, well, I heard you say this, heard you say that, and try to use it against people. So you're going to see the voting record. You're going to see what everybody says. Let's give them a little bit of leeway with, cut it. Because I am with you. I don't think he's a rhino, but I do think at this point, these are sensitive negotiations that are happening, and I truly believe at this point we need to see what these people are going to do and how they are going to do it. We definitely want them to show us that they're serious about cutting money. And there's seemingly so much to cut, but nobody wants to be the people to cut it. And again, I'll give him the benefit of a doubt. I think he was a nice guy. He's from Florida, so maybe, I'm feeling good about it. But I understand how some of you could feel right now because we want this money cut. The other thing is, I took some liberty and I asked him a question he probably wasn't prepared for when I said to him, hey, what are you going to do about these rogue judges? And I'm telling you, this is going to be a sticky subject. It is going to be problematic. And I don't know if, did I catch him by surprise? I don't know if somebody wants to go on the record and say, ignore this crap. Again, I'm different. Me, I don't care. I understand I'm not voted in, I'm not an elected official, but I'd have came right out and said, no, ignore it. Tell them to go pound sand. Tell them to, plant one right there. But then again, I'm not an elected official. I don't have to face these guys every day. Ron DeSantis has recommended that Trump move the NASA office to Florida. I thought it was already here. My bad. Let's see here. I'm just tired of government. Exactly, Melissa. I'm tired of all this. I want someone to walk down a hall and roll a hand grenade into this stuff because it's all BS at this point. These lower judges who are, it can't be clearer. We see the rulings. They are putting themselves in the place of the president. And I don't want to hear about, hey, this is why we need to vote because, we got to put in Y'all need to roll up your sleeves, get bloody, roll around in the pit there, do whatever you need to do. Because we're getting to that point. We're getting to the point where you got to decide. This dude was a Navy fighter. I know he's got it in him. We have to determine what the heck we're going to do with this country because these people aren't backing down whatsoever. If we cut Social Security benefits to people over 100, the cut will be sufficient to care for everything. Yeah, that's true. I wouldn't say 100 because there are some people who are 100 years old. So that's a little bit too drastic. Let's say 120. If you're over 120 years old, you probably won't notice the cut anyway. I mean, let's just be honest. If you're 140, you're definitely not going to notice it. 120, yeah, you might not get the same diaper change you were getting. I don't mean to be facetious, but you know what I mean. 125, we're pretty much go for 100. How about this? Over 125, no questions asked, bam, you're done. Just take it away. Just delete every person in that database, all their Social Security information. Don't worry about it being leaked. Delete it all. If you're over 125 years old, just delete it. How much will we save? What was that number? Something like 10 million people over the age of 120 still get Social Security. Where's it going? And not a single Democrat will ever talk about it. 120, we should be good. 120, we might be good. Yeah. At that point, we're just going to have to cut it. Oh, man, that's funny. Biden did a lot of things. I don't remember any judges stopping him. Nope. Not at all. I look at the theatrics that are going down. These guys are talking. Here, listen to this guy.
We are finally now getting that tape playback of President Trump answering some questions inside the Oval. Let's listen on Live Now.
They're suing all our companies. And if that's going to happen, we want to be the ones that sue, not them. And they use it almost as a form of running European countries, and the EU in particular has been very violent in its lawsuits against our companies, and frankly, very violent and very bad to our airlines. I've gotten calls from the heads of airlines saying they stop in Europe and they're getting charged all sorts of taxes that they never even heard of. They stop and they're getting fined and charged, and they do it only with American companies. They're not doing it to other countries, so we're stopping it. And we have another thing, we have another step to go, and if they don't shape up, as an example, Apple has had to pay like $17 billion in a lawsuit that nobody thought was worth anything. And I won't get into the judge or the decision or how the decision was arrived, but I'm pretty good at this stuff, and I think it's disgraceful. And Google's being sued, Facebook's being sued, and many others are being sued by their so-called government, if you call it a government, EU, and they don't treat us right. They don't treat us right as a country. So we're going to protect our companies. We have to protect our companies. So we're not going to have any companies left anymore. I also want to thank Apple, though, for announcing they're going to invest $500 billion in our country. That's the biggest investment anybody's probably made to this date. And they're going to do it very quickly, and that's because of tariffs. They don't want to pay the tariffs, and they feel very strongly about the country. Now, they wouldn't have done it without us. Without the Trump administration, they wouldn't have done it. But they feel very strongly about the direction of the country. The polls have shown that, too. The polls are coming out showing direction of the company is the country is the best they've ever seen, actually. Best they've ever seen. So I just want to thank Tim Cook and Apple for the confidence. $500 billion. That's the biggest investment anyone has made in a short period of time.
Mr. President, have you spoken today with the House Republican holdouts who said they would not be supporting the budget resolution?
Well, I'm not involved in that. They know what I want, and the Senate knows what I want, too. And the Senate's got a bill that's very strong, having to do with the taxes, because the taxes is what's bringing all these companies in. So, and without it, by the way, you'd have to double your own taxes. Everybody would be doubled up, or you'd have the biggest tax increase ever. So the House has a bill and the Senate has a bill, and I'm looking at them both, and I'll make decisions. But I don't know where they are in the vote. I know the Senate's doing very well, and the House is doing very well. But each one of them has things that I like. So we'll see if we can come together.
Mr. President, can you clarify
hopefully once and for all, what your expectations are with this email to federal employees. What are you going to use that information for? And do you see it as voluntary, like OPM has said, or mandatory?
Yeah, well, it's somewhat voluntary, but it's also, if you don't answer, I guess you get fired. What it really is, what it is do people exist? We have this massive government with millions of people, and nobody knows who's working for the government, who's not. So what they're doing is they're sending out a letter to everybody, and they're saying, what were the things you did last week? I guess they ask for 5. And if people are working, it's easy. I could tell you 5 things I did last week. I could tell you 5 things I did 6 weeks ago, right? If they're there and they're working, they're able to say they did 5 things during work. And that means they're working and they're with us and they have no further obligation. If they're not, it could be there's no such person. It could be that the person's no longer working. They're no longer living at that address. They may be moved. Maybe they moved to a different country, or maybe the person doesn't exist. And we then take that person off the payroll, and we save a lot of money by doing that. But that's one of the only ways. I think it's a very smart thing. And it says, if you don't answer, essentially, there's a penalty to pay. Like, that's the end of the job.
Well, Musk has said that. The order itself doesn't say that. I think that's part of the confusion. Is he speaking for you when he says?
Yeah, everybody speaks for me. I'm the one. I'll take responsibility. The old statement, the buck stops here, right? Famous statement. Well, I can say the same thing. The buck stops here. No, we have to find out if people are getting paid and they're not working, and they have a problem. Let's say they have another job, and then they write in false statements. It's a big problem if they write in false statements. They may be working for somebody else but getting paid by the U.S. government, and that would mean that they're not allowed to be doing that. They're not allowed to be working for us and be working for somebody else. We're paying them a lot of money. We're paying them. So we'll see. That solves that problem. Most people aren't willing to say that, we're doing this, and this, and this for the U.S. government, and yet they're at another job, because that's a big problem for them if they do that. So in some cases, they're not writing back. And if they don't write back, they end up eventually losing their job. We give them extensions, but that was something we thought about a long time ago. We give them extensions, but we'll see. We have to make sure, number one, that we have people, number two, that they're working, and number two, they're working for us, not for another company.
Is it true that President Zelensky is coming on Friday to meet with you, and is the mineral deal sorted out?
Yeah, I hear that. I hear that he's coming on Friday. Certainly, it's okay with me if he'd like to, and he would like to sign it together with me, and I understand that's a big deal, very big deal. And I think the American people, even if you look at polling, they're very happy because, Biden was throwing money around like it's cotton candy. And it's a very big deal. It could be $1 trillion deal. It could be whatever, but it's rare earths and other things. And look, we're spending hundreds of billions of dollars on Ukraine and Russia fighting. A war that should have never, ever happened. That's a war that would have never happened if I were president. And it didn't happen for 4 years. People say, how do we know that? It didn't happen for 4 years. Would have never happened. And nevertheless, this guy went into this situation and he spent money like nobody's ever seen. $350 billion. The other thing that we don't like is that Europe has spent $100 billion. We've spent $350 billion. Europe gets their money back because they spent it in the form of a loan. And we just gave them, whether it's 300 or 350 billion, nobody really knows. They can't even tell me the answer to that, but it means probably more than that. So what we're doing is now we're saying, look, we want to be secured. We want to get that money back. We're helping a country through a very, very big problem, a problem like very few people have had. Shouldn't have had this problem because it shouldn't have happened, but it did happen. So we have to straighten it out. But the American taxpayer now is going to get their money back plus.
Mr. President, yesterday with Emmanuel Macron, you said you had spoken to Putin about the idea of peacekeepers in Ukraine, that Putin was fine with it. The Kremlin, I guess, has said that that's actually unacceptable to them. What's real here?
That's not what I was told, but you're going to need some form of peacekeeping, so something will be done that's going to be satisfactory to everybody. We need peacekeeping too.
Any situation
it's actually something I did discuss, but a form of peacekeeping that's acceptable to everybody. Ultimately, we'll be able to agree on something, I'm sure.
With Ukraine and this mineral deal, What does Ukraine get in return, Mr. President?
$350 billion and lots of equipment, and military equipment, and the right to fight on, and originally the right to fight. Look, Ukraine, I will say they're very brave and they're good soldiers, but without the United States and its money and its military equipment, this war would have been over in a very short period of time. In fact, I was the one that gave the javelins. You remember the famous javelins? That was me. That wasn't Obama. It wasn't Biden. It wasn't anybody else. It was me. And they wiped out a lot of tanks with those javelins. And the expression was that Obama gave sheets and I gave the javelins. That was a big deal at the time. It wiped out. That was the beginning when people said, wow, that's something. Well, that was American equipment. Without American equipment, this war would have been over very quickly. And American money, too. I mean, a lot of money.
So that war-fighting equipment and the ammunition, that's sustained going forward for Ukraine, and how long is it sustained?
Well, it could go forward for a while, and maybe until we have a deal with Russia. Look, we need to have a deal with Russia, otherwise it's going to continue. But now when Americans put up their money, the taxpayer money, and the president approves it, we're getting our money back in some form. But it could go on for a while, or it could be settled quickly. I think it's going to be settled quickly. I spoke with President Putin. I think he wants to settle it, and wants to get on with life. It's horrible. What's happening, horrible. Thousands of soldiers a week are being killed, and others too, but especially on the battlefield. Thousands a week are being killed, and we want that to end. Yeah, Brian?
Yes. Okay. Real quickly. Karoline Leavitt, your press secretary, sent an earthquake through that briefing room earlier today announcing that the WHCA would not have any control over placing media in the seats, the briefing room. Just want to get your thoughts on that. And also on Air Force One. It's trending on X. People are talking about it. Get your thoughts.
Well, we're going to be now calling those shots. As you know, we won that lawsuit right there. See, the Gulf of America, which is a beautiful name. Most people agree. I don't know. It's, AP has been terrible. Look, I think they're radical left. I think they're third-rate reporters. I know the specific young lady that works on the account is terrible. She's a radical left lunatic, as far as I'm concerned. They don't treat us fairly. That's number one. And number two, they had no right to do that. This is the Gulf of America. And if you look at that shoreline, look at that shoreline. Look, from Florida, well, most of it it's called America. And vast majority, like big numbers. So I'm just admiring it as I look at it. I'm getting teary-eyed, but I don't want you to say Trump broke down and started crying. No, how beautiful is that? Look at the shoreline. Look at that.
Well,
that's America.
Can I shift our attention to Canada real quick?
Yes, please.
Last week, I spent some time with two government officials for Canada. I was asking them how realistic is it that Canada would be the 51st state.
Yeah.
And they told me there is a path. Alberta is first, and if they sign on, Saskatchewan would follow, and then you go west to British Columbia. There is a movement in Canada to join us. I want to get your thoughts on that and how that's proceeding.
So it's true. Thank you, Brian. It's true. A lot of people in Canada are liking becoming our beautiful, cherished 51st state. They'll have to pay much lower taxes. They'll have the ultimate security. They don't pay very much for security right now because they rely on us, which is really unfair to us. They make cars that we could make, and they send them back into the United States. They make a lot of things, including the sending of oil and everything. We don't need their oil. We don't need their lumber. In fact, we're going to be freeing up, and I've asked Howard Lutnick to get that done with Lee and everybody, Lee Zeldin, environmental. We're freeing up our forests. We're going to be able to take down trees. Right now, we're so restricted environmentally. We're going to be freeing it up with an emergency order. We have an emergency order, and we're going to be freeing up our forests. We have more forests than almost anybody, and great lumber, great trees. We don't need anybody's trees. We don't need trees from Canada or anybody else. In fact, we have to put the slits, as they call them, the area, 50, 60-yard area in between areas of trees. It stops the fires. And frankly, California should have been doing that for years. It's almost getting late. They're going to run out of forests the way they're going. What a shame. And by the way, the water is flowing in California. I hope you people have seen it, but the water is flowing. Do you have a picture of that? I'd hold it up. Do you have a picture of that? Get a picture of it, please. You know, we had a little skirmish in California. I can't believe we had to do that, but we opened up the water in California. The water was flowing into a place called the Pacific Ocean, which for the Pacific Ocean is only a drop. But for us, it's more water than we can use in California. So I'll get you some photographs, but it's a beautiful sight. The water is flowing in California. Beautiful water from the Pacific Northwest and beyond. And it flows down, and instead of being routed out to the Pacific Ocean, and this has been going on for 20 years more in order to take care of a certain species of fish, which wasn't doing very well without water, I can tell you. So that's a big deal. It's like not reported. It's incredible. But California has a lot of water. That's going to take care of farmers. It's going to wetten up the land. And it's going to go all the way down to Los Angeles, where they have curfews on water, where they have all sorts of blocks on water. You can only use so much. We're going to put until just recently, they were going to put a number of gallons per person living in a house in Beverly Hills on water. You're not going to have that problem anymore. Do you have a picture? Let me just see what that looks like. How beautiful is that? Look at that beautiful water flowing. Look at that. That's coming in the dikes and other means of transportation. Isn't that beautiful? Who would believe that? That's all water they could have had. I went to the governor during my first term and I said, why don't you do this? And they said they have an environmental problem with clean water. If this water were there, you wouldn't have had those fires. You had sprinklers. They make people put sprinklers in the ceiling of a home, and they had no water in them. With this, they would have had a lot of water in them. They would have all been full. That would have had you would have had a whole different deal down there. You probably wouldn't have had a fire, but if it was, it would have been small, would have been put out. You had the fire hydrants not working in California. So it's a beautiful site. These are canals that were built. These were all built. And you saw them for years. They were empty, concrete. They call them the V-shapes or the half pipes. And they're shaped different forms, but they're shaped, and they rush down through the farm areas where the farmers can take it and down to Los Angeles. And they were sitting empty for years. And now look at that. Look at that way it looked. It wasn't easy. We had to be very unfriendly to get into those areas. We opened it up.
Mr. President.
I essentially attacked California. Can you believe it? I attacked California. Let's go.
At the outset of your administration, sir, you committed to ending the weaponization of government, to holding those accountable who participated in the weaponization of government.
Hold it. This is a good one. Is everybody listening? Deranged Jack Smith. We're going to call it the Deranged Jack Smith signing or bill. Go ahead.
One law firm that provided pro bono legal services to the special counsel's office under Jack Smith's leadership was Covington and Burling. As a result of those actions, we're now going to be suspending and putting under review the security clearances for the attorneys and employees at that firm who worked with Jack Smith's team. And we're going to continue holding the people who were responsible for the weaponization of government, who supported it, accountable for what they did.
And you'll be doing this with other firms as time goes by, right?
We're looking at sort of the whole panoply of options.
The weaponization of our system by law firms, even pro bono work they're doing just in order to clog up government, stop government. And nobody knows about it more than me. And hopefully that'll never happen again.
So the Covington and Burlington?
Covington and Burlington.
Mr. President, may I ask you a question about Europe? So long term, do you plan to maintain the number of U.S. troops?
Wait, I just want to savor this one, please. Who would like this pen? Hey, why don't you send it to Jack Smith? A deranged person.
Mr. President, what do you say to people who worry that targeting an individual firm or individuals who aren't Jack Smith?
Excuse me, I've been targeted for 4 years, longer than that. Thank you, sir. So you don't tell me about targeting. I was the target of corrupt politicians for 4 years, and then 4 years after that, So don't talk to me about targeting.
Oh,
yeah, go ahead.
Mr. President, there are approximately 2 million federal employees right now. By the end of your term, what do you expect that number to be? What would you like that number to be?
Well, it'll be lower, but I can't tell you. Everybody knows I ran on downsizing government, but making government better. I ran on tariffs and making our country rich, and that's what's going to do. We're going to be doing something else that's going to be very, very good. We're going to be selling a gold card. You have a green card. This is a gold card. We're going to be putting a price on that card of about $5 million, and that's going to give you green card privileges plus. It's going to be a route to citizenship, and wealthy people will be coming into our country by buying this card. They'll be wealthy, and they'll be successful, and they'll be spending a lot of money and paying a lot of taxes and employing a lot of people. And we think it's going to be extremely successful. And never been done before or anything like this, but it's something that we're going to be putting out over the next, would you say 2 weeks, Howard? Do you want to say a couple of words about it?
Sure.
Mr. President, are there
Wait a
any
minute.
requirements for that
Hang on a
gold
second.
card? Do you have to invest a certain amount of money in this country in order to qualify for that gold card?
Yeah, exactly.
So
Go
the
ahead.
EB-5 program was really, you lend some money, but it was full of nonsense, make-believe, and fraud, and it was a way to get a green card that was low priced. So the president said, rather than having this sort of ridiculous EB-5 program, we're going to end the EB-5 program. We're going to replace it with the Trump Gold Card, which is really a green card gold. So they'll be able to pay $5 million to the U.S. government. They'll have to go through vetting, of course. We're going to make sure they're wonderful, world-class global citizens. They can come to America. The president can give them a green card, and they can invest in America, and we can use that money to reduce our deficit. Why do we give out lotteries of green cards? Why do we give out EB-5 for green cards? The President of the United States understands that the right answer is, why don't we eliminate the deficit of the United States of America instead?
The gold card, well, millions, but the gold card will bring in with it people that create jobs, very high-level people. I think companies will pay to get people in. For instance, you today graduate from the Wharton School of Finance or Harvard or Stanford or any college, and nobody knows if you can even go to work for a company. So Apple and all these companies that want to get people to be working for them will be able to buy a card, and for the people that are number one in their class at top schools, I see that as one of the things. But generally speaking, it'll be people with money and people that create jobs, and they won't have to pay any tax on income outside of the United States, which they're not paying right now. They're not citizens, but they'll have to pay if they create jobs in the United States. They'll pay full taxes like everybody else. So you're getting big taxpayers, big job producers, and we'll be able to sell maybe 1 million of these cards, maybe more than that. And if you add up the numbers, they're pretty good. As an example, 1 million cards would be worth $5 trillion. $5 trillion.
Wow.
And if you sell 10 million of the cards, that's a total of $50 trillion. Well, we have 35 trillion in debt. That'd be nice. So we'll see. But it could be great. Maybe it will be fantastic. We have it all worked out from the legal standpoint. It's totally legal to do. Hasn't been done before. It's been done in many different forms. We give them away. Why should we give them away? We shouldn't give them away. And I think it's something very exciting. I think it's potentially just something that we're all very excited about. So it's a gold card. It's somewhat like a green card, but at a higher level of sophistication. It's a road to citizenship for people. And essentially people of wealth or people of great talent, where people of wealth pay for those people of talent to get in, meaning companies will pay for people to get in and to have long-term status in the country. And I think it's something we're very, very happy about. Would you have anything to say about that?
Well, many other countries, by the way, do this, including, of course, your 51st state does that.
And the money's earmarked for deficit reduction?
It may be earmarked for deficit, but it actually could be more money than that. I mean, if you did 10 million, you'd have $15 trillion left over. But generally, it's going to be paid down debt, yes.
Do you need Congress for this? Do you think you need
No, we don't need Congress, no, because we're not doing citizenship, we're doing the card. It's a path to citizenship, a very strong path to citizenship, but we're not doing the citizenship. For that, I'd have to get Congress.
And would all countries be eligible for this gold card?
Depends. The countries largely, the people will be vetted very carefully.
Mr. President, on Ukraine, would you provide military support for Ukraine in the future under a peace agreement?
Say it again louder.
Would you provide military support for Ukraine in the future as part
You mean
of
like
the peace
security?
agreement? Yeah.
Well, people are going to do it. I think Europe will largely be responsible for that. European countries will be responsible.
But Macron asked for a U.S. backup.
Well, we'll see. I mean, right now we're just in the process of negotiating. We've pretty much negotiated our deal on raw earth and various other things. We'll be looking at that security. You're talking about general security for Ukraine later on. I don't think that's going to be a problem. There are a lot of people that want to do it. And I spoke with Russia about it. They didn't seem to have a problem with it. So I think they understand. They're not going back in. Once we do this, they're not going back in.
So not just
on that gold card.
aircraft. Would the U.S. provide, for instance, air defense?
Well, I just told you. Right now, we're not providing anything. You know, it's about Europe, too. Europe put in $100 billion, and we put in $350 billion. It's not a fair thing. You know, we would normally say, and I say it now anyway, but we want equalization. They should put up actually more money than us because they're right there. We have an ocean in between. But we've had very good talks with Russia. We've had very good talks with Ukraine, and we think it maybe will come to an end and we'll stop killing young people all over the battlefield and elsewhere.
On Europe, so do you plan to maintain heavy military presence in Europe in the long term, like tens of thousands of troops?
We'll be involved. Yeah, we'll be involved in Europe. We're involved in Europe now. Europe is our friend. They took advantage of us on trade. We don't like that. What the EU does, we don't like that. But we'll solve that the old-fashioned way. We'll give them the same reciprocal numbers. You know, we're talking about a reciprocal tax. You know that. And if they charge us, we charge them. Right now, they charge us much, much more than we charge them. And they have non-monetary taxes also and tariffs. And we're going to change that. It's all changing. It's all changing. We're not going to be the people that we were. We had people in this office sitting right at this desk or another model of this desk. Because, as you know, the other desk is right now being refurbished.
Is Steve Witkoff delaying his trip to the Middle East?
No, not that I know of. No, Steve. And the Middle East has been great. Saudi Arabia has treated us really well. They really have. And I think Qatar has treated us very well, too. They want to get that whole mess ended in the Middle East. You know, we don't even talk about that anymore. You guys haven't asked one question about the Middle East, but the Middle East seems to be doing relatively well.
May I ask about the Middle East, sir, about the Middle East? For months, even before you were elected in November, you've spoken about your desire to free all of those hostages that have been held by Hamas since October the 7th, a year and a half ago. And just a few weeks ago, you gave an ultimatum. You said if they're not all released by noon on February the 15th, there would be hell to pay. Is Hamas thumbing their nose at you, Mr. President?
No, I think the opposite. So, as you know, they weren't going to release any more hostages. And I said there's going to be hell to pay. And then they agreed that they were going to release the hostages that they had agreed to release, plus an extra one. And so that you could say that was a big difference. But I said it from that point, it's up to Bibi, Netanyahu, and Israel. I may have taken a different stance. But they did release, they went back to releasing the hostages. But if you remember, they said we weren't going to release any. They've totally ended it. And I said, well, they're not going to release any. They'll be held to pay. And but the rest is really up to him. What I may have done it differently than him. It's not my decision, it's his decision. But they did release all of those hostages. So,
Mr. President, when you spoke to Vladimir Putin, did he raise or did you discuss at all the possibility of a minerals deal on the Ukrainian land that Russia now controls?
I didn't discuss it, no. I'd like to buy minerals on Russian land, too, if we can. The rare earth. They have very good rare earth also. They both do. I would say that. And oil and gas. Look, it's a great thing. If we sell this, it's great for Russia, too. because we can do deals there. They have very valuable land that isn't utilized. So something like that could take place, yeah.
Have you put raising or lifting sanctions against Russia on the table as your
No, we haven't lifted any sanctions on anybody.
on the table as part of any negotiation?
Well, I guess it will be at some point, but right now we haven't agreed to lift sanctions on anybody.
On that gold card, getting back to that, I'm fascinated by this, Mr. President.
You should be fascinated by it. Your taxes will go down to nothing.
Would a Russian oligarch be eligible for a gold card?
Yeah, possibly. Hey, I know some Russian oligarchs that are very nice people. It's possible. They're not quite as wealthy as they used to be. They're not as wealthy as they used to be. I think they can afford. I think they can afford $5 million. No, a lot of people are going to want to. A lot of people are going to want to be in this country, and they'll be able to work and provide jobs and build companies and pay taxes. All of those things. It's an incredible. It's an incredible thing. I mean, this is the group that is the first to hear it. Nobody's heard about it. Nobody ever thought about it, but we've been thinking about it very, very strongly over the last week. And I was going to announce it sometime next week, and I figured, why not? We have a lot of cameras blazing right now. We might as well do it now. We'll have Karoline announce it the next time. No, it's a great thing. The gold card. Remember the words, the gold card. Somebody said, can we call it the Trump gold card? I said, if it helps, use the name Trump. I'll give it to you for free.
I like it. Mr. President, you probably just launched 10,000 stories. Do you want to elaborate a little bit more on what Russian oligarchs you know?
I know. Isn't it interesting how many stories we do tell? And they all turn out to be true, and they all turn out to be ultimately correct. Trump was right about everything. Do you have one of those Trump was right about everything hats? I'm going to give it to this gentleman. Get me one of them.
But they're all going to be vetted. Everybody who comes in gets vetted, okay? They get vetted, so you got to, We're going to begin in 2 weeks.
About 2 weeks. The sale will start in about 2 weeks.
Mr. President, do you see a more active role for Zelensky now, given the status?
I hope so. I mean, look, I think that we want to get that country back on its feet. Right now, it's been destroyed. It's so low. Here, give me this. Here, give me all of them. Look.
Yes.
See that? Trump was right about everything. It just came in. Somebody sent, I said, this was sent in by a fan. I said, I think we should make some of them, right? But we were, pretty much. You want one?
I'll pass.
Are you allowed to take one? Because he'll consider it. I know him well. He's sort of a stiff.
I said you were right.
Brian, you're not a stiff. He's sort of a stiff guy. He'll take other things, but not a free hand.
Always say yes to the president. Always say yes to the president.
Would anybody like one?
Mr. President, an easy question perhaps for you. Maybe it's difficult. I'm going to ask you this question about the
Who do you work for?
I work for 2 news organizations.
Who?
I work for 2 news organizations.
Yeah, who are they?
I work for Gray Television, America's second largest broadcaster, and I work for iHeartRadio. So there you go. But let me ask you the easier, tough question, Mr. President. The Philadelphia Eagles won the Super Bowl. Are they being extended an invitation?
They will be. We haven't yet, but we will be. I thought it was a great performance by them, and absolutely they'll be extended that invitation. Would you do that right away, by the way?
Sir.
We'll do it right away. We're going to do it sometime today, and they deserve to be down here, and we hope to see them. We have a lot of we just had the great hockey team, as you know, Florida come here. We have many of the great athletes come that win things.
What's the main obstacle holding up this PGA Tour Live Golf?
Well, they have to get together. They've had a lot of discussion back and forth. They both are meaning well, and a deal will ultimately happen. I think it'll happen pretty quickly. It'd be nice to see the best golfers, be able to play against each other.
What's your role been in this whole process?
Just to help expedite it. Tiger was here. Adam Scott was here. Jay Monahan was here the other day. Just to really help expedite it. We had Yasser here from Saudi Arabia, great guy. These are all great people, and they want to work it out. So if I can help them work it out, I don't get anything out of it. If I can help them work it out. I just think golf, it's very much of an individual sport, and you want to see the best players playing against each other, not playing in 2 different locations, right?
What's going to be more challenging, a PGA Live deal or a Russia-Ukraine deal?
I think the PGA deal is much more complicated.
Sir, may I ask you the Middle East question? If I may, what's your take on what's happening in the West Bank and what Israel
Well,
is doing
it's some movement up there that a lot of people are concerned about. And there's been a lot of Israeli movement. They're up there for a reason. All of a sudden, maybe they're not feeling so good about that. So that would be terrible. I hope that doesn't happen. But there is movement up there that nobody knew about. Right? You know that, right?
Yeah, and when you say, are you concerned about it as well?
I'm concerned about everything. I want the world to be peaceful. You know, when I left here, we had no war. We had defeated ISIS in less than 4 weeks. In fact, I took the general that defeated ISIS and I put him in charge of the whole ball game, because that's what we want. We want winners. Raisin Cane, you know, Raisin. When I heard that name, I said, I like that name. That's the kind of general I like. So we'll see. But he was great. He's a great soldier. Not a politician, a soldier, a real soldier. You know that, Brian. This guy was the real. This guy's the
story a million times.
Yeah, this guy's the real deal.
He is.
And I think he's going to do a great job. But think of it. We had no wars. We had no problems. We had no inflation. We had no problems. And then all of a sudden you have October 7th in Israel, which was horrible. And then you see what happened with Ukraine. Russia would have never gone in if the election weren't rigged. It was a rigged election. The 2020 election was rigged, and we got out of it. And you see what happened. You see what happened to our country. Inflation, Afghanistan, that horrible withdrawal from Afghanistan. I think when Russia saw what happened in Afghanistan, they said, wow, it's a paper tiger. We're not a paper tiger. We are the strongest military force in the world. And by the way, Pete Hegseth is doing a great job. But we didn't have wars. We didn't have inflation. We had a strong border. We had everything going good. And then Biden got in, and he's, my opinion, the worst president in the history of our country. I think Jimmy Carter was a very happy man when he passed away 2 weeks ago.
What are you expecting at the cabinet meeting tomorrow?
It's going to be a cabinet meeting, and I'll preside. Unlike Biden, I'll preside over my own cabinet meeting.
Mr. President, how would you compare your cabinet in your second term to your cabinet that you had in your first term?
Well, I had some great people my second term. I think this is deeper. I think it's better because it's deeper. I had some people that I didn't really like too much in my cabinet, but I didn't know Washington then. I was a New York person. I knew New York intimately, but I had to rely on people. I had great people. Look, we got the biggest tax cuts in history. I rebuilt the military. I mean, we did so much. We did unbelievable. Even right to try. Somebody was saying today they were saved by right to try. We did right to try medically. We did transparency medically. That was a big thing, but Biden canceled that one. He didn't cancel right to try, which is interesting. He didn't cancel Space Force. He was going to cancel Space Force. Space Force is turning out to be invaluable. Amazing. We created Space Force. But think of it. We rebuilt our entire military, and now we're going to have to patch it up a little bit again because of what's happened. No, this was a grossly incompetent administration. The only thing they were good at was cheating in elections and the weaponization of government. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
It's a bedtime to take.
All right, so they cut the feed and got out of there. Thank you guys for hanging out and waiting for him. Well worth the wait. Well worth the wait. Stay away from your liberal friends right now. Just co-workers, family, all the liberals you know. Just go ahead and stay away. Stay away. Okay, guys. Let's do a little recap real quick here. He's gonna give away. What's that say? Oh, he's gonna give away a $5 million. Well, you're not giving it away. You're selling a gold card for $5 million. In essence, what he is doing is making sure that the people who come in, you know, you want to come to this country, you're going to have some money. You're coming in maybe to open a business or start something. And they're going to vet them because I'm sure what they're going to say in the news, well, it's going to be drug lords and oligarchs. That's their favorite word du jour. Oh, heads are going to explode. $5 million you get to come in the country. Just do the math on it. Well, he did the math. 10 people would be 50 million, 100 people, 500 million. Wow. Wow. Are there 1,000 people in the world that would pay $5 million to come into the United States? Well, what was interesting about what he said, I didn't know if you heard it all. What he said was, and he keeps saying it, keeps dropping his breadcrumbs, I hope you guys heard it. He goes, wow, we got like, this many people, then we wouldn't need to have any taxes. You heard him say it. Straight up. If we got this many, then we wouldn't need any taxes. He keeps saying it. He keeps saying it. Then he baited the libnuts some more. And I'm sure they're all going to freak out because he mentioned, yeah, I know some fun oligarchs. I know some oligarchs that, have some money. Because he knows they hate the word. That word is like kryptonite to the left. Oligarchs? Oh, no, not the oligarchs. Rich people? Rich people are going to come here? Yeah, that's how you increase your tax base. A rich guy comes in and he builds a factory. And a rich guy goes employ people. We don't want the poor people to eat dirt, cookies, and Haiti coming in. Not that there's anything wrong with eating, well, there's a whole lot wrong with eating dirt cookies. But, you know what I mean? I'm sorry. But can't we have people who are going to improve the country instead of suck off the country? Off the teat of the United States population? Can we turn it around and say, wow, let's incentivize prosperity. Let's incentivize wealth. I said it yesterday, some people got upset with me. And I said, surround yourself with people that you want to be. And I got an email, long email today, and somebody said they were disappointed in me because I said, surround yourself with people who are successful to help you get to where you want to go. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend anybody. But you see, we're on the same thing. He looked at it. He sat with Howard Lutnick and people and said, you know what? Why don't we bring people in with money? We bring people in with money. That's actually going to help things. That's actually going to help our country. Why are we always bringing in poor people and then having to support them? And I don't mean that to be bad, but we have enough poor people already here. You guys are already paying enough taxes to help people who are broke or homeless. Whether by their means or by any other means, we got our share. I've never heard a Democrat say, you know what? Why don't we bring in more people who can actually contribute to society? There's a brain teaser. Bringing in people who actually can contribute to the betterment of America instead of every third world person. Does that make me sound racist? No, I didn't say white or black. I said people who can contribute to America. That shouldn't bother anybody. People over in these countries who can't do anything, you're bringing on debt. You're bringing on people who are going to be a blight on a society. Barry, that sounds so horrible. That's because they've treated you. They've molded you to think that's horrible. There's nothing wrong with wealth. There's nothing wrong with people who have money. If these people can contribute to the betterment of America, come on in. I'm just saying. In addition to that, he talked about that hat, the hat. I'm right about everything. A couple of you guys picked up on it, and it was just really weird because, like, hey, we want one? No, sir. Oh, what? You don't want one of these hats? Okay, so now I know where you stand as well. Which is, I'm glad Karoline Leavitt tossed you out of the White House press room. I don't need you people around us. We want people who want to see America prosper. So wearing a hat that says Trump was right about everything, I'm going to have to get some of that hat and see if we can't create that and give it away. Trump was right about everything. But the biggest thing I noticed today, I put it in the chat, the biggest thing, these judges are doing this and these judges are doing that and they're demanding you do this. Did that man look even this much worried? This much. I mean, that was one of his funniest press conferences. He was having a great time holding court. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. And we're going to have the green card, and we're going to send... He ain't even bothered with these people. Which tell me he's probably going to ignore them. He's probably going to say, make me. He's going to probably do his best Clint Eastwood impression and said, make my day. And all this confusion, I can't remember if I fired 6 shots or 5 shots. Make my day. Dude, I'm watching it over. It's playing again here. And he's just smiling and joking and having a good time. Flipping off the press. Hey, you want this thing? I just told Jack Smith to shove it. You can have this pen. Nobody else wants it. Who wants this pen? He told Jack Smith and his cohorts in that law firm, you're done. You got no more security clearances. You're done. So you can't even get a job working at some big agency because now you're just another attorney. You don't have access. Even though you sold these people that you have access now, he's probably making $300,000, $400,000, or $500,000 a year because you got access. Well, now I just took your access away. Anybody want this pen? Anybody? Because I don't care. This man has not one F to give. You were just watching this guy, and I love, RFK Jr. always has the solemn political face. Howard Lutnick's in there like a kid in a candy store. He's just having a good time. He's just having a good time. We're going to get rid of the EB5s. We're going to sell these things for $5 million a piece and make all kinds of money. And of course, the liberal heads tonight will be like, oh my goodness, he's selling access to America. Can you believe that? He's actually selling America to the highest bidder. And he's going to sell it to oligarchs. Never realizing what they're saying is, the people who have been flooding across the border, have we not been selling to them? Meaning, no, we've been giving. They don't bring us anything. Little XYZ person comes across the border, and we're giving them this and this and this and this. Actually, you and I. We're giving them all this stuff. Meanwhile, Sergei comes off, and Sergei is like, I get to find $1 million. I want the green card. I get to go to America. And like, you got the $5 million? Go ahead, bro. Thank you. I love America. America is very good. $5 million better be really smoking good for you. And the media is going to have a problem with that. They're going to look at the person from Haiti going, this person can't afford anything, and they're living in, squalor. That's Haiti's problem. Does that sound bad? That's because that's what they've been training you. It sounds bad, the kids from Haiti. Hey, there's kids from Afghanistan are living in cages and caves and whatever. Sorry, we're closed. You got $5 million? Yeah, come on in. I'm telling you right now, it's only 5:43. We've been on for 5 hours today. Just tell you now, I'm not doing a night show. I got to go spend time with the wife. But you're going to hear tonight, I'll have cuts. I can't wait to take all the cuts of people's heads exploding. They think Donald Trump is scared of the term oligarchs. They think that that's a turning point, that we can keep telling people that Trump just wants to help oligarchs, that people won't vote for him. Meanwhile, my job here to tell you is, you want all the oligarchs that can come here. I'm telling you right now, you should be like, come on, oligarchs. Because those people are going to help you reduce your tax base, and those people are going to buy buildings and employ people wherever you live. Sergei or Vladimir comes in and goes, I want to buy factory. I build factory. What are you going to make? I'll make belts. Okay, so how much? I need 100,000 square feet, and I need 3,000 people to work and make belts. And some small country, city or town in the country is going to make a whole bunch of money. Because Sergei and Olga are coming in with big money. And they better know AI. Oh my goodness, this is going to be so funny. The gold card. Oh my God. he's going to give out the MAGA card. Oh, it's got to have a MAGA. It's got to say T on it and big flags and call it the MAGA card. These people will, I can't, I'm actually salivating thinking about pulling that information and seeing what these people are going to do. I mean, it's going to be that good. You will see these people absolutely lose their flipping minds. And yes, I said that because they are wired that way. They are wired to lose their minds. They don't want us prosperous. There's nothing wrong with prosperity. I will never apologize. Let me take this real quick from the Kids Guide for President Trump, if they let me, yes. President Trump said he wants to teach our kids to love our country, and now that it's finally time to do so with oligarchs and $5 million MAGA cards and Trump doing all this kind of stuff to help make America great again, it is time. It's the perfect time to teach kids everything they need to know about their new president and his mission to make America great again. That's why Mike Huckabee's team put together the Kids Guide to President Trump. And to celebrate President Trump's return to the White House, they're giving it away for free. This book is great because it features fun illustrations and content teaching kids all about President Trump's accomplishments and his goals for his second term. Mike Huckabee wants to send your family this free guide so that you can teach your kids the truth about President Trump. And when you order, you'll receive a free commemorative President Trump pin, but you must hurry because supplies are limited. Claim your free Kids Guide to President Trump for your kids right now. See offer details and order your free guide at kidstrumpguide.com. Just click the QR code right about here, and that's kidstrumpguide.com. I'm so overwhelmingly ecstatic about this. I am a capitalist at heart. I understand all of this and what it does for America. I'm not ashamed to the fact of bringing in wealthy people. It is so good for us. Man, it is amazing, absolutely. Let's see, Bear, we do not want oligarchs. An oligarch is a wealthy person. Where is that? Who uses their money, power, and position to influence the government. That's the definition they want to put on you. And personally, I don't care if somebody look at the definition you wrote. I'm gonna talk to you about your definition here. An oligarch is a wealthy person who uses their money, power, and position to influence the government. You left out a word. And again, it's all about mental conditioning. What word did you leave out? What word did MAGA Man leave out there? You're probably not even going to, it probably went right over your head. So I'm going to tell you what word you left out. Listen to the difference how I read what you wrote and listen to the word I put in. You ready? Because it's really important that you understand. An oligarch is a wealthy person who uses their money, power, and position to positively influence the government. You see, it's all a matter of perspective. It's like the same people who say, money is the root of all evil, and they forget the perspective, and that perspective is the love of all money is the root of evil. Right there. All you had to do is put that one word. They use their money, power, and position to positively influence the government. What do you mean by positively influence the government? What's the difference? Okay, if I just want to use my influence because I'm buying influence, well then, here's what I want you to do. I want you to give me this permit that nobody else can have. But I want you to give me this permit so I can do my business here. And I'll pay you money for it, but it's only for me. That's an oligarch who uses their money and influence against the government. Versus, I have an idea. I would like to build a marina right over here by this water area. And this marina can hold 300 boats. And these 300 boats would bring this much money into your community. I need a permit for this 300 boat marina. Do you think I could get that? You see the difference there? It's all a matter of perspective. I will defend a person's right to prosper and help other people's prosper as long as I possibly can. You left out one word that changes the entire perspective of what is Trump is doing. Position to positively influence. Big difference. Big difference. So thankful for you, Barry. Thank you for all your hard work. Thank you very much. Sergei is pronounced Sergey. Sergey. My wife, I was wondering why she texted me that. She's like, Sergey. Gay, not guy. Sergey. Actually, I knew a guy named Sergey. So there. Okay? I'm calling him Sergey. Walt Disney was an oligarch. Yeah. And he helped build Central Florida. Man, I'm just telling you, Barry is a teacher. It's simply stripping away all of the societal norms that have been stuck on people to make you feel a certain way. That's all you have to do is just check, look at it to positively influence government. Hey, I understand that, you've been using tugboat for a long time. I say we build bridge. And, I help you build bridge. Positively influence government. You see, for too long, for a couple hundred years, people have been conditioned that government has to make something happen. And if the government doesn't do it, then it doesn't get done. Try to build something like you're seeing in California. What's happening in California? Oh, you got to have all these forms filled out to rebuild your property. I got all these forms here. You got to fill them all out. And when you fill them all out, it's going to take you about 3 to 5 years to build your property, your house back. Oligarch comes in and says, hey, listen, how about if I provide this opportunity for these people to build their homes? I have, modular homes, and it can be 1,000 square feet or 10,000 square feet. They're all conditioned to California code. All you got to do is buy this home, and you can have it in 12 months. Now, I'm being facetious, but I'm trying to illustrate to you, it's all perspective. That's all it is. Maybe it's because I've hung around with people who actually know how to generate money, and I've learned from them over and over and over again. My former boss at the advertising agency, I told you many times, one of his best investments he absolutely loves them. He loves mobile home parks. I'm like, dude, that's where all the rednecks live. Rednecks and poor people. Why would you want to buy a mobile home park? And he said to me one day, well, one, people need cheaper land. People with the land don't know how to renovate their land and make it viable. I go in and buy 6 or 7 acres. I can pave it and put landscaping and then put power all over the place. Community loves it because now I've beautified a property that was just there, just grass and dirt. And people who, either want vacations or, want to put in a double wide now have something they can put on here and live. It's a complete, some people don't like the term win-win, but that's a win-win. The city loves it. Wow, this is beautiful. The people who just want to come and park and need a space to put their RV, they love it. And he makes money. And I was like, that is so simple. I cannot believe I had no. Yeah, he goes, when you're driving around, look around for empty lots. Find out what the zoning is. And when you find the empty lot in the zoning, you can figure out anything that goes there. So if you find that dirt, and that dirt says you can do X, Y, or Z, always check. And if you can see that they'll put a mobile home park there, he goes, that's gold. You got 300 spots for someone to park an RV, charge them $100 a night or whatever, and do the math. And then make sure your mobile home gets listed in the directory. and you will never not have people parking there, especially in Florida. And I'm like, that was so simple. That's crazy simple. Never even thought about it. What's the expense? Clear the land, grade the land, improve the land with landscaping, and put power supplies everywhere. And the power doesn't cost you anything until somebody turns it on, and then they have to give you money to pay for the power and the water. Just saying. That's not an oligarch either. Nope. An oligarch is merely a term that these people use. It's nothing different. I used to live in a place called Hallandale down here, and you'd be amazed at what some of the Russians down there have done with property and everything else. All right, somebody's talking about mobile home parks. What? Yeah, a mobile home park is the cheapest way you can live. Solve a problem, make some money. It's that simple. All right, so I'm going to get out of here. We've been going for 5.5 hours. I am not doing an evening show. I may do what I'm probably going to do while the light is still up. I'm probably going to do a Twitter live and see if I can't do another one of those things. But I'm not going to do another show because I'm beat and I need to go see my wife and my little kitties, my little doggies. So that being said, let me get rid of this comment. And hey, if you'd like to join 15,000 plus fellow patriots on X in our private X/Twitter group, go to fanfareshop.org/group. Just put in that URL in your browser. It'll take you right to our private group on X. Love to see you there. Let's share some content. And if you'd like to win a hoodie, or rather if you'd like to enter to win a hoodie, go to fanfareshop.org, fanfareshop.org, and register to win a Trump hoodie.
Welcome back to Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
Okay, so let me address these super chats, and then we can all go have dinner and hang out. I am Planet Hermit. Thank you. There is no one so dangerous as someone with no incentive to sue for peace. Who said that? That's pretty awesome. I am Planet Hermit. Very veterans get paid this Friday. I say we report in here and prove he's lying. Please tell me on Friday. That happens. Let me see it. By the way, tomorrow, just want to give you a programming note, which is probably the real reason at this point why I'm not doing a show tonight, is we may be going all day tomorrow with the DOGE subcommittee hearing that begins at 11, which should be very good. Beverly Litton, Steve Scalise explained the bill on Fox this morning. Jeffries is lying. Yep, won't cut salaries, raises taxes, keeping Trump's 17% tax break. That's expiring. Yep. Dems will vote to kill it. They just want all your money. Tim McCurry, lies, Barry. I know how many people who are all in, their ears, brains, heart are closed to reason. That's what you need you guys for. Shanta Hanisha, the federal agencies disobey president order, and now the Democrats want war. I can't take this no more. Why we give them a pass, law or no law? I agree with you. Looked like Trump was ready to tell him pound sand. Hey Joy, hi Barry. I just want to say thank you. You watch these idiots so that I don't have to, and just a small amount makes me want to vomit. Makes me want to take a shower. Far Isle, we need a Truth in Media Commission. Yes, they watch the media and each and every lie. They sue the network, the host, and the guest, if necessary, bankrupt. I'd love to see that. Have to balance the First Amendment, but I don't think the First Amendment allows you with an FCC license to absolutely lie. Deidre Kruger, thank you. We have liked, watched, and subscribed. What more can we do to get buried to Caroline and Trump? She's probably got I can't even imagine how many people have contacted her. Tarara Garakani, thank you. Beverly Litton again. Mad Cow needs to be put out to pasture. She's next. Katina, remember the guy dressed in a Riddler type suit selling a book on how to get free money grants on TV? Yes, I do. Donna D, I've heard terrorists are responsible for hacking into our airplane consoles and air traffic control towers, causing misreadings and confusion resulting in crashes. Have you heard this? I've heard rumors of that, but I haven't heard that it actually is happening. Lots of rumors. Silver Chief, it's a cultural and intelligent civil war. Closest thing was the Las Vegas shooting. Yep. Jimmy Jonesy for Panhead Bob's rubber boots. Please forward to him. Thank you, Barry. Panhead Bob's. I'm not really sure who that is. Alex Figueroa, I bet the jails in Central America are worse than Guantanamo Bay, for sure. Katina, I used to think that Riddler-clad man hawking a book on how to get free money from the government on TV was fake. Robert Petruska, is Kerry doing anything with that network yet? No, that's very interesting. The Voice of America has not kicked off yet. I wonder why. Oh, I wonder why. Are those gold bars real gold? Of course not. They're 20, and that's why when I was reading that, I paused to let you know they're 24 karat plated gold bars. A 24 karat solid gold bar, you wouldn't get that just for free shipping. Shanta Hanisna, the deal has agreed, but Zelensky better watch his back. The deep state is furious, if you know what I mean. And yes, I do. Fazul, thanks, Fanfare. Thank you. Mama Mima, who's the puppet? Donald Donovan, if we sent Ukraine $300 billion and President Trump made a deal for $500 billion, by my math, that's $200 billion profit. John Owens, President Trump is great. Best team ever. Dems are jealous. Real jealous. Jerry Witt, I saw on X, Matt Gaetz was appointed. Nope, that's not true. Not true. Beverly Litton, did you notice Karoline wasn't wearing her cross necklace today? No, I did not notice. And the reason why I did not notice is because there's no way. I mean, I'm looking at her picture right now. Oh, you guys can see it. And she's got a scoop blouse. So unless it was, maybe she didn't wear it today. I was looking to see if she had a higher shirt we didn't see, but nope. It's a scoop blouse and she does not have it on today. Interesting. So what do you think, Beverly? Ernst Walker, boycott the government if they don't accept Trump as president. Yeah. Ant Cowell 07, does this become a threat to the president because of the choose of words that judge decided? It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Thank you, Cunningham family from Mega Mama, mods, and all Fanfare for your hard work and dedication. Thank you. It's funny, Ashley had to bug out early. She's got to drive 2 hours. My grandson, her son, his high school basketball team made the state playoffs in North, and they got to drive and play a team all the way in Wilmington, which is 2 hours away. So she's got to drive 2 hours, sit there, watch the game, cheer on a grandson, and then drive 2 hours back. But, what you got to do? You're a mom of an athlete. That's what you got to do. I am CNN. The judge is letting his alligator mouth overload his jaybird butt. Lord Hybrid, the Supreme Court ruled that the president has immunity for any official actions. Now you're talking. I haven't read the rest of your post here, but keep coming. The Supreme Court ruled that the president has immunity for any official actions. If I was Trump, I would sign all the documents and tell the lawyers to take that to him. A higher court has already ruled he has immunity. The judge can't do anything. That's exactly what I'm thinking. I'm thinking Trump already is like, he wants a name? Give him mine. Tell him it's Donald J. Trump. That's who the memo came from. Deal with that. Checkmate. Oh, you don't have one of these, right? You don't have the Supreme Court thing, huh? You ain't got this? Yeah. Take your little order, take it in the bathroom with you, bend over, and wipe your buttocks with it. Because I got this. Yes, that's what I've been thinking all along. Boom, right there. Official action of immunity. I ain't paying attention because this is more important to the country. Oh, so you're just going to wipe your butt with it? Mm-hmm. Mama Mima could probably follow the money trail right into the judge's pocket. Yeah, and on top of everything, turn around and start investigating him. Tommy, how you doing? I voted for DJT 3 times. I played concerts for him. I've even rallied for him since the ice rink. If he capitulates to any judge, watch out. Hell will come. Tim McMurray, treason going unchecked. I'm disappointed. End it. I hear you. Tommy Radcliffe, I'm sick to my stomach. I can't take this anymore. We all are. I mean, you feel like we're on the precipice of something big happening. I do. Tommy again, airline pilots do not depend on air traffic control. We are the boss of our flights, period. Pilots can tell ATC to suck it. I don't want this altitude. We teach to be cautious of ATC at all times. Thank you for that. Thank you. Trifecta. Either this baby judge is going to attempt to jail Trump and all hell breaks loose, or you won't hear from him again. Basically a paper dragon. Yeah, if you take the shot, oh, well, bad analogy. I won't go there. You know what I'm saying. Trump might be trying to figure out what to do about CIA threatening to sell secrets. Notice who you haven't heard from. Nowhere have you heard anything from John Ratcliffe. Be very, very... Remember that. John Ratcliffe, I've seen Tulsi. I've seen... Well, I haven't seen anything from Kash Patel either. Very, very little from Pam Bondi. But nothing from John Ratcliffe. Biden ignored the Supreme Court. Why would Trump worry about ignoring some district judge? Exactly. Jim Powell. CR. Thank you. Wow, I have a $5 million citizen. Beverly, wasn't Obama a teacher of the Constitution at college? He certainly could figure every way to turn it inside out. He did. Deplorable D, thank you very, very much. I'm not sure if you did that by mistake because I got two of the same thing. So you might want to go ahead and check your credit card and do something because there's two of the exact same thing here. I've been watching for a couple weeks now. Your show has been the most informative of most I watch, and you are funny. Keep up the good work. Thank you very much. Oxford News will say Trump couldn't give away any hats. Thomas Armento, get rid of 20 million newcomers, import 10 million at 5 million a pop. The U.S. now has 14 trillion in surplus. Take that 14 trillion divided by 150 million taxpayers equals 100,000 per taxpayer. Brilliant. Game over. Thanks for playing. You think we could really get... No, I don't think there'd be 10 million people who'd want to pay $5 million. Mr. Anderson, this week is going to be crazy. X is blowing up. I can't wait to go look. 5 million. We want poor immigrants, not rich ones. Oh, that's too funny. Where are we? Helen, thanks, Barry, for all you do. And team, thank you. Beverly Litton, can you get Ted Cruz for an interview? Hey, told Ashley start swinging for the fences. Go for everybody. Born on a 4th, we cannot keep supporting the world. We're going bankrupt doing that, which some people fail to understand. No, they understand it fully. See, that's the problem people have. They think it's incompetence. It's intentional. The way to take this country down is to cut it off at its knees. Cloward Pivot. Go look it up. Good show, Barry. Kudos to the family mod. And Jim Powell, thank you very much. Go look up Cloward Pivot. That's your homework for the evening. If you look up Cloward Piven, you will see what the Democrats are doing. It's been a long established lefty idea to destroy America. Cloward Piven. Some of you guys are probably saying, Barry, what in the hell are you talking about? What's Cloward Piven? Go look that up. And then all this stuff, other stuff will make sense to you. So it's 6 o'clock, and maybe these people will debate for hours. We'll see. They're on the floor right now debating. Hopefully they get their crap together and get it done. No show tonight. I'm going to take the night off. We've been here for 5 hours and 38 minutes, so thank you very much for tuning in. I didn't know it was going to go this long. I knew President Trump would talk, or late and delay. I didn't know it was going to be that late, but thank you guys for hanging in there and staying. And so have a great evening. You can watch for me maybe in about, if it's not too dark, I will go live on Twitter, but it's probably already dark. It's 6 o'clock down here. So it's when I get done and put on the after party, it might already be too dark. So I will see you guys tomorrow.
Bye.